making sure the coloring's right. I totally forgot to turn my camera light on. I would keep doing this. All right. I'm not center, and that bothers me. Because I don't really want to move my seat again. What do I need to do? It might turn off. Hang on. It likes to do this. Nope, I'm worse. I'm worse than I was before. It's not center at all. Come on, Peach. You gotta be more in frame, I guess. I don't even... How did I mess that up so badly? There we go. There she is. There she is. Okay. Hello, hello. So we are back at Winter's Wish. This time we're gonna have a route at the end of this, I hope. A good one. So what we're planning on doing this round is going through our choices that we've already made, and instead of the answers he likes, we're only going to choose answers he doesn't like, and then only answers that the other guy do like. So hopefully we get on the right route. Oh no, he liked that. I really should say something. Oh no, wait a second. I'm confused. Oh no, that was green. Okay. He's gray. The other guy's green. Oh no, was I not even paying attention to that before? I only just memorized my backstory. If I cram any more knowledge, I'll probably forget it. Upon reaching that conclusion, I opened my mouth. I'm sorry, Tomonari. I appreciate what you're spending all this time teaching me, but the tea party coming up is an open air tea ceremony, right? In that case, I don't think there'll be sliding doors or drawing rooms. At those words, silence permeated the air. For a while, Tomonari looked around with a straight face as if deep in thought, and then...
確かに、そうかも。
That's true. At last, although he phrased his reply as a question, he nodded like he was convinced. It seemed that he understood.
悪い。俺もいつ指摘するべきかと機会を伺っていたんだが。
My bad. I was waiting for a good opportunity to point it out, but... No, it's
おそら
fine.
くこいつもお前のためを考えてのことだと思うんだ。
He had
多めに見てやってくれ。
your best interest in mind. Let's let it slide.
友成はな、お庭番に入った時からこんな感じで、何を考えているのかよくわからないやつだったんだ。
Tomonari's been like this ever since he joined the Onowaban. It's hard to tell what he's thinking sometimes.
武家町に配属が決まった日なんてすごかったんだぞ。武家の人たちに挨拶に行こうとしたら、いきなり茶室に入ったりしてな。
The day he was assigned to Samurai Town was crazy. We were greeting the samurai families, and this guy just suddenly waltzed into the tea room.
あの時はもうどうしようもなくて、こいつ茶会が好きなんですってごまかしたんだよ。
We couldn't do anything at the time, so I played it off like, oh yeah, he just really likes tea parties.
武家町の奥方たちに茶会へ誘われるのも、この時の振る舞いが広まっちまったからなんだよな。
That's why we get invited to tea parties by the wives of Samurai Town. Apparently news got around for his love for tea parties. Nice. Is that so? Tojo has a really far away look in his eye. He must have had to deal with a lot up to this point. So even Tomonari had a time when he was first starting out.
記憶にない。
I don't recall that.
こら、堂々と嘘をつくな。キコなんだから覚えてるだろ。
Don't lie so blatantly. You're a vessel. Of course you remember. Tojo couldn't help but correct Tomonari's nonchalant reply with a full
仕
force.
方ない。友成に任せてたら一生終わりそうにないからな。
Alrighty. Save progress. I genuinely do not know what the answer is for that one. I'm gonna leave these because maybe I can resume it and get after I get to the right point and not have to play through to get to those moments again. I got a bad ending. For a moment, a sudden question threw me off. Answer. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna hit answer. Okay, that Tomonari liked, so we're gonna try it one more time. Nothing will beat the day I saved over something I was trying to load. Oh god, I don't know. go. I feel like I was taught Kiza just the other day, something about how you should do it before opening a door. I can't really remember the details. I'll answer honestly here. I apologize. What exactly is Kiza?
あら、ご存じないの？キザというのは座法の一種で武術の控えの姿勢として使われているものなんですね。
Why? You don't know of it? Kiza is a type of sitting method, and it's used as a resting posture in martial arts.
畳に座るときにあなたも自然にやっていたと思うんですけど。
I believe you were doing it naturally when you sat on the tatame, but... so that's what Kiza is. I apologize for my lack of
ちょっと
education.
馴染みの薄い言葉ですものね。ご存じなくても仕方ありませんよ。
It's an unfamiliar term for sure. It's not surprising that you don't know it.
そうですね。むしろ知らないと正直に言ってくれたのは嬉しいですわ。
That's true. Actually, I'm glad you were honest about not knowing it.
素直でいいですよね。
Yes, it's good that you're candid. That's me. Thank you. I'm not quite sure why, but it seems I made a good impression. Cheese thread shifted from wariness to affection as well. It turned out for the best, I guess. Well, confused, I looked up to the side to see Tojo smiling happily.
奥方たちの心をしっかり掴んだな。
Nice job, you finally won the wives over. After hearing his whispered words, I felt a little proud of myself. Okay, I think too on that one Tomonari said something to my character. At the end of the conversation, it was about time for the tea party to come
これ
to
から
a
も
close.
仲良くいたしましょうね。
Leah, let's continue to
今
be
度は
friends.
私がお茶にご招待いたしますわ。野立てでもいいし、思い切って茶事をしてしまうのもいいかしら。
Dude, I want to go to a full course tea ceremony. What the heck? I'll invite you to the next tea time. An open air tea ceremony would be fun too, but maybe we could all go out and have a full course tea ceremony. Oh, on that occasion, I'll be glad to visit you. I'm so glad everyone turned out to be nice. I keep hitting the button, but it keeps acting like I can't skip. I have the Onoa bomb, but these are the first people I've met since I came to
そういえば
Edo.
あなたはどのあたりにお住まいなのかしら。や
Speaking
は
of,
り高村家のお屋敷でしょうか。
whereabouts do you live? The Takamoto mansion? No, actually, I live in a place separate from him. This is stuff I should be able to skip. I've done this. I can consider the Onoa bun base my home,
長原
right?
町を抜けたあたりです。
Thank you.
で
I
は
know we've had this. What do you mean it's safe? Okay, it's not letting me skip ahead.
あたりをキョロキョロと見回して何かを探していたみたいなんですけど、
Definitely
私に気づいたらすぐに逃げてしまって。
should be skippable. Honestly, I've done this. Okay, yeah, this is all conversation. Will it let me skip now? No? Okay. I don't know why it's not letting me skip right now. I'm here and lurking. Okay, thank you, Aisha. I'm trying to get onto Tojo's route, but right now it's not letting me skip dialogue, and I don't know why. I'm gonna see if it lets me skip now. Let me skip to the next choice, bro. Why are you acting like I've never done this before? I have. I know all of this. It could be because I'm switching routes. It might just literally be because of that. But then I had the same exact... Oh, goodness. Offer a condition. There we go. That's green. I agonized over it. I truly agonized over how to respond. Wait a minute. Let's stay calm and think this through. This is an important moment that decides whether Tenchibo will let us be his companions or not. If I accept this confession, chances are he'll let us join him. In that case, I should accept it for now as a member of the Oniwaban. But no matter what type of affection he has towards me, to say something so irresponsible... My mind was made up and I voiced my ultimate decision. That depends.
あ？どういうこと？
What do you mean? That depends only if you accept my conditions. First off, you need to let us join you as your companions.
なんだ？俺と取引しようってのが？
You trying to bargain with me? He's scary, but I can't back down. Come on. That's the idea. Correction 4:30 today. Got it. I'll be streaming until 4:30 today. Alright. After I made my desperate declaration, Tenchibo fell silent with his eyes wide open. What should I do? I think I made him angry.
面白いじゃん
I like this girl.
顔が可愛いだけかと思いきや俺に交渉を持ちかけるなんて肝が据わってるじゃんこれはますます俺の女にしたいぜ
See, he likes me so much. Why can't I just go after this guy? He's honest about his feelings. Sure, he's trying to, like, take over, but, like, who isn't? I thought you were just a cute face, but now you're showing the guts to strike a deal with me? That's hot. I want to make you my girl even
い
more
いぜ
now.
お前たちを仲間に入れてやるよ好きな女に頼まれたんじゃ断るわけにはいかねえよな
That's cool. I'll let you guys join. No way I could refuse a request from the girl I love. Wow. Thank you very much. It seemed that the confession had taken a positive turn, but instead of calming down, Tenchibo leaned forward even more.
で嫁入りするための条件ってなんだどうしたら正室になってくれんの
It's the man after my heart right here. What are the conditions for marrying me? What do I have to do for you to become my wife?
必要なのは金か名誉かそれとも地位いや愛かお前のためなら何でも揃えてみせるぜ
You need money? Fame? How about status? No, wait, love? Love. I'm just saying love. Like, whatever you want. It's for you, babe. Tenchi, burn. I'm still burning. Aww. That's... To be frank, I don't actually want him to fulfill any conditions, in which case... It's a secret. You'll have to guess what I'm wishing for.
おいおいそこからなのかよかぐや姫だって欲しいものはちゃんと自分で言ってたぞ
Are you kidding me? I gotta start from there. Even Princess Kaguya wasn't this vague.
まあまあ今日のところはこれくらいにしてやってくれ
Listen. You got conditions. He's got conditions. He's a rebel samurai leader. You're just a girl with the power to tell people's emotions from what's happening. Sometimes you gotta compromise. Let's just call it a day for here.
なんだお前まだいたのか今いいところなんだから後にしてくれよ
What? You're still here? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Save it for later.
いやいやここは気長に行った方がいいぜ余裕のない男なんて格好つかないだろ
No, you should play it slow and steady. You can't play it cool if you're being impatient, right?
それにこう言っちゃなんだがこの子を落とすのは骨が折れるぞ少し作戦を練った方がいいんじゃないか
And besides, I hate to say it, but you have a long road if you really want this girl to fall for you. Wouldn't it be better if you think of a
俺で
strategy?
よければ相談に乗ろうこの子とも付き合いは長いしいい助言ができるはずだ
If you're fine with it, I can give you some advice. I've known her for quite a while. I should be able to give you some good suggestions.
なるほど一理あるな
I see. Makes sense. What's going on? There were a lot of things I wanted to say, but in order to get through this, I had no choice but to stay silent. While Tenshibo's attention turned away, I pulled the corner of Tojo's kimono in order to get his attention. Thank you so much, Tojo. You helped me by changing the topic.
こっちこそ助かったお前の起点のおかげですんなり仲間になれたんだからな
I should be thanking you. Thanks to your quick thinking that let us in without a
昨日
problem.
の茶会でも思ったがお前案外お庭番が天職かもしれないぞ
I thought about this during yesterday's tea ceremony too, but you might actually be perfectly suited for the Oniwaban. Is that so?
自信を持っていい即興であそこまで言える胆力があるなら間違いなく才能はある
I did not improvise yesterday. They asked me a question and I answered the question. In fact, I answered the question with, I don't even know what you're saying. So, be proud of that. If you have the courage to improvise that much, you undoubtedly have talent.
お前がいてくれて本当によかった
I'm glad you're
ま
here.
た頼りにさせてもらうな
I'm counting on you. Thank you very much. Tojo must have understood what was on my mind when I said what I did. It made me a little happy, and my lips couldn't help but curl into a smile.
だがあと少し会話が長引いてたらまずいことになってたかもな
Had the conversation went on a little longer, though, it might have turned out ugly. How come?
友成の顔見たらわかるぞ。お前ほんとあいつに好かれてるな。
Look at Tomonari's face. You'll understand he really adores you. Oh. He's right. He looks very upset. I'll make sure to apologize later. With the conversation neatly wrapped up, Tenchibo turned back to face everyone in a better
ん
mood.
じゃ新しく同志が加わったところでもう一回乾杯の温度
So with that out of the way, let's have one more toast to our new brothers in arms.
なんだとてめえ
Can I skip now? I know this conversation. Why are you doing this to me? Sometime we'll get there. I guess on the next route, when we get to the next part, I'll have to... Why is it not letting me skip? Did I not know the button? I've skipped to next option before, right? I'm not crazy.
人間にそのよ
What's that? I was playing with an Xbox controller last, so I got confused. Display, right stick, skip. Yeah, that's it.
黒い糸がつくのは珍しいことか。
You'll never believe this. In Verche, you press it that way, and this one you press it this way. Yeah, I'll have 2 saves for the next one. That way I can get both our routes ready. He's a friend. Also, that does mean that that option, friendly coworker, was more accurate. All right, there we go. That's the button I've been looking for. So you use his uncertain reply. I said, I think you did nothing. To Tomonari, I was special. That alone gave me a certain feeling of security. Oh, oops, just kidding. Now that I think about it, I've been saved by your kindness ever since we met. When I think about it that way, you might be special to me too.
僕が特別
I'm special? And then Tomonari's eyes widened in slight surprise. It was as if he had never expected to be told that. Did I upset you?
そんなことないそうじゃなくて
That's not it. It's just that.
なんだろう不思議な感じがしたんだ胸の奥が熱くなるような
Tomonari, be careful. It's weird. I felt something strange, like warmth inside of my chest. Am I sick? Huh?
違うかもこれは嫌な感じじゃない
Maybe not.
むしろ
Says turning his back to me. Imagine in a real conversation, someone just turns their back to you and their name isn't Sheen. All right. This isn't a bad feeling. It's actually... But when he was about to say that much, Tomonari closed his mouth.
なんだか変なこと言っちゃったねごめんね気にしないで
I said something weird. You don't need to worry about it. I'm sorry too. Was that Tomonari's sealed heart reacting just now? I'm happy that I was able to become closer to Tomonari, but I should be more careful. Vessels who regain their memories or hearts will be eliminated. With that in mind, I stopped talking and backed up slowly. But being here, I was reminded again of peace of mind that this... Oh my gosh. I was reminded again of the peace of mind that this place and these people gave me. There we go. There's the boy. That's who we wanted. Wow, this is crowded as ever. It was another lively day in the entertainment district. There was a ton of people here out and about. Is this really loud or is it just me? And I could hear barks beckoning to passerbyers from nearby shops.
あまり
Barkers,
キョロ
sorry.
キョロしてると迷子になるぞ。
You'll get lost trying to get a gander at everything. Oh, sorry. It's also intriguing. I got a little too excited there. I need to be on the ball since I'm here for work today.
人の熱気に当てられれば多少浮かれるのも仕方ないか。
Guess you can't help that everyone else's enthusiasm rubs off on you a little bit.
うん。あれに比べれば、君の浮かれ方なんて可愛いものだよ。
And Leah's excitement is much cuter than his.
おお！あの団子屋、めちゃくちゃうまそうだな。人だかりができてるってことは、かなり評判がいいんじゃねえか？
Whoa! That dango place looks delish! They must have be popular with a crowd like that.
いや待て。あっちの蕎麦屋も捨てがたい。よし。蕎麦屋で腹ごしらえした後に、団子屋に入るぞ。
Hold up, that soba restaurant looks pretty good too. Alright, let's head to the dango stand after hitting up the soba place.
ああ、もうはしゃぐな。今日は飯を食いに来たわけじゃないんだぞ。
Simmer down, we're not here to eat today.
ね。浮かれてるってのはああいうことを言うの。
Now that's what you call being excited. Yeah, it certainly is. I reluctantly smiled as I watched Tenchibo enjoying himself in the entertainment district. After the Tenchibo case had been solved, the Oniwaban conducted a large-scale search for whoever had sold him the Blightfall summoning magnetum. I just forgot to say the word. Magatama. They'd let Tenchibo out of his holding cell today so he could lead us to the shop where he'd bought it firsthand.
なあなあ、お前はあれからどうしてた？俺は牢屋敷生活にうんざりしちまってよ。
So, Leah, what you been up to? I've been bored to tears living in jail. Sounds awful.
だろう？毎日しんどくてよ。お前に会えるの心待ちにしてたんだ。
Don't it? It's been a rough day in, day out. I've been looking forward to seeing you.
だから俺をいたわるってことで、ちょっとくらい飯に付き合ってくれたって罰は当たんねえだろ。なあ。
I wouldn't go get a slap on the wrist if you so kindly had dinner with me, would I? Yikes, how do I even respond to a situation like this? As I stood there bewildered by the way he was coming on to me, Tenchibo started reaching for my shoulder. Just then,
はい、そこまで。
that's enough.
離れて。
Step away. Tojo brushed Tenchibo's hand away before he could reach my shoulder, keeping him from putting his arm around me. Tomonari stepped between us in almost perfect unison, creating some distance between Tenchibo and I. Thanks, guys. I wish I could have tactfully sidestepped him on my own, but unfortunately I didn't have much interpersonal experience.
チェ
Classic.
なんだよお前ら。せっかく久々のシャバの空気なんだ。ちょっとくらい楽しませてくれたっていいだろ。
What's the problem, fellas? Can't a guy have a little fun while he's on the outside for once? Tenchibo didn't seem happy that they'd kept him from touching me, but to my relief, he still sounded cheerful. I did feel bad he was languishing away in prison. Glad to see he's doing surprisingly well. Goodness. Take a sippy sip. I made a coffee, but I also brought in soda, which was in the little fridge, so I have liquids. He would have normally been sentenced to death by beheading in front of the jail gate for causing the whole incident. Since Tenchibo was a valuable witness in the Blightfall case, they hadn't decided his penalty just yet. Thus, he was treated better than the average criminal. Tenchibo's our only lead right now. Alright then. After psyching myself up, I looked at Tenchibo. Tenchibo, could you lead us to the shop where you obtained the Magatama? Let's eat later.
後で飯食わせてくれんの？
Wait, you mean you'll have a bite to eat? Yes, so let's finish what we came here to do with some time to spare. We couldn't afford to offend Tenchibo, as I promised that we'd take him out to eat later as motivation. I hope they don't mind that I said that. I glanced over at Tomonari and Tojo and saw they were keeping a careful eye on the situation but didn't seem particularly opposed to my idea.
よーし、俺についてこい！案内してやる！
Alright then, follow me, I'll show you where it is. Sounding much more gleeful than I expected, Tenchibo began to show us the way with a bounce in his step. But then...
おい、どう
What's
したん
going
だ？
on?
いや、 ここに例の店があったはずなんだが。
Who did we meet in this alleyway? It should be right
店なんて
here.
見当たらないけど。
I don't see a shop here. There wasn't even an empty lot, much less a shop, not even a trace of a tent ever being here. Did you take a wrong turn?
そんなはずはないと思う。本当にこの場所に店があったのに、おかしいな。
No chance. Or at least I don't think so. There really was a shop here. Weird.
だが現に何もないぞ。まさかこの後に及んで俺たちを騙そうとしているのか？
But there isn't one. You're not seriously trying to trick us this late in the game, are you?
なわけねえだろ。そんなことして俺に何の得があるってんだ。なんで店がねえの
Of course
か
not.
俺にもわかんねえよ。
What would I have to gain? I don't freaking know why the shop's gone.
じゃあ、どんな人から買ったの？
Can you describe who you bought it from then?
それはこう若い、いや年取ってたような男？
They were
あれ？
young?
女だったか？
Was it an elderly man? Or woman?
あーくそ思い出せねえや。
I can't remember.
あのな、買った店はない。どんなやつから買ったかも覚えてないって。それで通ると思うのか？
So the shop where you bought the Magatama doesn't exist and you don't remember who you bought it from? You really expect us to believe
お
that?
前、このままだと拷問されるぞ。
At this rate, you're gonna get yourself tortured, you know?
そんなこと言われたって知らねえもんは知らねえんだからしょうがないだろ。
Threaten me all you want. If I don't know, I don't know. You won't get nothing out of me.
たく間違いなくこの辺りのはずなのにどうなってやがるんだ？
But it ought to be around here. Where'd it go? He sounded really confused. The threads around his neck aren't the color of someone who's lying either. This was getting us nowhere, so we tried interviewing everyone in the area. Everyone we talked to claimed there had never been a shop there. It was hard to believe a shop had ever existed there by any stretch of the imagination.
参ったな。天一坊はコリの類に化かされていたなんていうオチはごめんだぞ。
I know a fox. She's got pink hair. I give up. Can we just tell Tenchibo he was tricked by some kind of fox and call it a day? You know, also who's really loyal? Dogs.
何も覚えてないふりをして捜査をか乱しようとしてるとか。
Maybe the fox is a cunning fox on somebody else's team. Or maybe he's trying to throw the investigation by pretending he doesn't remember anything. But once I made sure Tenchibo was distracted, I spoke to Tojo and Tomonari in a hushed voice. It doesn't seem like he's lying. Based on his threads, he really doesn't remember.
そっか。君がそう言うのならそうなのかも
Really?
ね。
Well, if you say so.
お前の意見は留意しておこう。だ
We'll
が
keep
今
your
ははっき
opinion
りしないことが多す
in
ぎて
mind, Leah.
何とも言えない状況だな。
We'll keep your opinion in mind, Leah. We can't say for certain right now when there's still so many things that are unclear. I agree. It was pointless asking Tenchibo about things that he still didn't know. I decided to change the subject for the time being. Tenchibo, how exactly did you summon the Blightfall?
ああ、それならいくらでも聞いていいぜ。良い顔を呼び出すのに大事なのは勾玉を手でしっかり握ることだ。
Oh, ask all you want about that. The key to summoning the Blightfall is to hold the Magnetama in your hand and give it a good squeeze.
そんで心の中で勾玉に宿っているあいつに力を貸してくれって助けを求める。そうすると出てきてくれるんだ。
In your head, you ask what's inside the Magatama to lend you its power, then it shows right up. Tenchibo's response was crystal clear, unlike before. Did the merchant who sold you the Magnetama show you how? Yeah. What did they look like? What was their name? Now listen.
さあって教わった内容は覚えているのに教えた本人を思い出せないっていうのか？
We're listening. You remember what you were taught, but not the person who taught it to
や
you?
っぱり怪しい。嘘ついてるんじゃない？
Definitely odd. You're lying, aren't you?
本当に覚えてねえんだって。 なんか頭の中に霧がかかったみてえにうまく思い出せなくってよ。
I told you, I really don't remember. I'm having a hard time jogging my memory. It's like my head's all foggy.
俺だってわけわかんねえぜ。
Doesn't make sense to me either. I felt a bit bad for Tenchibo as I watched him hang his head. I think Tenchibo is telling the truth. When I said this, Tojo and Tomonari looked at each other before letting out a small sigh. Perhaps he realized this meant we were done hounding him for now because Tenchibo was suddenly all smiles.
わかることは話して協力したんだからちゃんと約束通り飯食わせろよ。
Oh yeah, I cooperated and told you everything I know, so feed me like you promised. That sounds just like me, actually. Afterwards, we took Tenchibo out to eat as he wished and ended the day's investigation with nothing to show for it. That sounds sad when you say it like that. You had food, my guys.
じゃあ僕は天一坊を牢屋敷に連れて行くよ。
I'll take Tenchibo back to jail.
ああ、頼んだぞ。
Thanks a bunch.
またいつでも俺んとこに来てくれよな。じゃあな。
Leah, come back to me anytime. Catch you later. Thank you for all your help today. I watched with a slight smile as Tomonari led Tenchibo away. All we did was go out to eat. We'd made zero progress on the investigation even though Tenchibo was the best lead we had. I have the rest of the afternoon off. Maybe I'll do one more round of interviews on my own.
今日はこれから何か予定は？
Do you have any plans for the rest of the day, Leah? While I stood there thinking to myself, Tojo began to talk beside me. Huh? Nothing in
それな
particular.
ら寺子屋に一緒に来ないか？今日は子供たちが来る日なんだ。
Why don't you come with me to the temple school then? The kids will be there today.
任務のことばかり考えていると疲れるし、仕事の効率も悪くなる。お前の気分転換にもなると思うんだが、どうだ？
You'll exhaust yourself thinking about work all the time and make yourself less efficient at it too. It'd be a good... God, why did my brain not process that? It'd be a good change of pace for you. How about it? That reminds me, I did promise to come again last time I was there. I don't want to inconvenience him by coming all the time, though. After a lot of hesitation, I timidly asked him a question. Do you mind if I come?
来ていいに決まってるさ。子供たちもお前を気に入ったみたいだし、
Of course you
来て
can.
くれればきっと喜ぶ。
The kids seem to like you. I'm sure they'll be thrilled if you came. Okay, I was jokingly saying this game and Virtue Evermore are the same game, but he's a teacher. Like somebody I know. They did. It tickled me to hear him say that. Tojo could probably tell I felt down and was trying to cheer me back up. He always looked out for me, and he had the most human reaction of anyone in the Oniwa bond. We also traveled to Edo together for 10 days. Don't even speak of his name. I didn't say his name. I'm just saying he's a teacher like someone else we know. And we have an airheaded character who just wants to love us like someone else we know. He might be the easiest one for me to talk to, come to think of
寺子
it.
屋、俺と一緒に来るか？
Coming with me to the school? Sure. Touched by his thoughtfulness, I nodded and smiled. Dang, this looks like a boring school. After walking for a while, we arrived at the temple school not far from Tojo's house.
この間のお姉ちゃん
It's the nice lady from before!
また来てくれたんだ
It is! She came back! The children came running, filled with glee when they noticed us. Hi, guys! Surrounded by children in the blink of an eye, I could tell I was welcome here, which filled me with
ねえ
joy.
ねえ今日はお姉ちゃんが教えてくれるの
Are you teaching today?
本当何を教えてくれるの
You are? What are you gonna teach us? I looked over at Tojo for assistance, but he would just grinned.
子供たちに教えてみるか？
Wanna try teaching them, Leah? Like someone else I know? Wink, 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 wink.
いつもは個別に教えているが、今日は特別に全体で授業をしてもいいぞ。
I usually teach them one-on-one, but you could lead the entire class just for today. Absolutely not. I don't think there's anything a country bumpkin like me could teach the children of samurai.
そんなに気負う必要はない。この寺子屋には特に決まり事はないんだ。
No need to take it so seriously. We don't really have rules
教
here.
えるべきことを教えるんじゃなく、子供たちが知らないことを教えてやってくれ。
Teach the kids something they don't know, not what they're supposed to be taught. Something they don't know. Tojo said this jokingly, but he seemed to mean it.
子供たちも日々の息抜きでここへ来ているようなものだ。俺もたまに勉学と全く関係ないおもちゃを作ってやることもある。
Tojo's over here just whittling away. What the heck? They come here to take a breather from their lives too. Sometimes I make them toys that have nothing to do with
お前
learning.
が知っていることをただ教えてやればいい。きっとそれは子供たちのためになるはずだ。
Just teach them something you know. I'm sure it'll be beneficial to them.
もちろん俺も後ろで聞いているし、何かあればすぐに手助けもする。どうだやってみないか
I just pictured her like, all right, let me teach you all about human anatomy. And he's like, okay, we're done. I'll be in the back listening. If anything happens, I'll jump right in and give you a hand. So, want to give it a try? Gulp. Strangely enough, I actually did feel like giving it a brief try when he asked me like that. The children were all staring at me expectantly, as if throwing their support behind the idea too. I won't get many opportunities like this, so here goes. Got it, sure, if you don't mind. Tojo smiled gleefully when I agreed to do it.
よかった。助かるよ。
Great, appreciate it. The children were also delighted, innocently jumping up and down all around me. Something about it was really embarrassing. Now then, I need to focus if I'm going to be teaching the kids. Spur of the moment like this. What kind of class should I teach? Ooh. How to be self-sufficient, how to interpret emotions. Both of these sound terrible. What? I mean, this is what she can do, right? Alright then, why don't I try and show them how to interpret emotions? Nope, we're gonna load the other option just in case. You didn't get the sparkly lights when you did that. There it is, that's what we needed. Maybe a class about being self-sufficient. The only thing I could really boast about was my many years of experience living on my own, alone, in an abandoned shrine in the mountain where they treated me like I had leprosy. Since the children were all from influential samurai families, I knew for a fact that they'd never made their own rice. You never know what will happen in life. There's no harm in learning how to support yourself just in case. Alright then, today we're going to discuss how to be self-sufficient. Self-sufficient? I know what that means. It means you can get everything you need to survive on your own. That's right. You know your stuff. But what do you mean get everything on your own? Can't you just buy what you need at the store? You might think that because you live in Edo, but there may not be any stores if worse comes to worse. You'd be surprised how many regions don't have any. When you live somewhere like that, you have to grow your own crops and forage for vegetables and mushrooms in the mountains. As I continued explaining, the children expressed great interest in what I had to say. I glanced behind them and saw Tojo, who was listening, seemingly impressed, because I'm an independent girl who did have deliveries brought to her house, by the way. Like, that did happen. It naturally made me rather talkative. Edible plants grow in Edo, too. Take Canterworth, for example, which you can find growing on the side of the road. Yeah, another name for dandelions. Why didn't we just call it dandelions? Dandelions, a flower you find just about anywhere. After their yellow flowers have blossomed, they form a downy white fluff and cast their seeds into the wind. You can eat every part of a dandelion plant, the flowers, stems, leaves, and the roots. Is this true? Really? You can make salad with it, add it to soup. You can even dry the roots and make medicine. A milky white liquid comes out when you break the stalk, but no need to worry. It has no effect on the human body. Okay. The children's eyes were gleaming. I assumed this was because they just learned a new fact about plants they were very familiar with. Pleased, I continued explaining which other mushrooms and plants were edible. What do you do when you want to eat a fish? You go fishing. For like a Bob's Burgers. Nature Master. If you catch more than you can eat, you can use the extra fish to batter with others. I was absolutely terrible at fishing, so I primarily used traps to catch fish. In my case, I never had anyone to barter with either. Oh no, letting my thoughts wander reminded me of my past, and now I feel kind of sad. I made myself sad. I cast depression on myself. Just when I looked down at the ground.
すごいな。お前は。
You're amazing, Leah. Huh?
お前の授業は興味深い。お前がいれば、本当にどこでも生きていけそうな気がしてくる。
Your lesson was fascinating. I feel like I could live just about anywhere with you around.
お前は一見おとなしそうなのに、実はたくましいところもあるんだな。大したものだ。
You might seem meek at first glance, but you're actually pretty rugged. You're really something. I'm really not that. The unexpected compliment made me feel bashful. Still, I couldn't be happier. Thanks to him, I managed to forget how sad I felt just now. It's like jingling keys in front of a baby. Hey, look over here. With his help, I continued the lesson and pulled off being teacher for the day. The lesson also seemed to make the kids trust me because now that they were more fond of me than ever before. They're so genuine and adorable. Kids are great. I thought to myself as I watched the kids innocently having fun. Once class was finally over for the day, each child went back to their home. It was so quiet and still in the temple school, it was hard to believe how lively it had been from their squealing and laughter not long ago.
悪いな。片付けまで手伝わせちまって。
Sorry for making you clean up after them too. Don't worry, I'm doing this for my own accord. What would you like me to do with desk, by the way?
それなら軽く布巾で拭いてから部屋の隅に寄せておいてくれるか。
Could you wipe those down with a cloth and set them in the corner of the room? Sure thing. I thought back on today's class while we cleaned up together. It wasn't perfect by any means, but teaching for the first time was a nice breath of fresh air. It was also soothing to experience how genuine and pure kids can be. Kids are great.
子供っていいものだろ。
Aren't kids great? Huh? It took me by surprise because he said exactly what I had just been thinking. Can you read people's minds?
そんな便利な力はないさ。お前の顔を見ていれば、なんとなくわかる。
No, although that would be a convenient power to have. I could tell by the look on your face. Oh. I gave my cheek a pinch. Had no idea the look on my face would give away my thoughts. All I've done up until this point is interpret other people's emotions. Guess I should try not to make mine obvious
それ
too.
で、今日はどうだった？いい気分転換になったか？
What'd you think of today, by the way? Was it a nice change of pace? Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Kids' thread colors are so straightforward, and being around them really put me at ease. I feel so much
そ
better.
いつは何よりだ。
That's all that matters. When I saw Tojo smile, I suddenly realized he had been thinking of me when he asked me to step in. I'm sorry if I've giving you the wrong idea, but were you worried about me because the investigation stalled and I haven't been able to think about anything besides the case? I stared at Tojo, waiting for him to respond.
さて、どうだろうな。
Well, I'm not so sure about that. He dodged my question. Knowing how considerate he was, I was pretty sure that what had happened. In the end, Tojo's plan had been a success. Interacting with innocent children had taken a huge load off my mind. Tojo's a great guy. He's so kind and reliable. I was keenly aware of how fortunate I was to be on the same team as someone like him.
今日は師匠役を見事にやっ
We're
て
gonna
のけ
learn
て
why the little sparrow hates him in this episode. Leah, you did a fantastic job teaching today. Thank you. You helped out quite a bit though, Tojo. I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own.
謙遜するな。
Literally, I wouldn't have
初めて
ended
で
up
あ
here
れだけ
without
教え
you.
られれば上出来だ。
Don't be so modest. You did a lovely job keeping them all for your first try. Then he gave me a gentle pat on my shoulder as another way of saying it was a job well done. The warmth of his hand and the kind look in his eyes made me even happier. It makes me really happy to hear you say that. Here's to next time.
ああ、期待してるぞ。
Can't wait. Look at them. They smile the same way. Yeah. All right. Time to get cleaning my all too. Later on, after Tojo's pep talk, I gave cleaning my undivided attention with more enthusiasm than before. Looks like this is set up for school. I don't know why you would take them away. A few days after teaching a lesson at the temple
皆
school.
さんどうぞ召し上がってください。今日のお菓子は少し特別なんです。
Please help yourself, ladies. The treats I brought today are a tad special.
これはもしや近頃江戸で評判の有名店のお菓子では？
Are these from the famous shop everyone in Edo has been raving about
聞いた
recently?
話では人気がありすぎてすぐに売り切れてしまうため朝早くから並ばないと買えないとか。
I hear they've become so popular through word of mouth that they sell out almost instantly. You have to line up first thing in the morning. Wow, that's incredible. Look, she's in her kimono again.
今日のお茶会のために朝一番で奉公人に買ってきてもらったんです。私も一度食べてみたかったもので。
I sent a servant out first thing this morning to buy some for today's tea party. I wanted to try them for myself at least once. I was attending a tea party held by Mr. Tanba's wife, Chi, to gather intel as usual. Tojo and Tomonari must be dripping with sweat while out on patrol. I feel bad that I'm the only one having delicious tea and snacks. Questioning Tenchibo had led to some progress in our investigation of the Blightfall summoning Magatama. No matter how hard they pressed him, however, Tenchibo stubbornly insisted on one thing he didn't know. As such, all the Onioban could do was gather information while going about our normal duties. I need to do the best I can to pick up some intel. I thought this to myself while popping a snack into my mouth. Oh wow, these are delicious! Without even thinking, I blurted out. I glanced over at Chi in a panic at how childish I'd been.
喜んでもらえてよかったわ。まだありますから遠慮せず召し上がってくださいね。
Me, unable to control my enthusiasm for food. Classic. I'm glad you liked it. There's still plenty, so have as many as you like. Thank you so much. Saved by Chi being so easygoing. These tea parties had become fairly informal since the Tenchibo case. Although we maintained basic etiquette, we enjoyed our tea any which way we wanted. Today's tea party mostly consisted of the noblemen's wives idly gossiping. I was nodding along with a smile, listening intently because I wasn't sure what part of the conversation might contain key intel
そう
when.
そう。ところで
Oh, right, Leah. She pulled me into the conversation like she had just remembered something. The other ladies also turned their attention towards
息子
me.
から聞きましたよ。先日東條さんが開いている寺子屋であなたが師匠役になったそうじゃありませんか。
My son told me that you were teaching for a day at the temple school ran by Tojo. I didn't think about which families the kids were from, so the Tanban's son was there too? Yes, I was. I'm not sure I did a very good job, though.
とても興味深いことを教えてもらったと息子は喜んでいましたよ。
My son was very pleased. He said you taught him some very interesting
いつもの
things.
東條さんの指導もそうですが、あそこは反抗と違い子供の学ぶ意欲を刺激してくれるのがとてもありがたいんです。
Tojo's always does a great job instructing them. I'm very thankful that his school stoked my son's interest in learning where the domain school couldn't. Is that right?
東條さんはいい師匠です。息子も寺子屋をいつも楽しみにしています。
Yes, Tojo's a very good teacher. My son always looks forward to school. And to think he gave me a compliment. The other ladies seem very interested in our
東條
conversation.
さんの寺子屋の噂は以前から耳にしていましたけれど、そんなにいいところならぜひうちの子も通わせてみたいわ。
I've been hearing rumors about Tojo's temple school for a while. If it is that good, I'd love to send my son there
まだ
too.
空きはあるんでしょうか？
Are there still openings? I'm not sure. I'll ask Tojo
うち
soon.
の子ももう少し大きくなったら通わせてもらおうかしら。
Maybe I'll send my daughter there too when she's a little older. I'm sure he'd be delighted to know that you've all said about his school. I was thrilled and somewhat proud that they held him in such high
東條
regard.
さんは本当に働き者ですね。武家のお仕事だけでも大変でしょうに、寺
Just
子屋ま
out
で
of my
精力的に
way
頑張
so
っ
I
ている
can
なん
sit my
て。
controller down. Because if I sit my controller down on that, it will make my controller fall, and that is not the vibe I want. I don't want to have to chase after a controller while I'm crossing my legs, which I have a long skirt on, which could make crossing my legs a little more difficult today, but we'll find out. We'll get there. Worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. Boop, 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 boop. That was way too close. Tojo's such a hard worker. He must already have his hands full as a samurai, and yet he also hard at work running a temple school.
あんな殿方はなかなかいませんわ。その上、お顔立ちも整ってらして。ね。
Dang, girls, aren't you all married? Calm, simmer down. Just simmer down a little bit. I think you're thinking too much. Gentlemen like him are hard to come by. He's also quite handsome, don't you agree?
密かに思いを寄せているお嬢さんがいてもおかしくありませんね。浮いた噂の一つも聞かないのが不思議なくらいです。
I wouldn't be surprised if he did have a secret admirer. It's odd that I haven't heard one bit of gossip about him. Hearing that startled me. A woman with a crush on Tojo? I suppose someone out there must, although I've never thought about it before. I mean, he is a wonderful guy.
許嫁がいるという話も聞いたことがありませんし、将来はどうするおつもりなんでしょう。
I haven't heard any talk of him having a fiance either. I wonder what he has planned for the
あなたは
future.
何かご存知ありません？
Do you happen to know, Leah? The future? I was hard pressed for an answer since I never saw this topic coming. Did vessels like Tojo, who only was born to fight Blightfall, even experience love in the first place? Probably not. If his heart's been sealed away, being made hyper aware of it all over again made my heart ache like it was being
あな
squeezed.
たとならお似合いですのに。
You and Tojo would be a perfect match. I guess so. Wait, huh? What did she just
確
say?
かにお二人なら良い夫婦になりそうですね。いっそのことを本気で狙ってしまっては。
You'd certainly make a great couple. You might want to get a move on that sooner rather than later. Wink, 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 wink. Well, what does she mean, get a move on? And they think Tojo and I would be a good match? Despite how shocked and confused I felt, the conversation had began to grow quite
東
animated.
條さんは真面目な上に人柄が良くて、旗本だから将来も安泰じゃないですか？
He's earnest, has a lovely personality, also is a shogunate retainer, meaning your future would be in good
あな
hands.
たのようにおとなしい方には、ああいう引っ張ってくれそうな頼りがいのある殿方がお似合いだと思うのです。
A trustworthy gentleman who keeps you close would be perfect for someone as gentle as Yulia.
東條さんなら浮気もしなさそうですし、奥方をめとられたら大切にしてくれそうですものね。
I don't think he would cheat. Whew. I mean, yeah, that's a good quality in a person. He seems like the kind of man who will take good care of a woman he marries. He sure is a wonderful guy, but I really don't know that I'm the one for
あ
him.
ら、始める前から諦めることはありません。私たちも応援しますから。
We can't have you giving up before you even started. We're rooting for you.
自信を持ってくださいな。
Yeah, have some confidence in yourself. The ladies held their fist in front of them, their eyes gleaming. I just picture like the turning red when they're like, oh my god, cute! Judging by the color of their threads, their suggestions, this just out of curiosity and the goodness of their heart, but I wasn't used to talking about this sort of thing, so I was at a loss for what to do. My heart definitely skipped a beat or two around him, but I've never thought about him that way. It's true though, something like that would normally happen. I felt a strange ticklish sensation well up inside me, probably from thinking about it. But then I heard a blood-curdling shriek outside. What was that just now? The scream was immediately followed by a rumbling sound and a tremor that seemed like it might make the building collapse. Clearly something huge had
まさ
happened.
かまた天一坊事件の時のような恐ろしいことが。
I don't know if I'm giving Chi a bad rap, but she definitely has the face of someone who ends up murdering you in another life. Actually, do I know this artist? Who did the art for this? Because this art looks fairly familiar. Like the way those eyes are. Is this Collar X Malice artist? I think it might be. Because those eyes look so similar right now to when they go a little crazy in Collar X Malice. I can Google this. I can Google this. I have Google. Actually, I think I was trying to find this person's art. Because I was trying to find like their Twitter handle or something so I could post it along with my review on it. Nagaoka. Kami Naru Kimi 2, which is Kami Kimi or Becoming a God with You. And Clock 0. I don't know that artist then. I don't know. It doesn't say on here. I think I literally was trying to figure it out and I couldn't find it. Anyways, her eyes look very Collar X Malice. Do you think something dreadful might have happened? Like the Tenchibo case? The ladies looked outside nervously. What just happened? Guess I'll go check. Good morning. How are you, man? I'll go see what's happening out there. Please wait here since it's dangerous.
いけません。危険です。
You're working? Nice. I'm off today, so I'm enjoying not working. Absolutely not. You'll be in danger. I appreciate it, but I'll be fine. I'll just run away if necessary. I'll be right back. And with that, I dashed out of the house without waiting for her to respond. Goodbye, Chi. Good luck. I want to be off playing the new Avatar game. Oh, you're right. That did come out today. Problem is I don't like Avatar. Huff, 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 huff. I hurried over in the direction of the sound only to be greeted by a shocking sight. It's so good. I could give the game the benefit of the doubt, but I just never really liked Avatar's story. I hurried over in the direction of the sound only to be greeted by a shocking sight. Simmer down. A Blightfall was rampaging through town in broad daylight. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. No way. How can it be out in the middle of the day? Fortunately, there wasn't a single person around. It looked like everyone had fled as soon as the Blightfall appeared. It's like oh gosh. Crisis graphics and the best of both Division and Far Cry. I do like me some Division. And I do like the controls on Far Cry. Don't give it the credit of being like Final Fantasy though. Like that's super messed up. No one's as good as Final Fantasy. It's on its own level. There wasn't a single person around. It looked like everyone had fled as soon as they saw the Blightfall. I took cover so that the Blightfall wouldn't spot me and kept tabs on the situation. You would like it? Crisis. Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about like Crisis Core. Am I wrong? Wait a second. Nope. Oh, my bad. I took cover so the Blightfall wouldn't stop me and kept tabs on the situation. Whew. Looks like the Blightfall still doesn't realize I'm here. With all the commotion, Tojo and the rest should be here any second. I'll just sit here and keep an eye on things until they arrive. I held my breath while trying to soothe my racing heart, which was pounding wildly from nerves. Then I heard the faint sound of someone hurried footsteps. It was coming from the mansion where the Blightfall seemed to have spawned. The very next second, the door flew open. 2 people come running out in a hurry, the lady of the house and her servant. People were still trapped inside. The lady tumbled to the ground, having tripped over her own feet in her hurry to get away. Loser. When the Blightfall heard the noise, it turned its gaze on her and made fun of her as well. Oh no! I immediately ran from my hiding place and helped her back to her feet. Are you okay? A monster came out of nowhere. Yeah, I know. Please get out of here for now. That way, hurry! I handed the lady over to her servant, who was frozen with fear, and helped them escape. The Blightfall, meanwhile, hadn't moved a muscle. It was glaring at me, the only person left standing there, and clearly viewed me as prey. This isn't good. I was so preoccupied with helping her that I didn't think about what I'd do after. I wasn't strong enough to fight either. That said, there was no way I'd be able to run away when it already had me in its sights. In my extreme nervousness, I could feel a cold sweat run down my back. You're a little bit too high energy for me, guy. I think you need to calm down. All of a sudden, the Blightfall charged towards me while letting out a battle cry. I need to get out of here. I knew this in my head, but it also happened so fast that my body wouldn't listen. It's no use. The second this thought went through my mind, Leah! I realized Tojo was carrying me in his arms. Dude, this is Twilight again. Are you alright, Leah? Are you hurt? I'm fine. It dawned on me that Tojo had picked me up and jumped out of the way just in the nick of time. Tomonari also came running over shortly afterwards. Stay back, Leah. Just me specifically. The second those words left his lips, Tomonari slashed at the Blightfall without a moment's pause. The Blightfall defended itself from his attack with one of its feelers. Tojo put me back down on the ground, then immediately readied himself for battle so he could follow Tomonari's lead. The rest went as you might expect. As a team, the 2 of them mowed down one feeler after another, overpowering the Blightfall. Before long, the Blightfall's front was left defenseless, its mass exposed. Tomonari swung his blade without a second of delay. Man, look at those eyes. So pretty. This one's surprisingly sturdy. Did you hurt your eye? Our attacks are working though. Keep hacking away. Got it. Do I need to find the thread? Where's the thread? Frightened by their onslaught, the Blightfall attempted to attack them one more time with its feelers, but there was no stopping the 2's momentum. I watched the battle for a little while from a little ways away. They're so in sync. Guess it all works out after all. Hiya! Meanwhile, one of Tomonari's blows had stopped the Blightfall in its tracks for a brief second. Now, Kunitaka. You got it. This time, it was Tojo answering Tomonari's cry, swinging his sword at the Blightfall's mask. Take that! However... What the? To his surprise, the Blightfall evaporated like a mirage, just short of him dealing the finishing blow. Why did it disappear like that? After checking that the Blightfall had vanished completely, Tojo and Tomonari seized their swords. I recall seeing one vanish like this before. Why do I continue to find more visual novels, more games, and a longer backlog? Listen, I think I've said this more than once, right? Like this game I just beat, so it's no longer in my list, but I have like 5 games over here waiting to be played, and then I bought 2 more. I have Pio4, Bustafilla, Charade Maniacs, unopened, I might add. Most of these I buy pre-owned though. Dairoku, Olympia Soiree. I've got Variable Barricade. Oh my god, is there anything else? Is that it? Is that all of them, please? I have Rhapsody, which this is not an Otomi game, by the way. This is just one of my favorite games from my childhood. And it was actually the first game I streamed was the original. And this is 2 and 3, which was never released in the US, but they finally released it in the US. I also have Mole, which I do plan on playing sometime this month because I want to just play it. There's another game I was told to play called Pizza Possum, and you are a possum who collects pizza. And I feel like it's going to have a similar vibe to being a mailman who happens to be a mole. Goodness, is there anything else over here that I haven't finished yet? No. Well, Jack and Jean. Literally last night, I was on Instagram and I saw a video of a hot fictional character. It was like game devs. I found 2 more visual novels because of them. There's too many. Like gosh. This thing is like, it takes a while, right? Because it's like reading a book. This is like reading a book. And there's a lot of words to be read. Just trying to start a review, like doing reviews on this, there was that one. I found 3 or 4 games just from like getting voice actors other roles for Virtue Evermore. Like, I want every single game that had Anku voices because he's got such a good voice. A Date with Death full game came out. It comes out. Dude, I don't know if you can hear that. That's my stomach growling. What the heck? That was so loud. A Date with Death full game comes out in a couple hours. Is that on Xbox or Switch? Hang on. I'll look this one up. A Date with Death makes me think of A Date with Markiplier. Like, it just sounds like a joke almost. A Date with Death. Death. Oh, that guy's cute. Coming to Steam soon. How much is it? Oh my god. Should I buy this? I'm already playing this one. It's free to play. Dude, should I install this game and start playing it? Oh wait, I get to create my own character? Dude. Say less. Okay, fine. I'll install it and then maybe I'll can my game console handle this? Can it handle installing this? And decorate your room too? That sounds hot. Let me open Steam. I'll open Steam really quick and see. Store. I'm just making sure it doesn't do anything crazy to me. I actually had to steal my sister's Steam account. She's fine with this. It was like the day before my there is a DLC expansion for $6.99. I don't know what that means. Add to your wish list, I guess, since it won't let me. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, today is that time. Add to my wish list, I guess, my guys. It won't let me download it. All right, well, I'll install it for now when it lets me. It's not letting me install it yet. I don't have a Steam account. I always get my visual novel games from Ichiro. I don't even know what that is. But once it goes live, I'll install it. We'll see. I could play A Date with Death. I love the idea. What a concept. I would love to go on a date with the devil or death itself, whichever one. Watch it be Death's Door, but just with dating. The Grim Reaper instead. That'd be fun. Alrighty. Itch.io got a lot of visual novels. But are they legit? Because I like to support people, which is why I buy the games or borrow them from my best friend, who I'm honestly, it's the 7th of December. I don't think I'm going to finish this before Christmas, if I'm being honest. Horror games. Ooh. There is a Tokyo something, something, something like, oh gosh, the Coma. There's one too. All devs got their own itch.io pages. Interesting. I'll have to look that page up then. I also saw that Tempest, the game you told me about, has like an expansion coming soon, or had an expansion just drop, one or the other. All right. Back to where we were. Since I can't download a Date with Deaths right now. That's exactly what happened when Tenchibo summoned the Blightfall. I approached the two of them wary of my surroundings. Great job, you two. And Tojo, thank you so much for rescuing me earlier when I was in
い
danger.
や、お前が無事でよかった。でもなぜこんなところにいたんだ？
I'm so glad you're safe. Why were you even here, though? Well, I wasn't able to get away after helping. I wasn't able to get away after helping the lady who lived in the house escape. There wasn't much else I could say since it was technically the truth, but I felt pathetic saying it out
な
loud.
るほど、人助けか。お前らしいといえばらしいが、自分が逃げそびれては元も子もないだろう。
Tojo, I'm not sure I believe you. Helping others, were you? That does sound like something you'd do, but we would have lost everything if you'd failed to escape.
これからはちゃんと自分の身の安全も考えて行動しなきゃダメだよ。わかった？
You need to act with your own safety in mind from now on, understand? They're not wrong. I was only saved this time because Tojo and Tomonari intervened. I'll be more careful. Sorry for making you worry. After hearing me reflect on my actions, they both smiled kindly. I looked back at the spot where the Blightfall had vanished. If the Blightfall you just fought is the same as the one from Tenchibo's case, does that mean someone summoned it?
わからない。情
Does
報が
that
少
also
なすぎ
mean there
る。
was a mark we could have, like,
ただ同じ
saw?
ような消え方をしたところを見ると、その可能性も否定できないが。
Not sure. We don't have enough information. Hard to deny the possibility after seeing it vanish the same exact way, though.
でもあの時のヨイカほど大きくなかったね。動きも少し速くて身軽な感じだった。
It wasn't nearly as big as the Blightfall from before. It was also quicker and lighter on its feet.
ああ、何にせよ、人為的なものを感じる。きな臭いな。
Just to be clear, I would assume all Blightfall are rather unnatural. Just for the record, I have lotion I'm putting on my bad knee. It helps with the pain. Either way, it feels very unnatural. Something's up here. What really happened? It's making me kind of uneasy. In case I haven't told this story recently to people who are here, I tore my ACL in 2017, I think, and I had surgery, but my knee still has pain. She's just a painful girl. She has days where she just doesn't like anything, and when I cross my legs for too long, my knee will go a little numb, and then it will start to hurt afterwards, which is not ideal. A lukewarm wind blew through, as if it were trying to drive away the premonition in the pit of my stomach. Poetic. Several days after a Blightfall appeared in Samurai Town in broad daylight, we discussed the current situation over at the Oniwabon base. The gathering included Kyoshiro, Kyuga, Yoichi, as well as Tojo, Tomonari, and myself for a total of 6 people. It seems like there was a reason the Castletown duo was here too, even though the incident occurred in Samurai Town.
お前たちも知っての通り、最初の個体を皮切りに、
Kyoshiro.
ここ数日の間、武家町で立て続けに良いかが出現するようになった。
As you already know, the first Blightfall was only the beginning. Several days ago, another one made an appearance in Samurai
これま
Town.
での良いかとは異なり、白昼堂々と現れるのが特徴だ。
I hit a button. I didn't mean to. I was trying to set my controller down.
済んだことは仕方が。
I hit auto on, bro. You better calm down. It's fairly unique compared to other Blightfalls we've seen in that it appeared in broad daylight. We should have taken down the one that got away in the beginning. What's done is done.
それより何らかの方
More
策を
importantly, we
講じ
need
る
to
必要
focus
がある。
on working out a plan. Rude of this. I'm just trying to again cross my leg after putting lotion on my knee because now my knee doesn't hurt as bad. Alright. Although it does take a couple minutes for it to actually work, but whatever. What's done is done. More importantly, we need to focus on working out a plan.
しかし厄介ですね。
Look at these
とど
boys.
めを誘うにも蜃気楼のように消えてしまうとなると
This is in proper order. It'll be that guy next, and then that guy. A tough ask. What are we to do when they just vanish into thin air before we can land the finishing
俺
blow?
たちは実際戦ったことないけど、そんなやつどうやって倒せばいいわけ？
Genjiro and I haven't actually fought one before. How do you even take down a Blightfall like that? I also find it odd that they only appear in Samurai Town.
状
It's as
況
if
から
it's
考
like a
えれ
plot
ば、
point
天一坊の
for
時と同
Samurai
じで、
Town.
誰かが呪物で召喚していることは間違いないと思う。
Given the circumstances, it's clear someone is summoning them, just like Tenchibo did.
武家町ばかりが狙われるのも、下手人が何かの目的を持ってそうさせている可能性が高いね。
The fact that Samurai Town is the only area being targeted means there's a strong possibility the culprit has some kind of motive
し
behind
か
all
も狙わ
this.
れるのは大抵有名な武家の屋敷と来たものだ
Most of the houses being targeted also belong to famous samurai families.
襲われた屋敷が破壊されるのはまだマシな方中には歌人や大名本人が重傷を負わされたところまである
Ooh, I forgot to check how many chapters each of these stories have. Houses being destroyed are the least of their problems. Family members, even the daimyo, are still inside when the mansions are under attack and are gravely injured.
人死にが出るのも時間の問題かもね。
It's probably only a matter of time before there are casualties.
近頃では恐怖に耐えきれず子供を連れて屋敷から避難してしまった奥方もいるらしい
A few of the wives were so terrified they took their children and evacuated their
ま、
homes.
それもうなずけるよね。次は自分の家が襲われるかもって思ったら、おちおち寝てもいられないし。
I can see that. Hard to sleep when you're worried your house might be next. Everyone's uneasy. Hopefully we can take care of this quickly.
出現の仕方がこれまでと違うこともこちらにとっては不利な条件だ。
The fact that they spawn differently from other Blightfall we've seen before puts us at a distinct disadvantage.
良いかの出現を予測しづらいせいでお庭番の到着がどうしても遅れてしまうことがありますからね
It's difficult to predict when they might appear, meaning the Oniwaban will sometimes be late getting there no matter what we do.
その上、別の場所で同時に複数出現することすらありますし、単独の犯行でないことは確かです。
That and multiple could appear in different places at the same time. This clearly isn't the handiwork of a lone wolf.
敵は何人いるのか何が目的なのか今の段階では不明なことが多すぎる
Multiple enemies, no idea what their motivation is. At this point in the investigation, there are far too many unknowns.
おまけに良いかが昼夜を問わず出現するしで武家町は混乱状態だ早く手を打たないと
To make matters worse, Samurai Town is in chaos because Blightfall have been spawning day and night. We need to take measures against this and quick.
ああ。だがどんな手を打つにせよ今はとにかく人手がいる。そこで助っ人を呼んだというわけだ。
True. Regardless of what measures we take, we could use some additional manpower. That's why I've called in both of you as backup.
はあ、命令なら仕方ないし、手伝ってあげる。
I don't have a choice since it's an order, sir. I'll help. Yorichi, you are so...
最善を尽くそう
I'll do the best I can. With Samurai Town in a state of emergency due to the concentration of Brightfall appearances there, Kyuga and Yorichi came to assist us back up. Kinji and Otaru, in addition to Miyagi, took turns watching over Castletown while they were away from their posts. That's what you call teamwork. I love that I can feel this camaraderie. I thought back to when I lived entirely on my own and was overcome with gratitude for having teammates. It's very reassuring to know you'll be assisting us. Thank you both in advance for your help. Yorichi promptly scolded when I offered him my things.
暑苦しい。
You're so rude. Is it stuffy in here or what? What?
陽一すまないこちらこそよろしく頼む
You know, for someone with his emotions locked away, you have some snippety remarks. Just saying. Yoriichi, my apologies. We appreciate your help as well. Hyuga bowed his head politely after chiding Yoichi. It hasn't been like this since I first came to Edo. Almost kind of takes me back. I hadn't interacted with other groups much since being assigned to Samurai Town, so it was honestly a breath of fresh air. He might have been a bit impolite, but I kind of like how lively it is around here. I quietly brought this thought up to Tojo, who was sitting next to me. He smiled with delight
そうだ
too.
なせっかく頼もしい助っ人が来てくれたんだからもっと前向きにならないとな
True. We should be positive since we got some very trustworthy people here to help. I'd seen Tojo with a grave expression quite a bit over the last few days, probably because he felt probably because we let the first Blightfall get away. It was an unusual look for him. He seemed much more cheerful when looking at Hyuga, though. I'm glad he's cheered up a bit. As a vessel, he didn't really have those kind of ups and downs, but it did worry me to see him looking blue. In that sense, I was very thankful for Yoichi and Hyuga's
源
assistance.
十郎がいてくれれば心強い鬼に金棒だな
Having you around is greatly reassuring, Genjiro. You'll be helped.
そうだろうか大げさではないか
You think so? A bit of an exaggeration, no?
俺は大げさだとは思わないぞ
I don't think
それに
so.
もちろん余一も頼りにしてる来てくれて助かるよ
I'll be counting on you. You too, Yoriichi. Thank you for coming to help.
はいはいそれはどうも
Yeah, you're welcome.
本気なんだがな
I mean it, though. It sounded like Tojo was cracking a joke, but I could tell he really did trust Yoriichi. He seems to trust Hyuga a lot more, though. It was kind of heartwarming seeing the trust in his eyes when he looked at Hyuga. You have a lot of faith in Hyuga, don't you?
まあな俺と源十郎は同じ年に彦として目覚めたんだ
Oh.
それもあって親近感が湧くのかもしれない
Where's your charms? I want to know. Is his the sword? I think his is the sword. And I think yours is that cigarette box. Guess so. Genjuro and I were awakened as vessels at the same year. That's probably why I feel kinship with him.
私が目覚めた数ヶ月後に国高が目覚めたのだったな。そういった理由からなのか、表向きは私の方が年上ということになっている。
He was wakened a few months after me. I suppose that's why I'm older than Kunitaka on paper.
それくらい誤差の範囲
Is
なん
it
だろ
Otuki? Makes a little mouthy thing. A few months hardly counts.
だが、先に目覚めたのは事実だ。
But it's true, I was awakened first. I laughed quietly watching them go at it.
ん何がおかしいんだ
What's so funny? I'm sorry, I just sound so much like brothers. I couldn't help myself. Do you even know what brothers sound like, girl? You're an only child. They must not have expected me to say that. Tojo and Hyuga looked at each other puzzled.
そんなことを初めて言われたな
No one's ever said
で
that
もそう
before.
か
But brothers, huh?
きょ
Although surprised, Tojo didn't seem to dislike it. Kyuga was also smiling slightly. Seeing their reaction made them look even more like brothers to me, despite the fact they looked nothing alike. After a little while, I went to the veranda by myself. Despite having discussions about it, we ended up going our separate ways without deciding on a concrete course of action. And what we settled on was the next time a Blightfall spawned, we were to rush to the scene, play it by ear, and take the opportunity to gather as much information as we could. In other words, no different from what we were going to do before. Wing it. Winging it means I'll really have to think on my feet. I know I won't get specific instructions without a plan in place, but what should I do? This'll be hard. Chirp! Komame's chirp of protest snapped me back to my senses. Sorry, hang on just a little bit longer. I was so wrapped in my own thoughts that I had paused in the middle of giving Komame getting Komame's rice ready. When I went back to prepping her food, Komame hopped down the veranda, chirping like that had brightened her back up. She's so cute. You love rice, don't you, Komame? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right, I'm pretty sure we have some extra spinach too. Would you like some? Sure. You don't want any? You'd rather have rice? Yeah. Chirp, chirp! This is the only character that matters. While I smiled fondly at Komame and her spirited response, I was thinking about the Blightfall. Once I'm done feeding her, I think I'll head back out and gather intel. Maybe I'll find something useful. Just then, I saw someone from inside the house coming towards me.
Yo.
Hey, Lee. Oh, Tojo. This was a bit of a surprise, since the Onowaban hardly ever came here except to give their reports.
隣いいか
Mind if I sit next to you? Of course, you're welcome to.
じゃあちょっと失礼
Excuse me then. Komame hid behind me when Tojo sat down. I looked back over at Tojo, smiling with a strained amusement at Komame's reaction to him. You hardly ever come here. Did something happen? Oh, was there something else you needed to pass along from the discussion we had earlier? I asked, wondering. Tojo shook his head.
別にそんなんじゃないさ強いて言えばお前の顔を見に来たってところだ
Nothing like that. If you must know, I came here to see you. Oh, did you? Me?
ああこの間のこともあるしいろいろと気にしてるんじゃないかと思ってな
I figured with everything that happened recently, you probably had a lot on your mind. Apparently, he'd come to check on me. He might have just been looking out for me as an Oniwaban colleague, but it still made me genuinely happy that he cared about me. Thank you so much. It's definitely been challenging dealing with the Blightfalls, but I've been doing just fine otherwise. Everyone's so kind to me. I need to pull myself together and be someone you can all rely on too. A strained smile crossed his lips when I gave him enthusiastic response.
いやお前は十分しっかりしてるさむしろ俺はお前がしっかり者なのをいいことに
She's like a middle
放っておいちまっ
child.
た
You're plenty reliable already. In fact, we've been ignoring you because you're so
ほ
dependable.
らお前を江戸に連れてきてから仕事関係以外で特に暮らしに関しては気を使ってなかっただろ
We haven't been paying much attention to anything besides work since bringing you to Edo, especially not your living situation. No need to worry about that. I'm actually living much more comfortably than I ever did when I lived in the mountains by myself. I'm very grateful.
そうかならよかった何かあれば遠慮せず言えよ
My living situation bad? Tell me. Tell me, Tojo. Really? Well, good. If you ever need anything, just speak up. Will do. He's such a nice guy. Sure. Komame popped up out of nowhere, perhaps drawn in by the friendly and relaxed vibe between us, and looked me in the face.
こまめも元気にしてるかん
Oh, how have you been, Komame? Doing good? This little bird hates chirp chirp. The second Tojo reached out to her, Tomame chirped menacingly at him from behind. Hey, Komame! I hurriedly scooped Komame up. She would have attacked him if I hadn't.
嫌われたもんだな
Man, she hates me. Despite laughing, Tojo looked a bit disheartened as he pulled his hand away.
やっぱりダメか俺に対してはいつもこうなんだよな
I should have known. She always acts this way towards me. Tojo looks so sad. Komame seemed to have zero interest in him, preening herself in my hands. Well, I've got a long road ahead of me here. Hoping to persuade her otherwise, I brought her up to eye level in my hands. Don't be like that, Komame. You owe him your life, you know. She looked the other way like I chided her. Like she understood what I was saying. Oh, Komame, why do you hate him so much?
理由なら分かってるこいつを保護してすぐの頃
Is
怪我
Komame
の
a
治療をしてや
spirit?
ったんだ
Oh, I know why. I treated her wounds just after taking her into my care.
毎日薬草をせっせと塗ってやっていた だがこの薬草がよく効く反面、まあ染みてかなり痛い。
I made sure to apply a salve to them each and every day, although it's very efficient, the salve stings.
それを続けた結果、こまめの中で俺のことは痛いことをしてくる嫌なやつと認識されちまったってわけだ。
Day after day of that, she learned to recognize me as the guy who does things that hurt her. Really? After everything you did to help her recover?
スズメには薬だとか治療だとかわからないだろうからな。
Sparrows don't know what salves or treatments are.
また痛いことをされるんじゃないかって
Yeah, but she
警
knows
戒
what the
され
word
るのも仕
rice
方ない。
means, so can't help that she's wary if she thinks that I'll do something else to hurt her. Despite saying there was nothing he could do, he still seemed a bit disappointed. I could see where Komame was coming from, but I also felt bad leaving Tojo to mope because she hated him so much. Isn't there something I can do? I'd love to fix her bad impression of him, at the very least. But she's an animal, so she doesn't understand words. Oh. Just then I remembered the bag of rice I placed on my lap. Rice, Komame's favorite food. If all goes well, Komame and Tojo might get along better. Which strategy should I try? Nope. Just kidding. That's not the choice I went with. Those were not green. How about I have Tojo give her some rice? It might not work instantly, but she might eventually warm up to Tojo if he gives her rice every single day. Tojo, I had a thought just now. Then I quickly explained the idea that had just occurred to me.
そう都合よくいくか？お前が来るまでは俺が餌をやってたが、全然懐かなかったぞ。
Do you think it'll work? I was the one who fed her before you came along, Leah, but she never warmed up to me. Maybe, or maybe she'll react differently this time. Why not give it a try?
まあ、お前がそこまで言うなら。
If you insist. Thank you. Let's hurry up and give it a shot. I handed Tojo the bag.
こまめ、米だぞ。
Komame, look, I've got rice. He gently offered her some. That's the look of indecision if I've ever seen it. Chirp! Although wary of her mortal enemy, Komame seemed to recognize he had rice, her absolute favorite food, in his hand. Chirp! Chirp, chirp, chirp. I could tell she was conflicted, scared of him, but also keen on eating the rice. Although wary, she eventually approached him with caution. If this keeps up, she might even eat the rice out of his hand. Tojo also watched her expectantly, but then... Chirp! Ow, 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 ow. Out of nowhere, Komame started fiercely pecking at Tojo's hand. Komame, stop that! She continued pecking at his hand, paying no heed to my call for restraint. It seemed like Komame was trying to make him let go of the rice because she absolutely did not want to eat it out of his hand. She really hates his guts. I'm almost impressed.
わかったから、米は離すからもうつかないでくれ。
Okay. I'll let go of the rice, just don't peck me. Komame's painful attack made Tojo admit defeat and set the rice on the floor. Chirp, 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 my food, chirp, chirp. But this didn't quite quell her anger. Komame was now hurtling across the veranda. People didn't visit the base often, but she could get hurt if someone stepped on her by accident. I can't let her keep wreaking havoc. I stood up and slowly approached Komame. Komame, be a good girl and come back over here. Panicking, I attempted to capture her, but she nimbly evaded me. The second I tried to pivot in the other direction, my foot slipped. Oh. It was my fault for going overboard. I fell backwards head first. In this position, I couldn't even put my hands out to brace myself. I'm gonna hit my head on the ground. The moment that thought crossed my mind... Watch out!
おい、大丈夫だったか?
To be a girl in a Tomy game that's so clumsy that I fall that a guy has to save my life. Oof. Are you okay? Yeah. I wasn't sure what had just happened, but I had apparently avoided whacking my head against the ground. He saved me. I only spaced out for a brief second before realizing the situation I was in, which left me all shook up. Dun-la-la-la-la. Oh. Oh. Oh, this was not... No. No, that was not... This was not the direction I thought that was going in. I'd fallen onto my back and was laying on the floor, and for some reason, Tojo was sitting on top of me. An onlooker would have thought he was pinning me down. What's going on? Why is he on top of me? How did this happen? Logically, we must have landed in this position by accident when I slipped and Tojo tried to help me. Right, keep it cool. Literally just saw the CG 2 days ago. Did you imagine that this was the situation that brought upon this? Me clumsily pivoting and falling onto my back? Because that was the one. No. Keep it cool. He's just watching out for me. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. I'm in a safe place. Keeping cool was all but impossible while in this position, though. I can't. This is so embarrassing. Tojo showed concern for me while remaining in that risky pose, paying no heed to the inner turmoil I was going through.
間一髪だったな。
That was a close
頭は打っ
call.
てないか?
Did you hit your head? My head. I only just realized when he mentioned it. Huh, is that a hand under my head? He'd kept me from hitting my head by cupping it in his hand. Wow, his hands are so big. Girl, you need to reel it in. Focus. Wait a second. I'm sorry. Did it
まあ
hurt?
多少はな。でもお前が頭を打つのに比べればどうってことはないさ。
Although his hand is like as big as her head. That's intense. But his face also looks the same shape. Oh, you and the other streamer, the one who bullied me about Tenchibo being my husband, because he is going to be your husband. He's a man after a person. He knows what he wants. He will give you what you want. You will never work a day in your life. I mean, it's a win-win. And if you're not interested in them, it sounds like he's going to get other wives anyways, so it's fine. He'll be fine. Wah, that's so mean. We're on the same route. Well, the thing is this her least favorite route or their least favorite route? I actually don't know the person. That was rude of me to assume. It's not like Otome games are heavily marketed to the females or anything like that. It's not like it's a choose your own dating sim kind of thing. I would never. I picked him because he's my least favorite of the game. So he's my first one. Alright. Just a little. Nothing to worry about compared to you hitting your head.
それにしてもお前、すごい体勢から足を滑らせたな。いきなりだったから驚いたぞ。
You lost your
足首はひねっ
footing
てないか?
from a pretty impressive stance. Took me by surprise because it happened out of nowhere. You didn't break your neck, did you? Imagine she has a broken neck right now. They were upset about the other boys being locked routes, but they actually like them. I mean, to be fair, the whole reason there is like 6 different guys, on average, is because everyone has their own taste, everyone likes their own things. So he's someone's type, he's just not mine. Plus, I mean, he's got like definitely a 6-pack. He's got a very showy top on. Like, he is showing them abs. He's like, look at my body. So, I mean, he's confident in that front. He's just not my favorite. I just like guys with long hair who love only me. Who love only me. I like the tsunderes. I'm fine, I think. His face was so close to mine, I couldn't look directly at him. I could feel my cheeks getting hot, too. Your face is...
顔が赤くないか？まさか熱があるんじゃ。
Your face is pretty red. You're not running a fever, are you? No, it's just that this position is,
体勢？
position? Tojo looked down at both of us, curious.
ああ、なるほど。気づかなくて悪かったな。頭、いいか？
I like his personality, even though he's not my husbando. I will actually date him. Right. Because in reality, a guy like this is a great guy to date. Someone who's caring, who likes animals, who likes kids. That's a great person. I just don't like his short hair. That's about it. I just don't like his short hair. Gosh. Maybe it's not even his hair being short. I just think I don't like his haircut. I don't like his haircut. But imagine if his hair looked like Anku's right now. Gorgeous. Yorichi and Kinji, my true husbandos in this game. Kinji is the one I'm planning to play second to last because he's voiced by Seaweed Head, who is my favorite person in the world. Alright, sorry, I didn't realize. Is your head okay? Yeah, I am sorry. This is my bad. When I lifted my head, Tojo removed his hands and slowly made to get up right at that moment. Chirp! Oh my goodness, look at her. She's full screen in it. The moment I heard Tokomame's gallant cheeping, Tojo stumbled forward and fell on top of me. I felt something soft on my lips. Girl, huh? Wow. Impromptu kiss. I didn't expect this. For a second, I didn't quite comprehend what had happened. Tojo's lips were touching mine. Once I had grasped the situations, my cheeks grew even hotter. My bad. My bad. Tojo realized right away this time and pulled himself away.
その、なんだ。小豆が頭にぶつかってきたもので。
Yeah, you see, Komame hit me in the head. Did she?
とどめを刺そうとしたのかもな。
She was probably trying to deliver the finishing blow. She got you good. I was so rattled that I had responded audibly. Did we just kiss? My heart rate instantly picked up when I became aware of what just happened all over again. I knew it was just an accident soon. Even so, I was majorly losing my cool because it was my first kiss ever. A bumpkin who lived in the mountains and was treated like terribly, have never. No way. What do I do now? Isn't that something only couples do? Couples? Calm down. You're spiraling. You're spiraling, okay? You can accidentally kiss. It doesn't mean anything. I suddenly reminded of the conversation that I'd had at the tea party the other day with the ladies that said that would be a good match. I should go after him. I shook my head, flustered. It's not like this was between us, but what they said and the kiss we'd share, well, were the catalyst that made me extremely self-conscious around him. I was convinced those kinds of things would never happen to me, and honestly, they still aren't happening to me because he's a vessel with his emotions locked, and if he ever got his feelings back, they'd kill him. So honestly, I should probably not be having these kind of thoughts towards somebody, and just because he's the first guy who's ever really talked to me doesn't mean that I'm supposed to change this into a romantic kind of relationship. There's no way I could have known it would all come crashing down around me at once.
いい天気だな。
He's blushing. The weather's nice today. Is it really? There was an awkward tension in the air. I could tell he was worried about me, which made it even more unbearable. Why'd Komame have to go and do something weird like that? I cast a resentful glare at Komami's direction since she caused this mess, but the person bird in question didn't seem to care at all. Chirp, chirp! She was pecking at the rice scattered on the floor rather cheerfully, probably because she had dealt a solid blow to her arch nemesis. This little bird's gonna murder somebody someday. Chapter 5! Chapter 4 was pretty small. Oh, wait. Is there a possibility of a bad ending if you don't choose the options he likes? Oh god, how many routes are there? Several days had gone by since we'd last talked. Multiple Blightfall have appeared in the meantime, and to our chagrin, all of them had gotten away. Unable to come up with an effective plan, the Onuaban had fallen far behind. Everyone felt the same sense of urgency. Next time there might be casualties. Hence, as of yesterday, I was tasked with doing inspections to proactively seek out clues about the Blightfall in addition to gathering intel. There, I was patrolling Samurai Town with Tojo and Tomonari, looking for signs a Blightfall might appear, as well as anyone who looks suspicious.
この辺りは人通りがほとんどないね。
Not much foot traffic here, is there? Not really. Ever since Blightfall started turning up, people have been cooped up inside or have taken refuge
壊
elsewhere.
された屋敷もそのままになっているし、家人が留守の間に盗賊が入るかもしれない。
Nothing's been
その
done
あたりも
about the
警戒
damaged
しないとな。
mansions. So thieves might break in even when people are home. That's why we gotta patrol the area. Really? I looked away from Tojo, who was strolling ahead of me. Ever since we kissed, I'd been too embarrassed to look him directly in the eye. It was just a coincidence, an accident, not something I should let bother me forever. As hard as I tried to convince myself, not letting it bother me was easier said than done. Anytime I was inadvertently reminded of the feeling of his lips touching mine, how warm they were, his large hand on the back of my head, I was left absolutely rattled. I'm glad Tojo and I are on a patrol alone together. We should be able to have fairly normal conversation as long as Tomonari joins in. Tomonari's like, see ya. I have been, or at least I think so. I peeked over at Tojo. I never gave it much thought before, but he does have a very handsome, manly face. Come to think of it, weren't the ladies at the tea party gushing about that? Yeah, but his hair. It's just not my type. Looking at him was making my heart pound wildly, so I immediately averted my gaze. If he were a normal man, then maybe. I stopped my train of thought there. I'm such an idiot. He's a vessel. Even if he did hold a special place in my heart, it'd just be dead end. It'd be a dead end anyways. Vessels didn't have hearts since they were born to take down Blightfall. Just because I couldn't stop thinking about him didn't mean anything would come of it. Maybe I was just misinterpreting how I felt about him because I was so shaken up by our kiss. If I can't get this off my mind, it might end up interfering with our mission. That would be a huge inconvenience to everyone around me. I swept my messy emotions under the rugs, mentally berating myself. I've gotta pull myself together. I can't hold everyone else back at a crucial moment like this. Gotta make sure I stay out of my own head. We're just teammates. We're just co-workers.
No. Oi.
Leah? Huh? Tojo had looked back at some point and was now staring at me with
一人で
concern.
何かブツブツ言っていたが、どうかしたのか？
You've been muttering something to yourself. What's up? God damn it. Apparently, I've been saying my thoughts out loud without even realizing it. That was close. It doesn't seem he heard what I was saying, at least. No, as a matter of fact, I'm perfectly fine. I was so rattled that I gave a very strange response.
なんか変な答え方。
That's a weird way to answer his question. No, it's not. It's totally normal.
そうか。
Sure.
ところでお前に確認してもらいたいんだが、この辺りに残留思念らしきものは残っていないか？
Could you check over there and see if there's anything that looks like an emotional imprint to you? Oh, by the way, I have like 4 bruises on my arm. I don't even know how I got them at this point. I move boxes around at my job, so I don't know if that's when I got them, but they're not as bright as they were in the bathroom. I'm assuming just because the lights are more cool toned in here. But I was just like, dang, that's a lot of little bruises. What did I do? by the way, could you check? Oh, sure. Emotional imprints. That's my job. That's why I'm here. I look at threads and emotional imprints and emotions, which you don't have. And I don't kiss boys. And this isn't good. I need to focus on the mission. I excelled and changed emotional gears. This isn't good. I need to focus on the mission. I don't see anything of the sort here.
やはりそう簡単に手がかりはつかめないか。
Guess it won't be easy finding leads. Sorry. I might have found at least a lead if I were more capable. After having that thought, I found myself
お前
apologizing.
が謝ることじゃないだろ
Nothing you need to apologize for. Wait. A strange silence fell over the three of us. This is so awkward. Tomonari looked at Tojo and I puzzled.
ねえ、何かあったの？
Did something happen between you two? He didn't do anything. I responded to his question purely by reflex before I even realized what I was doing.
されてないって何を？
What didn't he do exactly? Crap. Slip of the tongue. Tomonari was just asking if anything had happened. The way I answered it just begged for some kind of bizarre misunderstanding. I misspoke. I meant to say it was nothing. Even I could tell I was a terrible liar, or at the very least, a terminally bad actress. However,
何もないならいいけど。
oh, good. Glad nothing's wrong. To my surprise, Tomonari gave up without a fight. Wait, what? Did I seriously trick him with my hammy acting? Thank God Tomonari is so innocent and pure. What a sweet boy. The three of us continued patrolling, chatting, but not quite on the same page. Oh, my stars.
この辺りはどうだ
What about over here, Leah? Let me see. I don't see anything out of the ordinary
怪し
here.
い人影も見当たらないね。
No signs of anyone suspicious either. We were looking for clues about Blightfall, but we were really just grasping at straws. One characteristic of Blightfall summoned using cursed objects was that they didn't leave any traces, meaning I wasn't much use. What did I just hit? How do we deal with Blightfall that appear out of nowhere? The people of Samurai Town can't live peacefully like this. Feeling a bit blue, I looked down at the ground. And Tojo gave me a quick pat on the head. I looked up to find his kind eyes looking down at me.
そう思い詰めた顔をするな。手がかりがないものは仕方ない。相手はそれだけ手強いってことだ。
Don't be nice to me, Tojo. I'm still not over it. I am Kamame now. I do not want your attention and or touch. Don't look so torn about it. Not your fault we can't find any clues. That just goes to show how tough of an opponent we're up
俺た
against.
ちは一人じゃない。力を合わせれば、いずれ道も開けてくるさ。
We're not alone. If we team up, a path will open up eventually. Tojo. He comforted me, sensing how depressed my cowardice and anxiety about the Blightfall was making me feel. It was hard to believe he didn't have a heart when he was so thoughtful and kind. He's such a great guy, and not only that, he's wonderful, and I wish I could be with him all the time. What I'm feeling but the emotions that had sprouted in my heart had begun transforming into actual words. I just like this, staring at each other and then a scream. We immediately turned our attention to an abrupt scream we just heard.
今の悲鳴は
What was that?
大通りの方から聞こえてきた。
It came from the main road. A huge crowd of people came running from the direction of the main street right as Tomonari said this. Uh-oh, they're all confused. One of the people running away bumped in my shoulder, causing me to
おっ
stumble.
と危ない。
Careful now. Tojo caught me just as I was about to fall.
お前はこっち。
Come this way. Thank you. In one fluid motion, he moved me to safety. My heart skipped for a second after being rescued by my crush. But then I instantly was reminded of the situation we were in.
ああ、ちょっと失礼。
Pardon me for a second. Tojo stopped one of the people who fled.
大通りの方で何かあったんですか？
Did something happen over on the main street?
化け物が出たんだよ。武家町の橋の方でな。
A monster appeared over at the end of Samurai Town. That was all the man managed to utter before running off a second time. That was all the testimony, yeah, we needed to grasp the
つい
situation.
に良いかが現れたらしいな。
Guess a Blightfall finally decided to show up. If we can't get rid of it here, maybe we'll find some new leads.
行ってみよ
Let's go check it out. The three of us ran against the flow of the crowd fleeing the scene. You wimps. You're just a bunch of wimps. You don't want to fight a monster? When we arrived, it was so quiet you never would have thought a Blightfall had just appeared there.
人がいないのは避難したからだとしても、良いかの姿が見えないということは。
There might not be anyone around because they took their shelter, but I'm not sure what to make of I'm not sure what to make of there being no
う。もう
Blightfall.
消えたってこと？
Does that mean it's already gone? As we were talking, I spotted Kyuga and Yorichi a little ways away. They seemed to have noticed us too, so we walked over to them.
お前たちも来たのか？
Came too. Thank you for your work, Kyuga. We heard a Blightfall appeared here.
それなら、あんたたちがのんびりしてるうちに、たった今俺たちが退治したよ。
We defeated it while you guys were standing around twiddling your thumbs. Huh? For a second, I thought I had misheard. Tojo and Tomonari also looked surprised. Really?
信じられないのも無理はないが、事実だ。
It's perfectly reasonable that you find it hard to believe, but yes, it's true.
一体どうやって倒したんだ？
How the heck did you take it down?
面をいくら切っても滅することができず、最初はだいぶ苦戦したが。
It was a difficult battle at first. We couldn't destroy it no matter how many times we slashed it with its mask with our swords.
戦闘の途中で、良いかの体に紙くずのような不思議なものがついていることに気づいた。
In the heat of battle, we noticed the Blightfall's body had these strange appendages that looked a bit like paper.
紙くず？
It's a paper. Hyuga
良いか
nodded.
の体の中で、それだけが異質に見えた。そこで、お前たちが天一坊事件の際に倒した良いかの話を思い出したのだ。
It was the only odd thing we noticed about its body. It reminded us of the Blightfall you mentioned defeating during the Tenshibo case.
マガタマを破壊したら、良いかも倒せたのだろ。
Destroying the Magatama also vanquished the Blightfall, correct?
なるほど。
I see.
そういうこと。今の良いかも素早くて手強かったけど、源十郎と連携してどうにか仕留めた
Look
よ。
at Yoichi over here going like, yeah, I did it. The Blightfall just now was quick and formidable, but we teamed up and took it down in no time. I see. Great job, you two.
良いかを倒してからこの辺りを捜索していたんだが、天一坊の時のような呪物は発見できていない。それを使っていたはずの召喚者の姿もだ。
We've been scouring the area, but haven't found any bewitching objects like we just saw with Tenshibo. No sign of the summoner who might have been using it
すまない
either.
が、残留思念が見えるお前に一度現場を確認してもらいたい。
But could I ask you to check the area one more time since you can see emotional imprints? Understood. Leave it to me. I'll do whatever I can to be as helpful as Kyuga and Yorichi. I eagerly agreed, feeling a lot of respect towards the two of them for taking down the Blightfall.
それにしても、あの良いかを退治できたなんてすごいね。事件解決への大きな一歩だよ。
This is the chair I wanted. This is the chair of my dreams. But hear me out. I need a chair that's more like a couch. I need to be able to cross and uncross my legs without having to pull them into the seat. So I need more of like a seat area. Because the moment I cross my legs, they start to uncurl, and I don't want that. I just want to live the life of a girl with her legs constantly, permanently crossed, without them uncurling on herself. By the way, I'm impressed you managed to take it down. That's a huge step forward in solving the case.
ああ、そうだな。
My Jack Skellington fell. Which reminds me, Dreamlight Valley had an update. Which, apparently he's in it now, but I have not turned on Dreamlight Valley since I finished the Halloween stuff. And I tried to upload it just to make sure it had the update. Stars, Jack. Jack! What if he is Jack from Titanic? I mean, this alone, this little diorama, very on brand for the Titanic, if you pretend he's Rose. That just lives right on my desktop. Okay. I wonder if that's what I heard fall the other day, because I thought one of my Kirby's fell, but maybe it was him falling off of his podium. I did fix him the other day too, and I just didn't even correlate those two things. You're right. Tojo had been spacing out for some reason, but immediately snapped out of it.
良いかを倒せて何よりだ。源十郎も与一もさすがだな。
Excellent job taking down the Blightfall. Leave it to you two to pull that off. Huh? I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about the way he was freely giving Kyugo and Yoichi compliments felt a little
じゃあ
off.
俺と友成は一足先に拠点に戻って京志郎さんにこのことを報告しておくとするか。
Tomonari will head back to the base ahead of time and inform Kyoshiro then. Okay, got it. I'll be back after I check things out. It was only a split second before Tojo was back to his usual self, however. I guess it was just my imagination then. Tomonari tugged slightly at the sleeve of my kimono as I stood there thinking to myself, what's the matter, Tomonari? Maybe something about the Blightfall is bugging him. I waited for Tomonari to respond when...
君が余一にいじめられないか心配。やっぱり僕も残ろうか。
I'm worried Yodichi might pick you, Leah. Want me to stay behind too? What? Him? I was shocked to hear he had a bone to pick with Yodichi, not the Blightfall.
いや、いじめないから。俺を何だと思ってるの？
I won't. What do you take me for? Yodichi was also exasperated by Tomonari's unexpected remark. Tomonari only said that because he was worried about me. I was very happy and thankful for Tomonari's concern. You heard Yoichi. I'll be fine. Thank you for worrying about me. I gazed directly into Tomonari's eyes while thanking him to drive home how I felt. At first, he looked a bit troubled, but then he gave me a sweet smile like he believed what I said.
さて、話は終わったな。
All
それ
done?
なら、ここは源十郎たちに任せて、俺たちは拠点に行くぞ。
If so, let's leave the rest to them and head back to the base. Then Tojo, who'd been watching our conversations,
それじ
spoke
ゃあ、
up.
後を頼む。頑張れよ。
Thank you for taking care of the rest, and good luck, Leah. Thanks. Then Tojo and Tomonari headed back to the
で
base.
は、早速現場の確認を頼んでもいいだろうか。
Could I ask you to check over the area straight away then? Will do.
俺たちが駆けつけた時、良いかはちょうどこの辺りにいたよ。
The Blightfall was right here when we came running over. Yoichi pointed nearby as he said
たまたま
this.
この近くを見回ってたんだ。人の悲鳴が聞こえてすぐに到着したから、多分良いかが出現したのもこの位置だと思う。
He happened to be patrolling the area and arrived shortly after hearing someone scream, so it probably spawned here. I'll start looking over there right away. Channeling my concentration so I wouldn't miss a thing, I started investigating with my focus on the area first. Now imagine they turn this into a normal game where you can like wander yourself and you're like just actually looking for things. Afterwards, I examined every nook. Hiccups. Oh god, I just got the hiccups. We'll survive. I think I got it. I think it was just the one. I don't know why. Sometimes I'll hiccup 2 times and that's it. Okay. I examined every nook and cranny in the surrounding area with Kyuga and Yorichi leading the way. It was entirely possible I might find a clue the two of them had overlooked. Or so I hoped at least. However, Things weren't going so well. No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find any clues that might lead us to the Blightfall. I'm sorry, I looked, but I don't really see any emotional imprints. Hyuga slowly shook his head when I said this.
いや、お前に確認してもらえて助かった。お前が見ても見つからないのなら、本当に何もないのだろ
No, it's really helpful of you to check. If you weren't able to find anything either, it means there truly wasn't anything to be
ないも
found.
のはないんだし、あんたが落ち込む必要なんてないでしょ。
If there's nothing here, there's nothing there. Oh, if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. No need to let it get you down. I guess you're right. I felt bad after enthusiastically telling everyone to count on me. If only there was something around here covered in black threads like the Magatama from the Tenshibo case, then we might be able to learn something. Just then I heard the sound of wreckage crumbling nearby, perhaps debris giving way under its own weight. It sounded like one of the walls of a house destroyed by the Blightfall had collapsed. Kyuga and Yoichi ran over and took care of the Blightfall almost immediately, and it still managed to cause enough damage to wreck houses and fences. Compared to damage I'd seen before, this was relatively minor. I felt sick thinking of the immense amount of fear it had struck. I noticed different material pinned beneath the rubble. I wonder that might be. I crouched down to get a
何
closer look.
どう
What's
かし
the
たの
matter? Something's stuck here. I tried to move the rubble out of the way as I said this, but it was so much heavier than I expected that, helpless as I was, I couldn't get it to budge. Then Kyuga came and stood beside
う。
me.
私が代わろ
I'll
う。この
take
下だ。
over. Under this? Yes, exactly. Kyuga easily moved the debris I'd been struggling with out of the way. That's what he was made for, girl. Don't let that bother you. Wow, thank you so much. After expressing my thanks, I wasted no time checking what had been pinned beneath it. What is this? I picked up the object and gave a closer look. It looked like a normal piece of wood, slightly shorter than a chopstick. Black threads were curled all around it.
棒それがどうかしたの
A stick? What's the big deal? It's covered in emotional imprints, like the magnetama from the Tenchi case.
何これに
It is. Hyuga bent over too. He and Yoichi stared intently at the stick in my
本
hand.
当にただの棒切れにしか見えないな。何か文字や印が書いてあるわけでもないようだ。
It just looks like a stick to me. I don't see any characters or symbols written on it.
でも黒い糸が巻きついてるってことは、これが良いかを操っていた呪物ってこと
But if there's
この
black
何の変哲もない棒切れが
if there's black threads on it, does that mean this regular ass stick was the cursed object used to control the Blightfall?
ただの棒切れが召喚の媒体になるなんて、なんか変な感じだよね。
Seems kind of weird that someone would use a stick as a summoning medium. First off, you're new. This is all new. No one's used anything to summon anyone before. How do you know? He's not wrong. Doesn't feel right calling it a cursed object.
だが、残留思念を宿したものが、良いかが出現した現場に落ちていたんだ。無関係とは考えにくい。
An object covered in black threads was found where the Blightfall spawned. I find it hard to believe they're unrelated.
一応、重要な証拠品だ。拠点に持ち帰るとしよ
For now, it's an important piece of evidence. Let's bring it back to the base with us. Kyuga took the stick from me and tucked it inside his kimono. I was a tad bit relieved I found something that might be a
う。
clue.
しかし、良いかを倒しても、良いかを操っていたものを取り逃してしまっては、あまり意味がないな。
We may have defeated the Blightfall, but that doesn't mean much if we let the person controlling it get away.
今後は作戦を変えて、良いかを生かしている間に召喚者を探した方がいいかもしれない。
Next time, we should probably switch up our strategy and look for summoners while keeping the Blightfall alive. The summoner.
確かに、下手人を放っておいたら、いたちごっこで拉致が開かないしね。
We'll just be stuck going in circles if we let them get away.
まあ、方針は私たちが決められることでもない。
Well, it's
この案
not
は
up to us to
京志郎さん
decide.
に具申しておこう。
Our next course of action will present the idea to Kyoshiro. For now, it seemed like our investigation here was done. I'm glad I was a little bit useful. I suddenly realized Kyuga was staring at me. Is something the matter?
いや、やはり見えるものがいると、得る情報も多いと思ってな。城下町にも欲しい戦力だが。
I was just thinking there's so much information to be obtained when you have someone who can see around. Wish I had that sort of manpower over in Castletown.
別に必要な時だけ助けてもらえばいいじゃん。いたらいたで便利だろうけど。
Yoichi noticed me. We can just ask whenever we need her help. She was pretty handy to have around, though.
それより、俺も行っていい？早く方向先に戻りたいんだけど。
Anyways, can I go? I want to get back to work soon.
ああ、こちらは問題ない。回収した呪物は私が拠点に届けておこう。
I have no problem with that. I'll take the cursed object we recovered back to the
じゃ
base.
あ、あとはよろしく。
Thanks for taking care of the rest. With that, Yoichi quickly
私た
departed.
ちも行くか。
Let's get going too then. Sounds good. After watching Yoichi go, Kyuga and I walked back to the base together. When we got there, Kyuga left to submit the cursed object to Kyoshiro. I returned to my room for a moment when Komame cheerfully welcomed me back. Is this my room? I've got a little box fan with a tatame room, which means I literally can't wear shoes in here, which most people don't wear shoes in their house anyways, but... Chirp! I'm back, Komame. Were you a good girl? Chirp, chirp! Watching Komame happily hopping up and down automatically put me at ease. It's been 2 hours. I didn't realize. It's been 2 hours already? Oh my goodness. We haven't got very far. Maybe that's why you hadn't realized. It's a Komame. It's the bird just distracting you. It's a beautiful day. Want to come outside with me for a little bit? Chirp! Chirp! See, she understands outside, but she doesn't understand this is to help you. You would be worse off without the little bit of pain. Enticed by the lovely weather, I brought Komame with me to the garden. Well, I can play until about 4:30, so I could either play this super long, or if that game does pop up on Steam, I could install it and try that one for a little bit too. I like the idea of going on dates with death. Hear me out. It was incredibly calm here, a far cry from dealing with the Blightfall incident earlier today. Oh, now she's sitting on my head. Dude. So, since none of my streams of this have gone up, because my streams or my VODs for Furche are still going up, I edited this little birdie so that the little bird's on my character's shoulder, because I always put my little bunny character on my thumbnails. So she's been sitting on my shoulder. I tried to put her on my chest, but I thought it looked weird in the thumbnail. But sometimes she does pop up on her chest, but now next one's gonna be on her head. Just wait and see. That reminds me, it's just about time for lunch. It's break time. I wonder if anyone else is around. Oh. Oh, but he's smoking. And there was. I saw Tojo. He was in the garden all by himself, smoking leisurely. Guess Tomonari's not around, just Tojo. I instinctively jumped the second I spotted him. Whenever we were alone together, I found myself acting suspiciously because no matter what I did, I was reminded of when we kissed. How long am I going to let that bother me? It was just an accident. I hid out of sight, taking deep breaths to calm myself down. But Komame, who'd been sitting on my head, seemed to have noticed Tojo in the garden. Chirp! Komame gave a surprise chirp before jumping off me and fleeing back to the house. Komame! Komame chirps made Tojo look my way.
ああ、おかえり。帰ってたのか。
Oh, this part's new to you? Only saw the accidental kiss scene? Yeah, because I'm going for, I don't know. We'll see. I guess if someone else is on the same route as me, it's just going to be a little repetitive for you. I'm so sorry. Hey there, didn't know you were back. I just returned. There wasn't much more I could do now that I'd been caught. I did my best to act cool and collected so he wouldn't be able to tell how rattled I was. I'm a cool girl.
こまめは一緒じゃないのか？鳴き声が聞こえたような気がしたが。
Komame's not with you. I thought I heard her chirping just now. She was, but she took off. I felt a little different from her usual reaction where she just tries to avoid you.
はあ、あいつはタバコも苦手らしいんだ。天敵の俺がタバコを吸っていたら逃げ出したくもなるだろう。
I don't blame her. It's fine. She hates it when I smoke too. She probably feels the need to flee when her arch nemesis is smoking. He smiled bitterly before snuffing out his
悪かっ
pipe.
たな。タバコ煙たいだろ
My bad. It's probably smoky from my pipe. Oh no, I'm fine.
う。だが、お前がタバコ臭くなるだろう。お前がいる時にタバコを吸わないのは俺の勝手なこだわりだから気にするな。
You'll still smell like smoke though. Don't worry about it. Not smoking around you is one of my personal rules. I'll just go. And then you can smoke your pipe. Don't worry. Listen, I rewatch certain scenes from my favorite routes. Honestly, same. Alright, thank you. His kind concern made me happy. I don't know if that's concern. He just doesn't want you to smell like smoke, but he's fine with smelling like smoke. But it was also making my heart race so wildly I couldn't compose myself. My mom used to smoke, and I realized after I moved out how different it is to not be around someone smoking all the time. Because now the smell of smoke, like when someone smoked, I can just tell instantly, and I'm just like, I hate it. Alright.
こまめがいる時も吸わないように注意してたんだが、これでまたあいつに嫌われちまったかも
Before,
な。
I never really noticed. I was careful not to smoke around Komame, but, well, that might be another reason why she hates me. A question popped into my head. That reminds me, why does he smoke? Many men, both young and old, had a fondness for smoking, but come to think of it, Tojo was the only member of the Onuaban who partook. Do you like smoking? Before I knew it, I found myself asking him.
どうした急に。
Where's that coming from? No one else on Onuaban smokes. I just thought it was kind of odd that you're the only one who does.
ああ、確かにな。俺たちに嗜好品は必要ないから、他の連中は吸わないだけだ。
Ah, is this like not the mask, the person who's an actor is an actor because he was, I don't know, summoned from a thing that actors use? I don't remember. Or was brought to life by someone, so he was brought to life by someone who smokes. Now the other guys smoke because we have zero need for luxuries. Zero need? I whispered this under my breath. Humans didn't need luxuries either. They were purely for pleasure after all. The fact that they were non-essential was what made them luxuries. But that doesn't seem to be what he had meant just now. Tojo, I like you, but don't smoke around me. I got asthma. Same. I also got the asthma. Please. Does he mean they don't need them because their hearts are sealed off? The thought made my heart ache slightly.
俺が吸ってるのはただの習慣だからだ。
Smoking's just a
好きと
habit.
か嫌いとかいうわけじゃない。
I don't love or hate it.
ただ、こうしてタバコを吸ってると、心なしか頭が冴えてくる気がするんだ。
I forgot some of my husbandos smoke. Which husbando that you love smoke? It helps me clear my mind though.
だから、こういても、こればかりはどうしてもやめられなくてな。
My stream get interrupted? It just like my computer acted like it was loading something. What is going on with this screen? So I have a TV screen over here, which is actually what the game's playing on. It is way too close on here. Okay, cool. But like the light is so much different. Like her outfit is almost invisible compared to the screen on the actual stream. Like it's so washed out. So So while I get that Komame hates it, this is the one thing I can't quit. You can quit if you try. He took his tobacco and placed it inside the pouch in his hand as he said this. Isn't that the tobacco pouch you always have at your hip, Tojo? When I asked that, he held out the pouch saying that yes, it was.
気に入ってるんだ。
Yeah, that's the thing that turns you into a real boy. Not me thinking so hard which husbando smokes. I do got a lot of husbandos. Oh goodness, who is my husbandos? I mean, I would assume it's somebody I have a statue of, which I got Sakuna. I've got way too many of the Demon Slayers. It turned into a weird habit. I just kept buying them. Oh, actually, no, wait, this is my husbando. I don't think he smokes. I don't know why I can't think of his name right now. Cholowa. He's from Hunter x Hunter. He's super cute. He's got a tattoo on his forehead and really big eyes. It's all I ever wanted. And long hair, I might add. He's got long hair. This was a gift from a friend because when he got his, the hand kept popping off. And he complained about it, so they sent him another one, but like not in a box. And so this one has its hand keeps removing itself, but it has his book. Does he have a stand? Is he not one of those top heavy boys? I'm trying to think if any of the characters I like in any of my things smoke. I can't think of any that smoke. This is the first one in a Tomy style at least where it actually has him smoking. I keep hitting the computer screen. But yeah, he doesn't smoke, I don't think. Sakuna does not smoke. I don't think I've ever seen him smoke. But then again, he lives in a domain. I don't think he gets very many opportunities to smoke. Gosh, I have to think of everything now. Actually, you know what? Only in Collar X Malice that one guy smoked, and I didn't like that one guy. That one guy. No, thank you. Do not skip. The pouch in Tojo's hand did have a lot of wear and tear. It wasn't luxuriously decorated, but I could tell that it had been carefully constructed with quality material just by looking at it. Everything in this game is just a Velveteen Rabbit. I just love it so much that it becomes alive. I'm still waiting on that list of husbandos that smoke. Oh, here it is. Top love interest of the year. Raiden Lucian from Errant Kingdom. Urza Finn from When the Night Comes. Fumi from Jack and Jean. Fumi! Fumi! Van from Interwine and Shuren from Crimson Flower. Are those all Atomi games you've just listed? Because I've only played one of them. Oh no, do I need to save this list and add more Atomi games to my list of things I need to play? Taking a photo just in case. I have so many games. I have so many games. I don't have enough time to play them all. I bought a bunch when they went on sale for Black Friday too. He really treasures that pouch. Something about it gives me a similar vibe to Tojo. To Atomi, to Indie Atomis. Indie Atomis is still Atomi. In fact, sometimes Indie Atomis are better because they don't... Hear me out. They don't waste so much time reiterating the same things. Because Indie Atomis are made by people who are more passionate and less market forward. Where like, I need to hit a word count. They're more like, I need to make an enjoyable story. So sometimes Indie Atomis aren't very long. Sometimes there's an asterisk by that, and that's because they don't feel the need to reiterate every single time that, hey, my character's bad. Hey, my character's bad. Did you know this? My character, she bad. Crimson Flower That Divides, a Atomi game that came out this year. There's a game coming out in February, I think, and I was like, dude, I was gonna play Cupid Parasite in February because I'm trying to do one Atomi game a month because let's be real. It's like 10 hours a route on average, and there's 6 characters on average. So that's already 60 hours on top of the prologue and the introduction, and then usually the final one's longer. Sympathy Kiss? Yes. Yes, I know Kiss was in it. That one's out next week, year in February, and I was like, but I think it's the last week of February, so it kind of trickles into March. So if I can finish Cupid Parasite in the beginning of February, I should be good. Because I want to play the newer ones when they come out, because let's be real, more people watch those. They do. So as much as I have this backlog I want to get to, I also want to make sure I just sprinkle in the newer games at the same time. And that way more people will come and join us here and have fun. I wonder why. Maybe the color. You fool! You're a damn fool if you don't realize what this is. I didn't have it released to think that. I just didn't. I did for some reason. Cupid Parasite's got a long common route, I think. I'm trying to remember how long the route was for Paradigm Paradox. That one was the longest. It was like 6.5 hours, I think, just to get to a route. And then because usually my first playthrough, I don't focus on, what's the word? I let it play out naturally the first time I play it just to see where I end up. And so on that one, I ended up on Hyuga's route at first, and his route was really intense. And a person of class such as myself, I would have saved his route for later if I had been thinking harder. But his route was one of my favorites. All right, Objects did, I believe you will finish the common route in one stream. Thank you. That's always my goal. I want to get to the point where I'm choosing an adventure before I end my stream. This one's a little different because you get through the common-ish route. There's like two parts of the common route. The common route that you pick the area, and then you go through a route with that to get to your actual guy. This honestly feels more like an old school Otome game, where it's all like very clear choices, very clear line to get you to where you want to go. Objects did sometimes come to resemble their owners if the existence of form folk were anything to go by. It's a lovely tobacco pouch. Girl, you know this is his... He is the tobacco pouch, my girl. This is him. That tobacco pouch and him, same person. You think so? Thanks. He smiled a bit awkwardly before hanging the pouch from his hip.
ところで、源十郎たちとの仕事はどうだったんだ？さっきの現場であの後何か進展はあったか？
I also am waiting to see if the Cupid Parasite is coming out in February for the DLC. Or not DLC. It's continuation. I guess it's DLC in my head. Because I was going to see if I could play that right after too. By the way, how'd it go with Genjiro and Yoichi? Did you make any progress after I left? Oh right, we did! Excited, I told him that we found a stick covered in black threads. He seemed surprised, but was interested in hearing about the stick.
お前がいてくれなきゃ、その手がかりは見つけられなかっただろう。よくやったな。
We wouldn't have found that clue if it hadn't been for you. Good work. Pat my head, please. I didn't do all that much. Kyuga and Yoichi were the ones who defeated the Blightfall. Kyuga and Yoichi are incredible. Taking out the Blightfall, that's tough.
そうだな。
Oh yeah. His expression grew more conflicted as he said this. Also, don't you think Yoichi's really cute? Speaking of which, he had this same look on his face earlier. Is something wrong? Wait until you see 9 Rip common route. If it's localized, there are 4 choices, each choice 2 love interest, and I think the common route is long. I think I saw 9 Rip. I think I've seen something on that. But then again, as I've already stated, I have like 7 games now on a list that is, please localize this. Like, please bring me this game. That's all I've ever wanted. All I've ever wanted is the voice actor that does Anku's voice to voice every single guy in every single Otome game, because honestly, hot. You just don't seem very upbeat. When I pointed this out, Tojo looked at me with a touch of surprise before scratching his head in embarrassment.
参ったな。顔に出てたか。
I need 9 rip to be localized. Is it literally 9 rest in peace? Does everybody die? Everybody dies? I mean, sometimes fans will get the translations. It's a horror Atomi game. Ooh, say less. Oh my gosh, that's all I need. Guess what? Blood. Oh god, you got me. You got me there. Guess I'm an open
お前
book.
があんまり源十郎を褒めるもんだから、少し焼いちまったみたいだ。
I suppose I was a little jealous of you giving Genjiro so many compliments.
源十郎と俺は同じ時期にキコとして生まれたっていうのは前にも話したよな。
I saw an Atomi reviewer translated one route on Twitch a couple months ago. Ooh. I mean, I feel like 9, that sounds so familiar. Hang on, we're gonna look at a photo of this one game because I'm pretty sure I saw it. Spoilers, no thank you. Oh, it's got music. Wait, does that mean there's 9 routes? Oh god, I don't know if I can handle that. Look at her with her short hair. Oh my gosh, she's got like a little, I don't know, Atome looking, not Atome, spirit looking character behind her. I mean, it's Idea Factory and Automate, so they definitely would consider bringing that one to the US. Art style is definitely a 10. That's so pretty. I know I've seen something from this. I just avoid things. Dude, there are too many choices. Who's done the art on this game? I recognize it. You know what? It's probably Misa spirited away to another dimension. Classic. It's always great when you throw the pro tag into another world because then it makes an easier way to explain what's happening. Interesting. All right, well that's now on my list. I'll add that to my. Let's see what else is on this list. My computer might freeze for a second when I open a window. Let's see. Let's see what's on my list of games that don't exist. There's also an Alice in Wonderland one, which had a patch where you can get the English words. So just download the update, which they might start doing that more. The love interest, ghost, and other help her go back home. Oh no, she gets dated. It's Hotel de Luna, but without IU in it. Let's see, here's my list of Atomi games that I cannot play. I don't want to accidentally break something, but I might. My computer hates loading windows some days. I saw Curera's route. His route made me cry. Good. They all should. All right. Ahem. Cafe Cruel. Diabolical Lovers, which is region free, which means I think they have like an update where you can get that. Rennes de Fleurs, I can't even say this one right. Snowbound Land, Possession, Magenta. Like all of these games were added to this list just because I wanted to list off other Atomi games that the people in Verche did. And instead I found more Atomi games. The streamer Atomi reviewer and the chat called Kiraha Red Puppy. I love him so much. I'm more concerned and curious all at the same time. Literally opening the possession. Magenta. Magenta? It's Magenta. They like to throw me off. There'll be some times where I'm like, I know the name of this. Just watch. And then I'm totally off base the entire time. Yeah. Oh my god. I just saw the cover again for Possession Magenta. It is so... They look so adorable. Like, they look their like Persona art style. Does it actually say who does the art on this? No. Because that'd make too much sense if you just put who wrote the art on this. But it was a Vita game originally. Oh man, I remember my Vita. I literally only played Otome games on it. I've grown up so much since then. I'm a different person now. The streamer Otome Reviewer. Is that the name of their actual stream? Is that who you've been watching? Oh my god, he can't help it. You can be scared of what you are. He's a puppy who's also a ghost, but he's scared of ghost stories. He sounds a little bit like Mathis. He might not be my guy. I mentioned this earlier that Genjiro and I were born the same as vessels around the same time, right? You did. He's a few months your senior, right? Tojo gave a firm nod.
生まれた時期が近いせいか。一時期だが、ことあるごとに源十郎と俺は比べられたんだ。
People used to compare Genjiro and I at every opportunity, probably because we were both born around the same time.
源十郎は何でもそつなくこなす。それに比べて、俺は不器用なところもあって、あいつのようにうまくは立ち回れなかった。
Genjiro has a bunny face, and you can't have a bunny face, so think of it that way. You're different. Genjiro does everything flawlessly. I can be a bit clumsy in comparison, and I couldn't pull things off as well as he
そ
could.
んなことがあったせいか。今でもなんとなくあいつのことを意識しちまうんだ。
Probably why I still find myself fine. All the words got jumbled up in my head just now, sorry. That's probably why I still find myself feeling self-conscious about it to this day.
もっとも、あいつは全然気づいていないけどな。俺が一方的に気にしてるってだけだ。
I'm just like, he's my nemesis. Internally, though. He doesn't even know. It was a resting peace face. Sometimes I'll read a sentence and then I'm like, oh no, every single word I just said that comes after this isn't right, and I know it, so I have to pause and reread it. He has absolutely no clue about any of this, though. It's all one-sided on my part. Oh, the resting peace face, that streamer Otome Reviewer. Oh, okay. Cool, I'm gonna find them on Twitch. Question mark? Why do I have so many notifications on Twitch? My friend, who I just became friends with, she now has no choice but to be my friend forever. She was playing today. I was actually going to start earlier, but she was playing A Little to the Left. I think that's what it's called. And now I want to play it because it looked super cute, and I love those kind of games. She's on both. I found her. Perfect. The problem is I like to play Otome games, so I don't know. I like to get my experience firsthand. And then afterwards, I go online and then I start looking up everybody's reviews and thoughts and going like, how many people agree with my opinion? Who had the same thought I did? Who felt this way like about this guy too? I wait till the very end. Which with Verche, I feel like everyone was very similar to the thoughts that technically you and I both had, which was Anku was better than Adolf, even though they were supposed to be the same person. Adolf had one of the most boringly long stories. And the fact that you had to go through the prologue, even though it was repeating the same dialogue, was a bit too much. Like things like that. A lot of people had the same opinions. Although some people really still like Lucas, and I'm honestly surprised by that. I couldn't stand Lucas after his route. I just couldn't And it's such a shame because his like design, he was beautiful. Like he looked like a literal angel, and I was so down for him to being like an angel but with a dark side. Again, hear me out. He can be evil. He could have been evil. Instead, they tried to make him have like a redemption part to himself, and I was just like, you killed it. He could have been evil the whole time. He could have been like, yeah, I did it, but I would never do that to you. And I would have been like, down. I'm down. But they didn't. I watched the reviewer and used Atomi Kitten and the letter yo Atomi walkthrough. I don't know what that one. I might know that one just without knowing it. Atomi Kitten's typically where I end up all the time. Atomi Kitten does the walkthroughs and the reviews. They also post news, so I don't even know if how many people are involved in Atomi Kitten, but they do a great job and I love it. I see. I wasn't expecting him to say this, so it took me by surprise. So he's jealous of Kyuga. No, wait. Maybe it's more of an inferiority complex? That's an emotion not far off from human feeling, isn't it? I believe vessels lack hearts. Knowing he had such emotional depth made him feel even more human to me. Maybe vessels and humans weren't all that different.
お前と話しているとつい余計なことまで喋っちまっていけない。
What you doing, Tojo? Over here feeling emotions, feeling jealousy. There's just certain emotions that are so strong you can't lock them away. Or maybe you can't lock them away at all. Maybe that's why they have a, this is what happens when you change. And then that's why there's so many different vessels. That's why vessels keep coming back. Maybe there's always 6 vessels. I really shouldn't blab about this kind of thing whenever I talk to you.
今話したことは他言無用で頼む。後で好きな菓子でも買ってやるから。
You got it. Secret's safe with me. I will do anything for sweets. Not a word of this to anyone else, please. I'll buy you your favorite dessert later. Leah, you're supposed to say absolutely, I love desserts. How could you? He was blatantly treating me like a little kid. I didn't find it very funny.
悪い悪い。お前は分かりやすいな。
My bad, you're just so easy to read. I guess I let my feelings show. How embarrassing. Tojo smiled gently as he looked at me. Seeing him smile made my heart ache. I feel like I've got something bottled up inside me. She also does reviews on... Oh, Blurdy's Atomi also streams Atomi games. Boy, love games. She got a review on Atomi and mangas too. Oh, that's nice. She does reviews on indie games. That's super fun. There's actually... God, what's the opposite of boy love? There's one I have on my list that I want to play, and it's like some maids. It's got maids in it. Or not maids. Yeah, no, they're maids. It's called Blackberry something. Blueberry, Blackberry, something like that. I have that in my list. I'm waiting for it to go on sale, and I'll probably buy it. But it's girl love. I feel like I've got something bottled up inside me. He shot me a very serious look, sensing my discomfort.
改めて謝らせてくれ。
Allow me to apologize again, Leah. I'm sorry about earlier. What? I said, startled. By earlier, he most likely meant when we kissed by accident.
あれは事故とはいえ、お前が気にしているのは分かっていた。若い娘なんだ。気にして当然だよな。
Yeah? And what are you, you jerk? I can tell it's been bothering you even though it was an accident. It makes total sense that you can't stop thinking about it. You're a young woman after all.
これまでは多少ギクシャクしても幸い任務に支障は出なかった。だがこれからもそうとは限らない。
Things have been a bit awkward, but fortunately it hasn't affected our work. Still, we can't let this
だ
continue.
からこの件はここまでにしよう。お前のためにもあれはなかったことにした方がいいと思うんだ。
You're now my least favorite character in this game. I think I dislike you the most. How dare you? That's not how you deal with things. You talk it out. You don't say, let's forget it ever happened. Let's put it behind us. Let's pretend it never happened in the first place. For your sake. We're doing this for you.
急には無理かもしれないが、これからゆっくり忘れていけばいい。
You have an eidetic memory, you ass. I know it's probably asking too much of it to forget right away, so take your time. Forget. I could tell he was just trying to be kind in his own way. Still, his idea deeply upset me. My head was spinning. Why does it bother me so badly? All he said was to forget it ever happened. All he said was to pretend it didn't happen. All he said was like act like nothing happened. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to forget. Come to think of it, I didn't mind him kissing me. In fact, does that mean as soon as I become aware of my own feelings, I could feel my heartbeat quicken the second it dawned on me.
大丈夫か？顔が赤いが。
This is a guy who doesn't understand emotions here. You okay? Your face is red. Yeah, I know my face is red. I'm fine. My bizarre behavior earned a curious stare from him. It's not bizarre. He brought up the kiss. You were uncomfortable again. Your heart, it pounds. Next time a Blightfall appears, we must do what we can to keep it alive and identify whoever summoned it. We adopted this new strategy, which was Kyuga's idea against the Blightfall. The Samurai Town crew was also tasked with investigating the stick I found the other day. Not gonna lie, I got confused. I was like, wait, what? Which part? Forget that we ever kissed. Why are you upset? Samurai Town crew was also tasked with investigating the stick I found the other day. Haha, I found a stick! There was a strong possibility that we'd find something similar in Samurai Town, given all the incidents happening there recently. My ability to see threads was crucial in this mission. That entire part. I was eager to be of use to everyone. It's because we just started babbling in the middle of it, so we totally lost the whole momentum behind that scene. Unfortunately, I never did get the opportunity to help because... Did you friggin' die? Did I just get a bad ending? I was laid up with a fever. How pathetic. Oh, does she have another colored kimono? So she's got 3. I can't believe I'm running a temperature at a time like this. I was so sluggish from my fever that I barely managed to drag myself out of bed to care for Komame today. I'd been resting quietly in my sleeping kimono since. I zoned out, staring at the ceiling. My mind had been a jumbled mess of different thoughts since the other day. My feelings for Tojo. My feelings for him had been on my mind since the day we kissed. He was a vessel, meaning I knew better than to equate his kindness with affection from a normal human being. Maybe I was just solely mistaken because kissing him had made me lose my composure. Maybe my feelings for him were all a figment of my imagination, as is most emotions. You just feel them, that's it. But if they were, this wouldn't have dragged on for so long, right? I wanted to... okay. When you first start to like somebody, we're just going to talk about this for just 1 second. When you first start, like, you have like a crush on someone, you get excited when you see them and it makes you happy, and you equate that to them making you happy, like, always, even if like maybe what they're saying or doing isn't necessarily something that you would typically find yourself excited to be around. You just have this excitement in you. It's not love, but it definitely makes you feel like you're in love. It also causes you to blabble and say things you don't mean, say things too fast, get a little bit in your head. That's all fine. Just because he's a vessel doesn't mean you can't feel that way about him. But girl, no. Like, girl, don't. Sometimes you just have to realize, whoa, I'm going through the motions right now. And those motions are emotions. And those emotions can be very distracting. I wanted to interact with him like normal, but I couldn't. How is it possible that I don't understand myself? God, I hate being excited to see my crush when I was at school. Yeah. God, I had a crush on like 2 kids in my class when I was in school, and like I had perfect attendance one semester. And so did So did one of them, and I was like, oh, I saw them every day I went to school. Oh man, oh, the good old days, sort of. How is it possible that I don't understand myself? I thought skeptically after thoroughly examining my own mind countless times. Actually, this also made me think of something else. I watch Bob's Burgers religiously. Like every time I'm not doing anything, Bob's Burgers is on in the background, and there is this one episode of Bob's Burgers where they meet a celebrity, and like the celebrity agrees to like come over to their house basically and watch a movie with them, and he's like, he must be just excited as us to be watching a movie with us, and I'm like, no, not even a little bit. I had a dream about my crush 2 nights ago. I literally cried when I woke up, and then laugh, and then cry. Oh goodness, I have not had a dream about a real person in a while, actually, outside of like nightmares about work. I get those all the time. I will have literal dreams about doing a transaction at work, and then in my dream, I will realize it's a dream. And I'm like, bro, stop. You don't have to do this. It's a dream. You don't have to get rid of your customer service voice and stop being nice to these people. It's a dream. And I still can't break away. It hurts me. It hurts me in the soul. I thought skeptically after thoroughly examining my own mind countless time. Truth be told, I just got a text message. Hang on. What the heck is this? My sister just said, I want to make this. How fun. Interesting. I really hate having dreams about my old crushes. So I could go into story time about a crush I had in middle school. I had a big crush in middle school, and as I've established multiple times on this, I have dyslexia. I have other problems with reading, so sometimes when I'm reading a sentence, I have to read it 2 or 3 times. I'll say the word incorrectly. It's not like this just happened overnight. I was in a special reading class in grade school for this as well. They used to take me out of my main class to go to the special reading class, and my crush was in this class with me. It was me, him, and one other kid. And we would spend this class basically just reading books. Any books we wanted, really. Like, we would take turns. I don't know if your school had this, but our school had this program where you would read a book, and then you would take like a test on a computer that asked like 10 questions about the book to determine if you actually read it, and then you get like credit for reading those books. Us being the rejects in school would always read like the really easy books, and we would take turns reading books. And so one of us would read the book, and the other person would read a book, and another person would read a book, etc. And this special class I was in had beanbag chairs, and sometimes when he would read a book, I would be in a different beanbag chair, like looking over his shoulder, watching him read this book. And that was like the whole reason I went to school. Just that one moment of the day where I could get too close. That was it. And then I stopped going to that school. And I met one of my classmates later, and she told me that he had a picture of me in his locker. Isn't that crazy? Like, I never even... Like, I didn't even know. He had a picture of me in his locker after I left, and I didn't know. And that could be a lie. She could be lied. She could have lied to me. But she said that he had a picture of me in his locker, and she saw it one day. Yeah. Anyways. I feel like sometimes, like, that did happen in my middle school, that program. It was for everyone, plus to see their reading levels. Yeah, like, you had to get a certain, like, each book was a point that you would get. And so, like, most of the books we were reading were like half a point. So we ended up reading like 10 books in our little special class. I really don't think the school was really trying to help our reading, if I'm being honest, because I really felt like all we did was sit in this room and read books for a different grade level. But it wasn't like a comprehension issue for me. Like, I could comprehend very well. Like my English understanding, all that was fine. It's just that big words. And with my dyslexia, it's not even, there's more than just dyslexia, but that's like the big one. Like whole sentences get mixed up in my brain sometimes. And so I've had that since literally, well, I guess you're born with it, right? But I was diagnosed with it like literally in grade school. Like I was in first grade when they realized I had dyslexia. So yeah, but yeah, that was my crush. That was my childhood's crush, fifth grade, something like that. Again, could have been a total lie, but like I found that out after I left the school and I was like, oh my God, did he like me too? Holy Snapple. Got speech problems. I also had I had speech problems too. I had a speech impediment when I was a kid. But it was like before I could remember. And so my mom used to talk about how like I did not know how to pronounce the word S very well. I do remember having the hardest time saying guitar when I was a kid. And so sometimes when I'm stumbling on words, I'm like, how do I say this? And I can't say it. I think of that. I picture when I couldn't say guitar right. And it gives me anxiety. But yeah, I hate it because it makes me feel embarrassed. That's the only thing. And like, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just how my brain is. It's just how I process the world. But it just gives me that back in school days when you used to be like, it's your turn to read. And I would spend the entire time just preparing for the part I was probably going to read. This is why I never focused in those classes where they're like, read the next paragraph. I was like counting the paragraphs. Here's the paragraph they're going to have me read. And I'll read it 2-3 times, not even learning anything. Like, biggest fear in life, stuttering through a paragraph and thinking everybody in the class thinks I'm not good at this. School, am I right? Isn't it the best? Truth be told, vessels were a lot more like humans than I ever had imagined. Technically, they look like humans. If I didn't mind kissing him, wasn't that proof that I liked him as a member of the opposite sex? Ooh, I don't like that sentence. When I was 3 years old, my mom opened the car door and my dumb self hated the car seatbelt. I literally jumped out of the car. The moment she opened the door, I hit my mouth on the ground. Oh my goodness. True story. Speaking of car seats, I was once babysitting my neighbor's kids, and one of her babies always wanted to be in the car seat, no matter what. This is like in her house. And I was trying to make snacks for the kids. So I put the baby in the car seat, but I didn't strap him in to the car seat. And so he fell to the ground and I proceeded to carry him with me for the rest of my babysitting day, like feeling like I was the worst human in the world. Seatbelts, they're important. They stop people from falling forward. If I didn't mind kissing him, was it proof that I liked him as a member of the opposite sex? I don't feel like that sentence works. Yeah, dude, it haunts me to this day. I'm like, oh man, remember that one time you were babysitting a child and you made him fall on the ground from like at least 2 feet off the ground because he was on a couch. Basically, his car seat was on the couch. He just liked to sit in his car seat. Felt terrible. I felt so bad. Thinking about all that must have been why when Tojo's smile came to mind for a split second. Wow, where's the background? Even though I was alone, I withered in my sleeping kimono. I never had a crush on someone before. I was completely overwhelmed by my feelings with no idea what to do. I was a chaotic child plus a crybaby. I don't know. I was a child with ADHD that wasn't diagnosed, so I was always told I was really serious. And then sometimes I would explode and be really rambunctious and overwhelming. Tojo said to act like it never happened, but how is that even possible? I don't know why, but I put hot chips on my brother's eyes. Was he a baby? I need some clarifications to this. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do in a situation like this? My fever spiked, probably because I kept frantically contemplating all of this. I'm giving myself a fever overthinking. What am I? A little kid? Sheesh. First off, you are actually a little kid. You're very young and you've never experienced a crush before, so you don't understand the emotions involved in having a crush. And you have no one to confide in because Mimi hasn't popped up in your house yet to talk to you. I heard the faint sounds of someone walking down the hall. I had no idea who had come to see me. For a second, I thought my fever was making me hear things. The next time it happened, I heard it more clearly than before. So I guess I wasn't. What if someone's just breaking in, girl? What if someone's stealing stuff? Wonder who it could be. It's like I summoned her. Leah, it's me. I come to pay you a visit. Mind if I come in? Mimi, come on in. When the sliding door opened, I saw Maharu, and why is Tojo here? I thought it would be just Maharu. I was so unprepared to see him, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. My hair is probably a mess. I'm horribly ugly right now. I'm a hideous beast. I was 3 or 4 at the time, and he was 10 years old when I did that to him. I pictured this the opposite because I'm my mama's baby. And my sister one time put me outside. I don't know if you're familiar with AC units, but AC units, that like the window AC units, they drip water from the outside as part of like their cooling thing. She put me underneath that as a baby, as a I couldn't get out of the way kind of baby. That's the one I live with right now. But yeah, she put me underneath one of those. My mom was at work. My dad was sleeping at the time. And so my mom came home and found me on the front porch under this AC with a just dropping on my forehead outside. And then when she took me inside, my sister was trying to make food and she had made just a huge mess. But she's like, yeah, I came home and I just found you sitting on the front porch under the AC with the water just dropping on your forehead. She's like, you weren't crying. I'm like, oh, good. Just sitting there. But yeah, I pictured it was a child against their will. Like they were too little to stop you. He's just like, I put chips on his eyes. Like he was going to the ferry to meet death. I sat up and smoothed down my tousled hair in a hurry.
あら、ちゃんと寝てなきゃダメよ。病人はおとなしくしてなさい。
But yes, I don't know. I don't know if my sister was like, I'm out of ideas. Here's where I'm going to put her. And I stopped crying, or if maybe, I don't know, or maybe she just put me there for no reason. Maybe she didn't realize it was dripping water. I have no clue, but that's where my mom found me when she came home from work that day. My mom also, we were very rambunctious little kids. In order to sleep, because she was an overnight nurse, she used to put her bed in front of the door so that we couldn't leave the room. That's what she would do. And that way she could sleep and we were just trapped in this room with her. I literally abused my older brother when I was 3 or 4, but he got his revenge. Oh, ominous. Did he cut your hair? Because that's what happens sometimes. You need to lie down. Rest up. You're sick. I reclined back down at Maharu's insistence. But
いいからいいから。私に任せて。
It's fine. I'll take care of everything. I'm sorry. There's a guy next to you with an exposed arm and an exposed chest, and I just don't think I can focus right now. It's not. I can't think of anything worse than letting Tojo see me like this. I glanced over at him. When our eyes met, he shot me a winning smile.
熱を出したと聞いて心配したぞ。
I was worried about you when I heard you were running a fever. Yeah, I don't want you to think about me, Tojo. Thanks. I'm fine. Embarrassed that he was worried about me, I buried myself deep into my sleeping kimono to hide my face. I was so embarrassed that he thought of me. Mimi, why are you here?
助っ人として呼ばれたのよ。
I was summoned to help out.
お庭番の人たちは任務で忙しいから、病人の看病を頼むなら事情を知ってる私が適任だってね。
The rest of the Oniwa-ban are busy working, and I was the only person in the know who could take care of you. Now she's gonna hate herself more.
そうじゃなくても男の人に若い娘の看病なんて任せられないけど。
Not that they would leave a young girl in a man's care anyway. Tojo smiled wearily when she said that in front of him. It seems like Mimi took issue with him being a man, not about whether he was human or a
ところ
vessel.
で
Does
食
she
欲
know what
は
vessels are?
何か食べられそう？
No, porridge sounds great right now. Speaking of food you usually eat when you're sick. He said he accidentally did something, but he blamed me. We were in the car, but I don't remember anything about it. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I ever got away with something like that. But one time, I asked my sister to tie me up to see if I could get out of being tied up. Now, in my defense, she left. And I didn't want to be tied up anymore. And so I had to literally hop to the living room and be like, my sister did this. And then she got in trouble. And she's like, she told me to. And I'm like, yeah, but I also couldn't get out of it. So that's like, I got my sister in trouble one time for that. I was trying to be Houdini, you see. I wanted to see if I could escape from like being tied up. I could not. I did not successfully do it. Papa, do you have an appetite? Do you think you'd be able to eat something? Not really. I probably won't be able to eat much.
そう。でも食べなきゃ元気にならないから頑張って食べましょうね。
You've got to eat to feel better. Try your best to eat something. If you're planning to make me eat anyways, why bother asking?
今日はいろんな食材を持ってきたの。ちょっとお台所借りるわね。
I'm glad that was an inside thought, because my goodness, that would have been an outside thought for me so quickly. I brought a bunch of different ingredients with me today. I'm gonna borrow the kitchen if for a bit. Oh, sure.
野菜たっぷりのおじやを作ってあげる。しばらくの間待っていて。
Speaking of food you eat when you're feeling sick, I'm gonna make you some porridge with lots of veggies. Hang on. Maharu left for the kitchen without even waiting for me to respond, perhaps eager to get started. This left just Tojo and I in the room, meaning to my surprise that we were alone together. But no, this is awkward. To my bafflement, Tojo was his usual self. He sat down near me. Yeah, because you have one-sided feelings, my love. Like, you are the only one in the feels right now.
体調はどうだ?
How are you feeling? Not great. I knew it was rude of me, but I looked away while answering because I couldn't bear to look him directly in the eyes. It was his fault I had a fever in the first place. Tojo didn't seem bothered in the slightest, though. Why am I the only one overthinking this? Because you're in the feels, girl. You're in the feels. The thoughts filled me with mixed emotions all over again. What if in all 6 routes she ends up bedridden at one point? Because she's like, I have emotions. And they do not.
友成たちも心配していたぞ。だがあまり大勢で押しかけるのもなんだから、お庭番を代表して俺が来ることになったんだ。
Tomonari and the others were worried about you too. I came on behalf of the Oniwaban, so we weren't all barging in on you. I see. Sorry for all the trouble. I'll try to get better soon.
こんな時まで頑張らなくていいんだぞ。
You don't need to try when you're feeling
しっ
sick.
かり療養すればいい。
Take it easy and just recuperate.
むしろ今まで頑張らせすぎちまってすまなかったな。
In fact, I'm sorry I've been making you try so hard. You don't have to try so hard, huh? When I turned my gaze toward Tojo, I found him staring sadly at me.
この頃良いかの失言が多いからといってお前を働かせすぎたかもしれない。
Not gonna lie, I wish I could talk to one of my old crushes only for anime. Was that how you met? Was it anime? Ooh, do I have any crushes that had anime in their blood? So when I'm from a small town, and I confused the crap out of my family when I became obsessed with anime. But in my defense, my nephews, who are the same-ish age as me and I have an older sister who's like 18 years older than me and my sister who I live with. And she was having kids basically when we were born. So I have a lot of nephews and nieces that are like close in age. Like we grew up like cousins style. And so my nephews used to always watch anime We used to just sit down and watch Tsunami. He's the reason you got into One Piece. Oh my god. You gotta murder that guy. Like, who the heck does that to a person? Who gets you into One Piece and then walks away? That's a lifetime commitment there. I haven't even watched One Piece. That's how much of a commitment it is. But I became obsessed with anime after that, and I was like the only one in my school for the longest time. And then I moved to Arizona, and then there was so many more people who liked anime. And my life was better. Anyways. I think I might have overworked you with all of that Blightfall popping up recently.
お前が文句も言わず働いてくれるのをいいことに無理させちまったんだな。きっと過労で熱が出たんだろう。
Yeah, you're at fault. I'm glad you apologized. I pushed you too hard because I took it as a good thing that you were working without complaint. Your fever probably came from being overworked. Huh, no, not at all. I hid my face in my sleeping kimono as I mumbled this back. I was relieved to hear Tojo came up with some other excuse for my fever.
お詫びと言ってはなんだが、何か欲しいものがあれば持ってきてやるよ。遠慮なく言ってくれ。
Please leave. As an apology, I'd like to bring you anything you want. Name it and I'll get it for you. No need. I was so nervous about Tojo being next to me that I could feel my fever spike. I'm glad he came to visit me, but I'm also embarrassed that he saw me as in such a sorry state. I can't tell him, go away, I don't want anything. I wish I could at least fix my hair.
少しいいか。
Leah, could you hold on a sec? Tojo then reached towards me. That was not a normal voice. He gently brushed away some of my hair stuck to my face. I jumped involuntarily when I felt his fingers on my forehead. We're gonna look away. We're gonna look away in this situation. We are now the little birdie. Oh no, she didn't... Honestly, I thought that would prompt a statement from him. Aw. He liked that. At the time, it was only 700 episodes. So few. I was planning on watching One Piece anyways. I asked his friend about my crush's favorite anime. That's how I found out about him liking One Piece. Oh my stars. That's a great thing. Like, you know, when you get into something because somebody else is into something. Oh man. I caught up on One Piece anime and manga. That's a lot. I don't know. We haven't yet to do it. I think we watched maybe one episode. Oddly enough, despite the fact I've actually not watched One Piece because I'm in the same realm. You know, I'm in the anime. I'm in the anime world and stuff. I know like almost everybody's names in the show, but I've never actually watched it. And I found out I know more about the show than I realized when we were watching the live action. Started watching some of that. I drew him a fairy tale character too. He loves the same animes that I love. Ooh, I love Fairy Tail. That's actually my favorite anime. I've watched every single episode and I have read the entire manga. So that one's my favorite, which I know like it's like the mentor. His mentor was the one who created One Piece, which is why their art style sometimes looks similar. Fairy Tail's my favorite. I love Fairy Tail. I would love an Atomi Fairy Tail game. She can choose between Gray or Natsu or, oh gosh, any of the other dragon guys. There's a couple. And you can play Lucy. Just to be clear, you're Lucy in this scenario. I can feel my heart race when he touches me like that. So hard. In fact, I almost worried he might be able to hear it beating. Still, his gentle touch showed that he was really cared about me. He doesn't, my love. Oh, my love. Girl, wake up. He does not care. I feel nervous but happy. I stared intently at him with no intention of looking away.
おい、顔がさっきよりも赤くないか?
Is it me or is your face redder than it was before? Oh, I'm just...
まさかまた熱が上がったのか？ちょっと触るぞ。
People be like fairy tale author copied One Piece characters. Yeah, some people don't understand that. I remember looking it up because I was like, huh, their style looks very similar, and that's when I found out that he was like studying under him, which totally explains why the styles are similar. But in terms of like conceptually they're very different shows, and they're not played the same way either. But I haven't really watched that much One Piece to say anything like in terms of story, but as far as the art goes, that's unavoidable. If you are studying under someone for so long and you're copying their work, because he was like one of his art creators, right? Like he drew under him. It's gonna happen. You're gonna end up getting that style. It turns into your own. But I feel like they're very different. They're different enough. I feel like Fairy Tail's author works a little bit, I don't know what the right word is, to distinguish their faces a little more. I feel like One Piece, a lot of the characters start looking a little bit the same. But Fairy Tail, they have very more characteristically, I would almost say attractive people in Fairy Tail. There's nothing wrong with that. And either one is great for their own reasons, but they're very different. Like it was one of those things where I think there was one character I was like, they look very similar. Are they the same artist? And that's when I found out they weren't the same artist. Did your temperature go up? Let me check. Am I gonna get a CG? Dude, bro, you were getting way too close to her. You know exactly what you're doing. This game knows what it's doing because it's showing me his bicep. Like, what is happening? Yeah. She's sleeping no, she's not a geisha. Wait, what the heck? Is this not right? Is that not the kind of pillow you sleep on so your hair doesn't get messed up? I'm so confused. Tojo placed his hand on my forehead to check my temperature. I froze up out of a mixture of surprise and nervousness. Boy, you do not need to be that close to check my forehead. As worried as I was about my fever going up again, geez, his large palm was a bit cool against my forehead, which felt surprisingly nice. I relaxed at the pleasant feeling and my expression softened too. Tojo smiled when he saw this.
まだ熱は高いが、苦しくはないか?
Honestly, this is giving, I don't know, that she's in labor vibes. Like, this looks like a woman getting ready to give birth to child. This is a weird angle. I need this from a different direction. Like, I don't understand. I also don't understand the thing in his arm. What is this? Your fever still seems high. You're not feeling too terrible? No. My heart's racing, but this feels nice. I'm embarrassed, but also happy. I felt sort of happy. Tojo really is a nice guy. It made me happy, of course, that he was so kind to me. I'd spent so much of my life living all by my lonesome. That's also, oh my god. She's reaching to anything. She's like, I don't even care if it doesn't want me back. This poor girl. God. I spent so much of my life living all by my lonesome that it made me especially grateful when people were nice to me. But I couldn't mistake it for anything else. There was nothing special about this. And yet, I'm sure he treats everyone the same way. I could feel a dull ache in my chest when I had this thought. He's so kind and considerate to everyone. It's one of his best qualities, and I love that about him. But what if I'm special to him in a way no one else is? I snapped back to my senses after that trail of thought. I was gonna say trial, sorry. What am I even thinking? Why am I being so...
早く良くなるといいな。
I hope you get better soon, Leah. For a briefest of moments, we made eye contact while very close to one another. And in that moment, I somehow understood the way I felt with perfect clarity. I think I finally get it now. I have a crush on him. You already said you had a crush on him. Countless times over, I suspect the way I felt was just some kind of misunderstanding, but I really did have a crush on him. I want to be special to him if possible. I wanted to be with him forever. Yeah, I gotta get better soon. When I smile, Tojo gently stroked my hair.
あらあら。おじやを作って戻ってきてみれば、いい雰囲気になってるじゃない、あの二人。
Oh my! I came back from making rice porridge to this?
若いっていいわね。ま、私もまだまだ若いけど。
Oh, that just reminded me because she said "ada ada," which is what Mom says in Virtue Evermore. The mom's voice actress in Virtue Evermore is Tanjiro and Nezuko's mother. Isn't that sweet? She plays moms. She's a mom. Oh, to be young. I mean, so am I, but still.
邪魔しちゃ悪いから、もう少し二人きりにしてあげようかしら。
I'd hate to interrupt them, so I'll leave them be a little longer. Look at you, Mimi. Tojo went back home after. Mom. Dude, I was just like, oh my god, she's Tanjiro's mother. She's so perfect. Tojo went back home afterwards, albeit reluctantly, stating that he had work to do. Several bell hours later, my fever broke and I started to feel better, partially thanks to Maharu's care.
それじゃ、私はそろそろ水茶屋に帰るわね。
I think it's about time for me to head back to the tea stall. Thank you for coming today, Mimi. I owe you one.
そんな水臭いこと言わないの。私とあなたの仲なんだから。
What are we, strangers? That's what family's for.
それと、見送りなんていいから、早く部屋に戻って休みなさい。まだ病み上がりなんだから。
You don't need to see me off, so hurry on back to your room and get some rest. You're still recovering. Chirp! Gamame chirped in agreement from the top of my
ほ
head.
ら、こまめちゃんもこう言ってるし。
See, even Komame says so. I'll be fine. I'm already feeling better.
油断してるとぶり返しちゃうわよ。
Your fever will come right back if you're not careful. Then a suggestive grin suddenly spread across Mimi's
う
face.
ん。でもその時は、東條さんに看病してもらえばいいかしらね。
Oh, but I'm sure you'd love it if Tojo took care of you. Huh, what are you talking about?
お姉ちゃんの目をごまかせると思った？あなたが彼に好意を持ってることくらい、とっくに気がついてたわよ。
What, you thought you could pull the wool over my eyes? I realized you had a thing for him a long time ago. You've got it all wrong. We're not, well, not wrong per se, but the thought of my crush on him being an open secret nearly made my fever spike again, either from embarrassment or because it was all too much to take.
隠さなくたっていいのよ。年頃の女の子なんだから、身近な殿方に憧れを抱いたって何にも不思議じゃないわ。
No need to hide it. It's hardly unusual for a girl your age to admire a gentleman you're close
むしろ
to.
私、ちょっと安心しちゃった。あなたは山暮らしが長かったせいか、浮いた噂の一つも二つもなかったじゃない？
I'm actually a little bit relieved. I haven't heard one single bit of gossip about you. I figured it was because you lived up in the mountain for so long. You didn't have to emphasize the single part. Maharu didn't seem to hear my attempt to deny it.
ねえねえ、好きになったきっかけは？東條さんのどんなところが好きなの？お姉ちゃんにだけ教えてちょうだい。
So tell me, what made you fall in love with him? What do you like about Tojo? Won't you tell me, pretty please? I winced when she unleashed a barrage of questions on me, an unusual twinkle in her eye. At the same time, I was seized with the desire to share the pain I'd been longing through. I tried to I'm tired of worrying myself sick. Maybe she'll be easier to talk to. After hesitating for a little while, I nodded with reservations. You're right. I guess I do like him. I answered honestly about everything that had happened so far, just as she asked. She eagerly listened to my explanation without poking fun at me. When I got to the part where we kissed, she got so incredibly excited that it was hard to get her to calm back down. I felt so much more at ease when she more or less heard everything. She also seemed content.
それにしても、東條さんを選ぶなんて、あなたは目の付けどころがいいわね。
Aw,
彼はお
no.
庭番の中でもかなりのおすすめよ。
You already got a boyfriend in the Oniwa bond. Don't act like that. Either way, you got a good choice. Good eye choosing Tojo. He'd be my pick too out of all the men in Onuoban. Really?
だって誠実そうだし爽やかだし人当たりがいいし気が利くしその上あの凛々しい容姿
He's honest, eloquent, friendly, tactful, and on top of all that, he has dashing good looks. I nodded shyly in agreement. Silent. He definitely was cool.
きっとああいう人と
What a
一緒にな
cool
ったら
guy.
幸せになれると思うのよね
I'm sure you'd be happy with a guy like him. You mean as husband and wife? The ladies at the tea party I attended earlier had said much of the same thing. Husband and wife. I guess I would think about that if I had a crush on somebody, but he's a vessel.
東條さんって素敵よね
He's a
こま
wonderful
めちゃんも
guy.
そう思うでしょ
Right, Komame? Yikes, what a bad attitude. Komami hates traitors. Kojo ran deep, it seemed. Then Komami jumped off my head like she had just spotted something and started hopping towards the base. Komame, don't just leave like that.
何か見つけたのかしら
Do you think she found something? We've got to run after her. We'd be in big trouble if she got lost. Maharu and I chased after Komame in a hurry. Think she went this way? Chirp! Ah, Komami, I'm so glad we found you. Chirp, chirp! Komami was zeroed in on the street corner, chirping like she was trying to bring something to my attention. Wondering what might have happened, I peeked around the corner, only to find a blightfall there. It wasn't doing anything just yet. Perhaps it had just been summoned.
何どうかしたの
What? Something wrong? Be quiet, Mimi. Stay back. I hid in hurry, speaking to her in a hushed voice. There's a blightfall over there. Komame noticed it right away and showed it to us.
大変どうすれば
So what you're saying is Komame knows what blightfalls are. What you're saying is Komame understands what words are. And I think Komame is a spirit of some kind. Oof. That was, my shoulder just started to hurt right when I did that. Oh dear, have I broken myself? Have I been sitting in a chair too long? Right here. Oh goodness. Oh well. We don't got that kind of insurance. What do we do? I'll keep an eye on the situation, Mimi. Take Komame back to the base with you and let the Oniwaban know.
わかったわあなたも気をつけてね
Got it. Be careful, Leah. I watched her dash off before going back to keep an eye on the blightfall. The blightfall let out a huge yawn, then looked around slowly. The way it was moving around, you'd think it just woke up. I'm glad it's not doing anything, at least. Then the blightfall halted. The next second, it swung its arm as hard as it could, demolishing a nearby wall. That was fast, and it's so powerful. The loud noise seemed to have alerted all the nearby residents that the blightfall had appeared. I heard people shrieking from every direction almost immediately. The neighborhood descended into chaos in a blink of an eye, and everyone tried to flee. Oh geez, at this rate, someone might get hurt, even if the blightfall doesn't attack anybody. Fortunately, some of the villagers had started giving evacuation orders, leaving it to the residents of Samurai Town to be accustomed to blightfall outbreaks. The chaos subsided a bit as a result, and the townspeople were able to make a swift escape. Whew, now to focus on keeping tabs on the blightfall. If I'm too weak to fight it, you were too weak to fight it even when you're not sick, then I'd at least like to be of service by doing what I can. Anytime I'd face a blightfall before this, I'd always been too afraid and nervous to calmly observe it. Now that I'd encountered them several times, I was a bit more used to it. The blightfall didn't seem to have noticed me yet. Come to think of it, I was pretty calm this time around. This was a perfect opportunity for me to carefully examine the blightfall. Right. Its real form. It was the blightfall, if the blightfall had one. I'd like to figure out where it's located before Tojo and the rest get here. I was observing the blightfall with this in mind when something more interesting than its true form caught my eye. Black threads. Black threads led away from the blightfall's body. I could make them out with unusual clarity thanks in part to how calmly I was carrying about my observation. Oh goodness, hang on. I really think I drink fast when I don't have a straw. I'm just saying, it slows me down. If it's anything like what happened to Tenchibo, following those threads will lead me to the summoner holding the cursed object. If I took my sweet time, the Blightfall could disappear on me at any moment, and when it did, so would the black threads. There was no time to wait around for the Oniwaban. At this point, I guess I'll have to follow the threads on my own. Nervous, I steeled myself, then ran after the black threads floating in the air. I slipped through the crowd, running away from the Blightfall, hurrying to where the black threads led. The summoner might run for it if they find out someone's looking for them. I need to be careful not to tip them off. After running for a while, I finally arrived at a small space surrounded by a wall. It was so small, only one person could probably fit inside. The black threads extended from inside it. I guess they had some leftover space when they built the wall. But why would someone summon a Blightfall in a spot like this cramped? Surprised, I peeked inside, but no one was there. That's odd. The black threads are definitely coming from in there. It's only big enough for one person to fit inside, and there's only one way to get in or out. It'd be hard to escape in a pinch. I looked closer and saw a tiny gap at the bottom of the wall. Even then, it was hard to believe an adult could use it to come and go. I don't even think I could fit inside. Is she about to get kidnapped? Just then, I looked around and realized all the black threads had vanished into thin air. No way. Now I won't be able to find the summoner. I hurriedly stepped out of the enclosed space, but couldn't hear any of the crashing or screaming that had been audible a few moments ago. It seemed like the Blightfall was gone too, although I couldn't tell from here. I wonder if the summoner found out I was looking for them, just when I tracked them down too. Who's the first person that pops up? I looked around to see if the cursed object had been dropped anywhere, but I didn't find anything that fit the bill. Tojo, Tomonari, Kyuga, and Yoriichi ran towards me while I stood there dumbfounded. I met back up with them, bummed that I let any possible lead slip out of my fingers. Then we headed back to Oniwaban's base and briefed everyone else, including Kyoshiro. In short, when I followed the black threads back to the source, no one was there any longer.
そうか。ひとまず状況は理解した。
I think I have a grasp on the situation for now. I'm sorry I wasn't able to find anything in the end.
黒い糸の行方を途中までは終えたわけだから、収穫がなかったわけではないだろう。お前はよくやってるよ。
Except she did come up empty-handed. I don't think you understand what that word means. Sometimes you say things and you don't know what you're actually saying, but coming up empty-handed means you have nothing to show for your work. She has nothing. You managed to follow the black threads part way, so it's not like you came up empty-handed. You did well. Thank you very much. Tojo's encouragement made me feel conflicted, both sorry and also happy.
にしてもそこに召喚者がいたはずなのは間違いないんでしょ？それが消えたってのが謎だよね。
But the summoner should have been there, right? Strange how they just up and
お
vanished.
庭番の他の者たちにも現場を調べてもらったが、隠し通路のようなものは何も見つからなかった。
I guess we could establish that none of these guys would be part of the conflict because all four of them showed up right when she was on the trail. The other Oniwaban investigated the scene but didn't find any secret escape routes.
だが、人間が煙のように消えるなんて考えられない。何かからくりがあるはずだ。問題はそれをどうやって解くかだが。
I doubt a person just vanished into thin air, though. There must be some kind of gimmick. The question is, how do we figure it out?
次に良いかと遭遇した際は、召喚者に悟られないよう接近する必要がある。
Next time we encounter a Blightfall, we need to approach the summoner without their knowledge.
これからはお前が彼女の補佐につけ。
Tomonari, assist Leah from now on.
わかりました。
Yes, sir. Why did he nominate Tomonari? I must not have looked convinced because Tojo whispered into my ear.
友成は隠密行動が得意なんだ。
Also, the shade. For shame on you. You don't know these guys well enough to say such a thing. Tomonari's an excellent at undercover work. I see. Tomonari gave me some hora kudama in case anything ever got out of hand and I found myself needing equipment. A weapon filled with gunpowder. After lighting the fuse, you throw it at the enemy. Just throw it. Tojo taught me how to use them, by the way, since I had no idea what to do. What? I feel like that was translated weird. Tojo taught me how to use them, by the way, since I had no idea how to use them. Hora kudama were the type of weapon that used gunpowder, which you threw at the enemy. The appearance of something that dangerous truly made it sink in. We were at war. Later on, countless numbers of Blightfall had appeared since the day I lost sight of the black threads. I spent day and night keeping a watchful eye out for them for days on end. That must have been why I was feeling so run down. That was when Tojo invited me to the temple school. School hadn't been in session lately because he'd been so busy, but apparently he made time to have class for the first time in a while. Since he'd gone out of his way to invite me, I joined him at school both to help out and also as a diversion for myself. Yeah, diverting yourself into his presence. Alright then, are you all on your seats? Hi everybody! Oh, it's her! Hi! Oh yeah, I couldn't wait for you to come back. The kids greeted me with radiant smiles when I showed up. It's been a while, how have you been? Good. I hadn't actually been good. What with the fever and how busy I've been, but seeing the smiles on their faces definitely did brighten my day. I looked behind the kids and saw that my tea party acquaintance had come as well. Hello! Are you here to observe today?
そうなんです。うちの子が寺子屋を楽しみにしているもので、一度見てみたいと思いまして。
Yes, precisely. My son is looking forward to school. My son so looks forward to school that I wanted to see it for myself at least once.
そういうわけで、ついでに皆さんと一緒に見学に来させてもらったんです。あなたは今日どんな授業をされるんですか?
I figured I might as well ask everyone else to come observe with me, so here we are. What sort of class will we be teaching today? I didn't really plan on teaching a class.
あら、そうなんですか。楽しみにしていたので残念です。
Is that right? What a shame. I was looking forward to it. She told me to let her know the next time I taught, and I smiled, a bit embarrassed. After I had finished saying a brief hello to all the ladies, they moved to the back of the room.
お前が来ると話したら、子供たちも喜んで楽しみにしていたぞ。
The kids were so happy when I told them that you were coming. They've been looking forward to it.
お前の授業は目の付けどころが面白くて、子供たちにも好評だった。俺よりも師匠に向いてるんじゃないか?
The focus of the lesson you taught was so interesting and the kids loved it. I think you might be better suited to teaching than I am. Tojo, don't joke about that. While engaging in a bit of lighthearted banter, I looked around the room and noticed something a bit odd. I feel like there aren't many kids here. It was almost time for class to start, but only 5 kids had came. I asked Tojo about it quietly in the corner of the room. Is it me or are there not many kids here today? Girl, the world's at war.
ああ、今日来てない子たちは家が良いかの被害に遭っちまったんだ。しばらく寺子屋には行けないと連絡があった。
The kids who aren't here today had their houses damaged by Blightfall. I was told they won't be able to come to school for a while. The color drained from my face for an instant. That's right. The children at the temple school live in Samurai Town. Of course their houses would have taken a hit. And you should have known that. I don't think we needed this conversation. I think you should have just realized. The possibility had never occurred to me before then because I'd been busy. I was urged by how overly optimistic I'd been. Are the kids okay?
ああ、子供たち自身は無事だと聞いている。だが屋敷が半壊したり、 親が怪我をしたりで辛い思いをしているはずだ。
Okay. I heard the kids themselves are fine. Their houses are half destroyed and their parents were injured though, so I'm sure they're going through a rough time.
良いかが狙うのは江戸でも有力な武家の屋敷ばかりだ。そうなれば当然。
The Blightfall have only been targeting the mansions of the most influential samurai families in Edo. Why are we not patrolling those areas then? Makes sense then. True, since all the children who come here are from those families. Was that supposed to be the sound of a child getting closer? Because that sounded like a monster in a video game. What? It's like, cluck, 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 cluck. What's up? What you talking about? If you hear that sound and that word, that seems like the monster's like, look at me. What you talking about? Are you telling a ghost story? The children looked nervous as they asked this. Oh, it's nothing. Sorry for making you worry. I gave the children a gentle pat on the head. I'm sure they were just curious because they saw us being hush-hush. Even if they weren't, they must have been feeling unsettled from the string of recent incidents. None of them could sit still. I didn't blame them for being scared that their homes might be next. I guess there's no cheering them up. Tojo spoke while all of this ran through my mind.
よし、みんな聞いてくれ。
Okay, listen up, everybody. The children immediately looked at him.
今日は授業の前にみんなで遊ぼう。
We're gonna play before we have class today. Huh? The children also seemed puzzled by his abrupt announcement. Play? Why?
きっとみんな今は不安に思ってることがあるんじゃないか。
Something's making you all anxious, isn't it?
そんな時にただ授業をしても勉強に身が入らないだろう。だから遊んで気分転換するんだ。
Even if I held class, you wouldn't be able to concentrate on learning anyway, so let's have some fun and snap ourselves out of it. It made total sense when I heard him put it like that. Playing before studying might seem pretty drastic to me, though. What are we gonna play?
実はいいものがあるんだ。
I've got something good for you. Tojo rummaged around in a nearby container.
この中にあった。
It's gotta be somewhere. Aha! The thing he pulled out was a container with a strange object I didn't recognize. It's a stick with a bird on it, and you run around, and then it looks like the birds fly. It's a whole thing. It consisted of a string attached to a tip of a thin stick. At the end of it hung a little paper bird.
今日はみんなでこれを作るぞ。
Today, we're gonna make these. The children cheered loudly at his idea. What's that?
お姉ちゃん知らないの？都鳥っていうおもちゃだよ。
You don't know what that is? It's a toy called Oyster Catcher. A toy consisting of a thin wooden stick with a string attached to it. A small paper bird hangs from the end of the string. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. They've been all the rage with kids in Edo lately. Huh, I had no idea since I never saw these where I lived. Not long ago, I lived alone in the mountains. You may have recalled. It was the prologue. It was so remote that saying I lived in the boonies didn't do it justice. I still had lots to learn about the trends in Edo. See, here's how you play with it. The boy demonstrated for me. Apparently, you played with it by holding the stick and swinging it around, making the bird dance like it was flying. What a cute toy. I borrowed it from him and swung it around for myself. As I watched the paper bird wobble, I could kind of see why the kids enjoyed playing with these.
じゃあ今から材料を配るぞ。みんな並んで取りに来い。
I'm gonna hand out the supplies now. Everyone line up and take some. Okay. After lining up and collecting their supplies one by one, the children immediately got to work making the oyster catchers. I could tell Tojo's plan had been a huge success when I saw kids were having a blast putting them together. He came really well prepared, having all the materials for these on hand.
前にも何度か作ってみたことがあったんだが、それが子供たちに受けが良くてな。
I've made them a few times before and they were a big hit with the kids.
だから次は子供たちの手でも作らせてやろうと思って 材料だけは用意しておいたんだ。
So I just got the supplies together and figured could have the kids put it together themselves next time.
材料は余分に用意してあるからお前も作ってみたらどうだ？
I brought plenty. Why not try making one yourself? Oh, are you
子
sure?
供たちが作っている間ただ待っているだけというのも退屈だろ。作り方教えてやるよ。
Just to be clear, shouldn't you be showing everybody how to make them? Not just to me. Me. Just to me. Everybody. You must be bored waiting around while the kids finish making their toys. Let me show you how to make one. Thank you. I'll take you up on your offer then. I took some of the oyster catcher supplies and started making one of my own while Tojo showed me how. I gave it a shot, and although it was hard, it was also pretty fun. While carefully but clumsily working on it, I asked him something that had been on my mind for a little while. Aren't these toys for the children of commoners? I was a little shocked to see the children of samurai families playing with something so pedestrian.
だろうな。現にこいつらも前はもっと大人びた遊びをしていた。
Probably. They used to
打球
play
とかな。
more grown-up games like Docu, actually. Docu? Sorry, what sort of game is that? I felt bad that I hardly knew anything. Tojo gave me a thorough explanation without batting an
簡単
eye.
に言えば玉入れ競争みたいなものだ。2組に分かれて専用の杖で地面の鞠を自分の組の門に早く入れることを競うんだ。
It's a bit like toss, to put it simply. You split into two teams and compete to get burrs into your team's goal as fast as you can using special sticks.
本来は馬に乗ってやるものだが、
Interesting.
まああの子たちは遊びということで自分の足で走り回ってやっていた。
It was originally something you played on horseback, but the children just run around on their own legs when they
だ
play.
がそれは基本的に男子の遊びだろ。男子の打球を女子が退屈そうに見ていたから女子もできる遊びをって考えたのがきっかけだった。
Just let the girls play Docu, guys. But Docu's a game for boys, you know? The girls used to look so bored while watching the boys play, so I thought of games they could play too.
それ以来都鳥がこの寺子屋でも流行ったってわけだ。
Oyster catchers have been popular at the temple ever since. It's awfully kind of you to think of the girls, too. Thanks for thinking of
俺の
girls.
大事な教え子だからな。
All of my students matter to me. Tojo smiled a tad
師匠
bashfully.
これ
Master, help! A child ran up to him looking upset. He came to ask a question because he didn't understand how to put his toy
ど
together.
れ貸してみろ。いいかこれはここをこうして。
Let me see. Okay, so you take this part and do this. Tojo carefully showed him in a way that was easy to understand, causing the boy's eyes to light up.
さこれでわかったか？
Alright, did you get it?
ありがとう師匠
Thank you,
ま
Master.
たわからないことがあったら聞きに来るんだぞ。
Come back and ask if you have any other questions. Tojo gave him a gentle pat on the head. How sweet. I watched, touched when my eyes met Tojo's.
お前も頭撫でてほしいのか？
Did you want a head pat too? No? I felt a mix of misery and disgust at being treated like a little kid. Am I really that much like a kid? Does he just see me as a child? I didn't find it very funny, so I pretended to immerse myself in making my own oyster catcher. She's like, I'm a woman. See me as I am. A considerable amount of time after I had started, I paused and thought to myself, what should I do with the bird part? It's the only part of the oyster catcher where I can give it a bit of personality.
わからないものだな。
Don't get it. Huh? Don't get what?
ああ、すまん。独り言が出てたか。
Oh, my bad. Did I say that out loud? Tojo continued on, looking serene as he fiddled with the nearby oyster
最初に
catcher.
こいつを作った時は寺子屋でこんなに流行るとは思わなかった。
The first time I made one of these, I had no idea they'd catch on like this at
さっき
school.
お前も言っていたが、これはあくまでも庶民の子供のおもちゃだ。武家の子供には受けないかもしれないと思った。
You mentioned this earlier, but these are definitely toys for children of commoners. I figured they wouldn't go over well with children from samurai families.
それがこうも喜ばれたんだから、何が起こるかわからないものだと思ったんだ。
What made them so happy, I just chalked it up to being one of life's little mysteries. I think I know why. Tojo's eyes opened wide in apparent surprise when I said this teasingly.
どうしてだ
Why?
教
Tell
えてくれ
me. I knew something Tojo didn't. A position I took a bit of delight in. I wasn't trying to get revenge for being treated like a little kid earlier, but I did feel a bit smug. The answer is simple. They wanted to copy you, Tojo.
俺の
Me? The kids adore you. It's only natural that they wanted something you made to try it themselves.
それは糸の色で分かったのか
Did you learn that by looking at their threads? I can tell without looking at those. I laughed playfully and Tojo shot me a smile, looking flattered.
だが子供たちに好かれているのはお前も同じだろ
They're just as fond as of you, though. They just met me, man. They are?
ああそんなの糸なんか見えなくたってわかる
Yeah, I can tell without looking at those, too. All he did was repeat what I said earlier, but it kind of felt like I'd gotten a taste of my own medicine. I can tell they've taken to me. I really appreciate that.
謙虚な表現だなお前はもっと自信を持っていいと思うぞ
That's a humble way of putting it. Have more confidence in yourself. Tojo's eyes suddenly softened as he gazed at me.
俺は幸せ者だな着好みでありながら子供たちに好いてもらったりお前に笑いかけてもらったり
I'm a lucky guy. I'm a vessel, but the kids like me and you smile my
こ
way.
の寺子屋で子供たちやお前と過ごす穏やかな時間を俺は
Nothing
一番
beats
気に入
the
っているんだ
quiet moments I spend with you and the kids here at school, Leah. Overjoyed, I grinned and agreed with him. You too, Tojo. I only just realized I completely stopped working on my oyster catcher. I got back to work on that. Am I allowed to be full of myself over the fact that Tojo kinda likes me? He treats me like a little kid sometimes, but maybe was hope for us after all. Except for the fact that the moment he gets his emotions back, he's gonna get murdered. But, you know, that's just a small price you pay for having a crush. Filled with hope, my heart soared. Oh, I know just what shape to give the bird. Part of my oyster catcher. Come on, let's make it look like my friend. Afterwards, everyone was completely focused on work, but then...
ん千恵さんの声だな
Was that Chi? She did take a child to the bathroom a little bit
何か
ago.
あったのかもしれないちょっと様子を見てくる
Maybe something happened. Let's go and look. You're leading the children, so you stay here. I'll go check it out.
そうかじゃあ頼む
True. Thanks. I headed in the direction of Chi's voice and found her and a child standing there. Pardon me, did something happen?
いえ、ごめんなさい、大声を出してしまって。うるさかったでしょう。
Oh, I'm sorry for shouting. I must have been so loud. No worry. More importantly, what happened?
本当に申し訳ありません。実はその。
My sincerest apologies. To tell the truth,
奥方様、こちらにいたんですね。
Is this where you were, madam? As we talked, a man who appeared to be her servant walked over to us from the
お
garden.
殿様が奥方様にご用事があるとのことです。寺子屋の見学を切り上げて帰ってきてはくれないかと。
Lord Tanba has business with you, my lady. My lady? He asks that you cut your observation of the temple school short and come home.
今ですか？私は彼女にお話ししたいことがあるのですが。
Right now, I want to talk to her about
そ
something.
れが急なご用事のようで。
Appears to be urgent business. If it's not pressing, Chi, can we talk about it another day? Please prioritize your family for now.
ですが。
Of course.
奥方様、お願いします。
My lady, please.
わかりました。彦丸、あとは自分できちんとお話ししなさい。
Understood. Hikomaru, talk to her on your own later.
はい、母上。
Yes, mother. With that, she reluctantly left the temple school with the servant. After watching the two of them leave, I turned towards Chisan Hikomaru. All right then, Hikomaru, what did you need to tell
なんで
me?
もない。
Nothing.
なんでもないから大丈夫。
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. He frantically brushed me off before dashing back to the room in a flash. I wonder what happened. I was concerned, but there wasn't much I could do when he cut the conversation short. I followed Hikamaru and walked back over to Tojo. What happened? What happened? In spite of that unforeseen situation, they'd all finally finished their oyster catchers. The bird portion of each one was so unique, showing their individual personalities. They came over to show Tojo and I their completed oyster catchers.
私の都鳥は尾っぽを長くしたの。綺麗でしょ。
I gave mine a long tail. Isn't it pretty? Ooh, it's very elegant.
よくできてるじゃないか。
Great
俺
job.
のも見て。大きいトサカをつけたんだ。
Check out mine too. Mine's got a big crest on it. I read that as chest, and I'm like, why? It's so cool. Probably best not to mention that it looks like a chicken. It might hurt his feelings.
鶏みたいでいいな。
I like that it looks like a chicken. He didn't think twice before saying it.
ああ、師匠は見る目がないな。これはトサカがついてる強い鷹っていう設定なんだ。
Can't you tell? I decided to make mine a super strong hawk with a chest. It's cool.
ほう。それは独創的だな。
Wow, very original. Whew. Doesn't seem like his feelings are hurt. I mean, it was his decision after all.
僕の都鳥はこれだよ。
Here's my oyster catcher. The oyster catcher he showed us was painted pitch black. You did some good job. Is that a crow?
お姉ちゃんもまだまだだね。これは口から火を吹く地獄のカラスだよ。
This sounds like Dahat's voice, and the voice actor for Dahat does a voice in this game, so maybe he's doing one of the random voices too. Not quite. It's a crow from hell that breathes fire. How was I supposed to know that?
みんな独創的だな。これはお前も負けてられないんじゃないか？
Everyone's so original, but I think Leah's takes the cake
お
though.
姉ちゃんはどんなやつ作ったの？
Kinda Jume.
見せて見せて。
Let me see, let me see. It's kind of embarrassing, but sure, here's an oyster catcher I made. Everyone turned their eyes on mine while I pulled it out, and then silence fell over the group.
豚鳥？
A little piggy bird? It's a sparrow? I tried to make it look like Komame with the hopes that one day she'd be able to fly through the open skies. The oyster catcher in my hand was definitely misshapen though. I probably didn't look much like a sparrow at all.
お姉ちゃん不器用。
How you're so bad at this?
下手っぴだ。
Ha! You suck at it! I found myself feeling really sad when the kids mocked me. They're not mocking you. Well, I don't have a lot of experience with this, so I didn't know how.
そうへこむな。愛嬌があってなかなか可愛くできてるぞ。小豆をかたどったのか？
Don't feel bad. It has its own charm. It's pretty cute. Did you model it after Komame? Yeah, I did. My mood lifted considerably knowing he got it. The children took the oyster catchers and happily began to play. I promptly gave my misshapen Komame oyster shaker a shake too. Mine seemed to turn out just fine once it was spinning in circles, oddly enough. As I watched their colorful oyster catchers spin all around, I felt more and more at peace. It seems the kids did too. They'd been so worked up earlier, but we're now staring at their oyster catchers with rapid attention. Tojo began to speak as he watched over them, a smile on his face.
みんな、このままでいいからちょっと聞いてくれ。
Alright everyone, that's enough. Listen up. After making sure everyone was listening, he continued talking.
今は大変な事件が起きているが、俺たち大人が頑張って解決しようとしている。この状況がずっと続くことはない。
Terrible things are happening right now, but grown-ups like me are doing our best to solve it. It won't last
お前た
forever.
ちのことは必ず守ってやる。だから安心して普段通りの生活を送ってほしい。
We will protect you. That you can be sure of. Just relax and live life as usual. The kid's faces relaxed a bit when he said this. his message probably wouldn't have had the same impact if he had said the same thing while they were still on edge. Putting their mind at ease with fun and games probably helped it resonate with them. Tojo also protected their minds through the temple school. I could feel my own love for him growing stronger after realizing how thoughtful he was being towards the children. He is just an empty shell. Stop it. Once class at the temple school was over, Tojo and I walked side by side down the road at sunset. The kids were very focused on today's lesson.
ああ、やっぱり最初に遊んで正解だった。
Yeah, letting them play first was the right call. I had fun with the oyster catchers too.
そいつはよかった。お前の都鳥も子供たちに大人気だったしな。
Glad to hear that. Your oyster catcher was a big hit with the kids. It wasn't really a big hit. They mostly just laughed at
今日
it.
はお前が手伝ってくれて助かった。ありがとな。
I really appreciated your help today, Leah. Thanks. I'm so glad I got to see the kids. I reflected on their innocent eyes and carefree smiles. Thinking about how uneasy they must feel every day made me desperate to do something, anything. We've got to hurry up and catch the Blightfall Summoner so that the kids can live in peace.
気合が入ってるな。
You sure are motivated. Of course whoa! I tripped and nearly fell, likely because I was looking off to the side and because I am the protagonist in a Otomi game.
おっと、危なかったな。
Oops,
ちゃんと前
careful
を見なきゃ
now.
ダメだぞ。
Watch where you're going. Tojo caught me just in the nick of time, but his face is so close. He had been on my mind so much lately that my entire face went red all at once. Sorry, I owe you one. I was so nervous that I almost found myself acting oddly. I pulled myself away before he thought it seemed weird.
たく、お前って後輩というより手のかかる妹みたいだよな。
Honestly, you're more like a pesky little sister than a coworker. A little sister. A little sister? Hearing him say that made me huffy. He treated me like a little kid a lot, come to think of it. I already knew this, but hearing him say it gave me mixed feelings. How do I get Tojo to see me as a woman? If I told him how I felt, would it make him a little aware that I'm a woman? I had no plans on telling him how I felt, not wanting to make my job with the Oniwaban awkward. Plus, he was a vessel. Of that, that's what I've been telling myself at least. But just then, I was suddenly seized with the urge to tell him. The urge ballooned in the blink of an eye, taking control of my emotions. I'm scared and embarrassed, but I don't want this to continue forever. Still, it would take some courage to tell him to his face. I decided to beat around the bush with my questions. That reminds me, has anyone in the Oniwaban ever been in a relationship? For some reason, with so little romantic experience like me, this was a pretty bold question on its own. If I could just siege into explaining how I feel. Segue.
恋仲に?
In a relationship? Tojo looked puzzled.
そりゃ、光重さんや薮田さんみたいな人間ならそういうこともあるだろうな。
Well,
だが
humans,
キコは別だ。
like Mitsushigi and Yubuda, certainly have. Vessels are another story, though. Oh, but
お前も知っての通り、キコは良いかに対抗するためだけに生まれてくる。色恋がどういうものか知識はあるが、それはキコにとって必要ないものだ。
as you already know, vessels are only born to vanquish Blightfall. We're knowledgeable about what love affairs entail, but they're wholly unnecessary for vessels.
だからお前の想像する恋仲になることは絶対にありえない。
Which makes it absolutely impossible for us to be in relationships like what you might have in mind. Although oh my gosh, this is one of those words I can't say right. Although amicable, he got right to the point. I could feel the color draining from my face. But didn't you mention earlier that vessels have their own self-identities? You're self-conscious about Kyuga. You have a smoking habit. If you have the individual will for things like that, couldn't you be in a relationship too?
それはキコが道具だった頃に刻まれた個性だ。俺が持つ感情にしろ、タバコを吸う習慣にしろ、ただの個性が表に出ているに過ぎない。
Dang, this girl's gonna have a fever again, ain't she? Those are just quirks ingrained in us, vessels from back when we were objects. Both my emotions and smoking habits are simply an expression of those characteristics.
色恋に首を突っ込むのが好きな気子も過去にはいたかもしれないが、それは所詮一種の娯楽に過ぎない。
Some vessels have been fond of trying their hand in love affairs, but it's never been anything more than entertainment to them.
なぜだかわかるか？
Do you know why? My heartbeat was quickening and I found it hard to breathe even though I wasn't running. My heart was being sent over the edge.
それは俺たちが心を持たない気子だからだ。
Technically, you have a heart. It's just that you don't. That your heart does not. This is not where love exists. It's here. It's mentality. It's a mentality. Love is a state of mind. Because we're vessels, meaning we don't have hearts.
俺たちは良いか討伐のために作られた道具だ。それ以外に存在する意義なんてない。
We're tools created to get rid of Blightfall. Our existence have no other meaning.
だから現実的に考えて、誰かと恋仲になることはありえない。無意味だからだ。
This is like the darkest line. Like this is exactly why I don't understand this as the romance side of this. Realistically speaking, it's impossible for us to be in relationships because that means nothing to us. My mind went completely blank. Oh, right, I knew vessels and humans were different. I can't believe I didn't fully grasp that. I realized how incredibly foolish it had been to let myself get carried away with his every move. In all likelihood, he probably thought nothing of kissing me. That's why he's been very clear about pretending it hadn't happened, and yet here I was. I see. That was weird of me to ask. I barely managed to laugh it off. I wasn't confident that my laugh was convincingly natural, but it was better than not laughing at all. I just remembered I had plans with Mimi. I'll see you later then. See ya. Oh no. After a while, I came to an empty stretch of road and stopped walking. It hadn't quite sunk in earlier, but after some time had passed, I'd finally came to grips with reality. A wave of emptiness and sadness came over me. I guess that makes sense. I shouldn't have let myself feel that way. Such an idiot. My eyes burned so badly I couldn't hold back anymore. I need to put this behind me. Oh no, she's crying. A few hot tears slid down my cheeks and fell to the ground. Is that the end of the chapter? Did we do it? No? I also noticed in this story they have not switched perspectives outside of the very beginning. The very beginning was the only time it switched perspectives. Afterwards, I focused on my Oniwa-ban work harder than ever before. I kept myself from thinking any unnecessary thoughts while at work. I was sort of burying my head in the sand. I need to hurry and forget all about my love for Tojo. I hate that feeling her pain literally after I had a dream about my crush a couple nights ago. Oh no. Dude, it's hard, right? Because again, emotions are what they are. You can have feelings for someone and they cannot have feelings for you back. So her having feelings for him, it's understandable. I feel like they wrote this story really well so far. All right, I need to hurry and forget all about my love for Tojo. I need to treat him like a coworker and nothing else. The only silver lining was that I'd been paired up with Tomonari, so I didn't see much of Tojo. Just then I realized Tomonari was staring intently at me. What's wrong?
ねえ、何かあった？
Did something happen? Not really. Why do you ask?
でも表情が硬い。
You look tense. I agree. I like this so far about the feelings. Yeah, they're doing really good on it. It could, by like story 6, be a little annoying, honestly. So we'll play by ear how it goes. I'm just focused on work.
ちょっと違う気がする。前は真剣な時もそんな感じじゃなかった。今は真剣すぎて危機迫る感じ。
It doesn't seem quite right to me. You were nervous like this before when you were being serious. You're almost terrifyingly serious right now. Tomonari's surprisingly sharp. I smiled, keeping that thought to myself. I'm the same as ever. It's all in your head.
君がそう言うなら、
If you say so, then. I looked down at the ground and standing so that Tomonari couldn't see, wiped the smile from my face. As worried as Tomonari was about me, I couldn't let my guard down too much. He was a vessel too. I'd probably get my feelings hurt again if I treated him like a normal human being. In this story, she just turns into a cold-hearted monster and destroys the town at the end. She becomes the Blightfall. Just then, I heard the flutter of wings somewhere nearby.
京志郎さんの鷹だ。
It's Kyoshiro's hawk. I looked up and saw the hawk perch on a nearby tree. There was a letter attached to its leg, which Tomonari expertly removed.
海は受け取ったよ。ご主人様のところにお帰り。
I've taken the letter. Go back to your master. Once the hawk had completed its mission, it flew away through the open skies far above us. It's so majestic and cool, almost hard to believe it's a bird just like Komame. Tomonari quickly scanned the letter while I had this rude thought I'd never let Komame hear. What's that letter say?
例の良いかが出現した。すでに国高が向かっているって。
The Blightfalls appeared. Kunitaka's already on the way over. The idea of seeing Tojo's face to face again made my heart seize up for a split second. I promptly shook my head to brush the thought away. Now's not the time to be scared. I'm a member of the Onuwa-ban. Think about what you need to do right now. Let's go, Tomonari.
こっちだよ。
Sure, this way. Tomonari and I hurried over to the scene. When we arrived in Samurai Town, it was already in a state of chaos. We pressed on, walking against the crowd of people running away. Even from a distance, we could tell where to go. We could hear the Blightfall going on a loud rampage. Tojo was already there, facing off against the Blightfall, just like the letter said. When he realized we had arrived, Tojo signaled to us with his eyes. Tomonari immediately understood his signal and looked back at me.
国高がおとりになってくれているうちに、僕たちで良いかの召喚者を探そう。
Let's look for the summoner while Kunitaka acts as a decoy.
黒い糸は見える。
See any black threads? Hold on. I surveyed the scene, focusing my attention on the Blightfall. It was hard to see any black threads because it was storming around. I see them. They lead over there.
わかった。良いかに気づかれないように行こう。
Got it. Let's go. Careful to not be noticed by the Blightfall. Do you think he'll be okay on his own? Worried, I glanced over at Tojo.
あの人なら大丈夫。それにじきに久我さんや余一も駆けつけてくれるはずだから。
I know he will. Hyuga and Yorichi will probably be here soon too.
それより今は召喚者の位置の特定が先だよ。
Right now, locating the summoner is our top priority. I don't know where my brain just went. Right. We wouldn't let the opportunity he had created go to waste. This time, we need to go get closer without the summoner finding out. I cautiously began pursuing the black threads again. Tomonari followed me, keeping a vigilant eye on our surroundings. The black threads were floating in the air, leaving a prominent trail. I knew none of the fleeing town folks could see them, but it still struck me as a rather peculiar sight. I followed the black threads to a small city warehouse. A warehouse where daimos store and sell the rice they collect as part of their annual taxes, as well as specialty produced in their domain. Fancy. They appeared to lead inside. The black threads led inside the warehouse to Tomonari. If we get any closer, they might realize and run away again, though. Especially me. If they seen me up close last time, we risked putting them even more on guard. It was entirely possible we were dealing with a different perpetrator altogether, but if they were friends, they were likely sharing information. When I paused, not quite sure what to do, Tomonari took a step forward.
それなら心配ないよ。僕が背後から回り込めばいい。
Don't worry, I'll go around the back. But you can't tell where the black threads are.
君に口頭で指示を出してもらえば、黒い糸が伸びている方向から召喚者のおおよその位置は予測できる。
If you give me verbal directions, I can estimate the summoner's location based on the directions the black threads are going from.
僕は隠密行動が得意だから、相手に気づかれずに接近できるよ。
Undercover work is my forte, so I can get closer without them noticing. Really, in that case, I started to agree, but then suddenly decided against it. Wait, isn't it dangerous for you to go alone? The summoner might not be the only one inside the warehouse. What if they have a few buddies with them? They probably are on high alert and you risk getting attacked from the hind. Are you worried? I won't make mistakes like that. You should be a little more cautious though. You know what'll happen to you if you approach them without a plan in mind and get caught in a trap. Tomonari paused to think for a moment.
確かに君の言うことも一理あるね。仮に僕に万が一のことがあったとき、君の身の安全も心配だし。
I love him. I love him. You have a point. On the off chance something happens to me, I'd be worried for your safety.
それならどうすればいいと思う?
What do you think we should do then? I think we should check for anyone suspicious nearby before entering. Fire! There's a fire! Just then I heard someone yell the most unbelievable thing, immediately looking in their direction and saw plumes of smoke rising from the samurai abode next to the city warehouse. No way, a fire? I completely lost my wits since this was the first time I'd ever witnessed a fire.
まずいかも。良いかが暴れ回ったせいで何かから火が燃え移ったのかもしれない。
This could be bad. A blightfall probably caused a fire to spread by storming around town. The flames were surprisingly quick, spreading to the warehouse in a blink of an eye. What do? We've got to find the blightfall summoner, but we might be in danger if we stick around. Girl, you guys should have just did the first plan. As this thought ran through my mind, the door to the warehouse slammed open. Someone's coming out. I promptly stood at the ready, thinking the summoner had appeared, but instead it was... Oh, come on! It was the summoner! We know it's the summoner! Meanwhile, just when the fire had broken out... How dare you! Oh, gah, 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 gah. I viewed the blightfall I had just slayed with a look of disgust.
良いかを生かしたまま召喚者を探すという作戦だったのに、うっかりとどめを刺しちまった。
I really screwed up. The plan was to have them find the summoner while I kept the blightfall alive, but I accidentally finished it off.
それにしても、今の良いかの動きはどこか妙だったな。
Still, the blightfall was moving very strangely
俺が
just
切る
now.
直前、急に動きが鈍くなったような。
Started moving slowly all of a sudden right before I hit it. As a result, I clumsily dealt a lethal blow to the blightfall when I meant to use
良い
restraint.
かがあんな不自然な動きをするのは初めてだ。一体何だったんだ?
Well, you see, the building that the person who summoned it was on fire, so he panicked and ran out. I'd never seen a blightfall move that oddly. What the hell was that all about? But that was the blightfall. But was the blightfall really the one to blame? I looked down at the palms, questioning, thinking to myself, Leah. Lately, I found myself recalling her face anytime my mind wandered. Her face when she was smiling, angry, bashful, troubled, all the different faces I'd seen her make since meeting her crossed my mind, then faded away once more. Did I literally just cause this to happen because I just said we hadn't had a POV change? The last expression that came to mind each and every time was the sad look she'd given me then. When I told her that it was impossible for vessels to be in relationships, her face contorted for a moment like she was on the verge of tears. She probably had no idea she had made that face. She immediately smiled to play it off. I've never seen her look so sad.
俺は間違っていなかったはずだ。
I wasn't wrong. I could guess how she felt. Still, I'd never be able to reciprocate her feelings as a vessel. Pining for a vessel was an exercise in brutality. That was why I'd made a point of harshly pushing her away back then to cut her off early. I truly believed it was in her best interest. As a vessel and her elder, I made the right call. But if I had, then why did it upset me so much?
間違っていないはず。
I wasn't wrong, but...
なんだ?
What is that? I heard a frenzied scream somewhere nearby. I looked back and saw a large group of city firemen running over. When I glanced in that direction, there were... I don't know, I paused because of the sound, but then I realized that wasn't speaking sound. When I glanced in the direction they were headed, I saw red flames rising from a mansion. Fire? The moment I saw it, a sharp pain shot through my head. Got it. Okay, so in his original life, no, I'm sorry, before he turned into a thing, the person who imbued the life into the thingy died from fire. That's why he's scared of fires. The pain vanished almost immediately, only to be replaced by a familiar scene. A familiar building going up in flames, a fire. Of course, it was a completely separate event from what was happening before my very eyes. The scene causing me all this pain overlapped the fire in front of me. That wasn't all. Memories I'd never had before also began flooding my mind. Are these my? Lia and Tomonari came over while I stood there dumbfounded. Tojo, you're alright. A relieved smile was on her face. She seemed to be worried about me even though I pushed her away the other day.
Kunitaka,
oh, we actually can see her kimono from this side because it's again a different POV right now. Look, she's a real girl with a real kimono on. Oh my god. Kunitaka, did you kill the lightfall? My bad, my hand slipped an eye up. As I spoke, I realized Tomonari was carrying someone small on his back. I gasped. It when... What? I'm saying it right. I gasped when I saw the person's face.
Oi, Tomonari.
Tomonari, don't tell me that kid you're carrying is... There was no doubt about it. He was one of my students from the temple school. The boy, limp and unconscious, also seemed to be injured. He got hurt in the fire. You what? Shocked, I looked closely at him. Sure enough, I could see some soot on his face. His right hand was blue, like blood had pooled beneath the skin. They must have administered first aid on him as blood-soaked clothes were wrapped around his fingers. Not close. Did he injure his hand? Lia nodded yes to my question, looking a bit pale. All his nails were ripped off. That's a terrible injury. How did this happen? Tojo, you see this? She held out a familiar-looking item. Is that one of the oyster catchers we made at school? Why would it... This is a cursed object. For a second, I couldn't comprehend what she just said. It what? That was all I managed to ask, my voice hoarse from shock.
黒い糸を追っていったら暗屋敷にたどり着いた。火事が起きたと思ったらこの子が暗屋敷の中から出てきたんだ。
Following the black threads led us to a city warehouse. This child emerged from the warehouse right when a fire broke out.
そしてその近くにこの都鳥が落ちていた。
This oyster catcher had been dropped on the ground nearby.
まさかそれじゃ。
There's no way. Yeah, we're fairly sure this child was the summoner. What she said was so shocking, I could feel my consciousness fading. And he died. Chapter 6. I actually don't know how many chapters are in this story. But I have time, so I can do another one. I think. I don't know how many... I just said I don't know how many chapters, but this is why. I said I don't know how many chapters, because I don't know. I'm checking to see if I can download a date with death yet. It just says it's on my wish list. Why can't I download you? Oh, it just says play. Oh, I see. Create a shortcut, create a I don't need a main menu shortcut. Oh, perfect. I'm installing a date with death. Yay. I'll play that one later. 8 or 9 chapters? Eight or 9? I'm used to 6 or 7. 8 or 9's too many. Make them longer. So I know. I have a better range of what's happening in my life. All right, well, we can at least do one more before I take my break. I have plans for this afternoon. So I know my sister said 4:30, but like, I don't know if I want to play that long because one, I want to upload. And I've been taking notes after I finish my stream on what I've played because let's be real, I have the memory of a goldfish and I'm trying to do reviews. And I've been working on the Virtue Evermore one, but then I've been working on this one at the same time after each stream. And the Virtue Evermore is already like 6 pages of stuff, and I haven't even like gone through it and really fleshed it out. But the Winter's Wish one is already like 3 pages, and I haven't even gotten to routes yet. So definitely putting more information down on this one because I'm doing it as I play. And I don't even have the artist name correctly because I was trying to list the artist. I couldn't find their Twitter account or anything so I could share it. Sigh. I only meant to let out a small, discreet sigh, but it ended up being incredibly loud. A suffocating silence hung over the Oniwaban face. All of the Oniwaban vessels were gathered around along with Miyagi, Yabuta, and myself. Everyone wore grim expressions.
良いかの召喚者は子供だった。それが分かっただけでも収穫だ。
The Blightfall Summoner was a child. That may be all we've learned, but it's a start.
だが逆に言えば収穫はそれだけだ。すでに相当な被害が出ているというのに。
Or to put it the opposite way, it's only the start. They've already done serious harm.
まあまあ、そう閣下しないで。真相に一歩近づけたのは確かなんだから。
Hey, don't lose your temper. We're one step closer to the truth. That's a good thing.
真相ね。にしても、子供ってのは盲点だったよ。
Truth my ass. Either way, wasn't expecting the summoner to be a kid.
それも仕方のないことでしょう。これまでにない珍しい例なのですから。
How could we have? We have no precedence for this.
しかも国高の寺子屋に通う教え子だってすげえびっくりしたよな。
Oh, Taru, I'm still convinced you're the bad guy. You said it was a student from Kunitaka's temple school too? That blew my mind.
例の呪物は国高が子供たちに作らせた都鳥だったのだろう。
8 chapters. All right, we're on 6, so that means there's 2 more chapters after this. We'll see. We'll see how I feel in an hour. It's almost been 5 hours as it stands. The cursed object was one of the oyster catcher toys Kunitaka had the children craft, correct? Right. Tojo was looking down at the ground the entire time, saying uncharacteristically little.
黒い糸が巻きついているのを彼女に確認してもらったので間違いないと思います。
I'm positive it's the cursed object, since Leah confirmed it was covered in black threads. It was. All I'd done was confirm that Tomonari had said, but I still felt terrible about it. Almost felt complacent in condemning him. I could tell Tojo was agonizing over the idea that he had overlooked something since a child from the temple school was involved.
以前、彼女が黒い糸を追って召喚者を追い詰めたことがあったな。だが、召喚者は塀の隙間から忽然と姿を消してしまった。
She managed to corner the summoner earlier by following the black threads, only for them to vanish through a hole in the wall.
あの時はどこから逃げたのか不思議だったが、何のことはない。塀の下にあった小さな隙間から脱出しただけだったのだろう。
We thought it was strange at the time. How did they get away? But all they did was escape through the hole at the bottom of the wall.
ネタが分かれば不思議でも何でもなかったね。てっきり召喚者は大人だと思い込んでたから。
Not that outrageous now that you know how they did it. We were totally convinced the summoner was an adult. The mysterious stick I found earlier that had been covered in black threads was the handle of a broken oyster catcher. Although the question was fairly straightforward, we couldn't have been further from the truth because we assumed the summoner was an adult.
それで保護された子供はどうしたの？
What happened to the kid who you took in, by the way.
調べてみたら完全に精神を乗っ取られていた。陰陽師や医者にも見せたけど全く意識が戻らないみたい。
Oh, an examination showed that they had taken over his mind. He's been seen by both a soothsayer and a doctor and hasn't been regained consciousness.
良いか召喚の行動も暗示をかけられてのことなんだろ
He must have been hypnotized into summoning Blightfall.
そうだな。あれからずっと上事のように江戸幕府への恨み事をつぶやき続けている。あんなのも異常だ。
He's been cursing the Edo shogunate under his breath ever since. It's the
ま
strangest
だ
thing.
幼い子供なのにかわいそうに。
He's still so young too. I feel terrible for him.
安易に同情するな。目が曇るぞ。
Don't be too quick to sympathize. It'll cloud your judgment. I glanced after at Tojo while listening to them talk. It worried me seeing him keep silent the entire time, tormented by his thoughts.
確か子供は腕を怪我してたんだよね。
The kid injured his arm, right?
召喚させられたヨイカが倒された反動だと思うけど。
Yeah, probably kicked back from when we killed the Blightfall. Would that have been severe enough to rip all the fingernails off his hand? Everyone thought that seemed strange.
しかし、これで武家町にばかり良いかが出現していた理由がよう
There
や
has
く明らかになった。
never been a summoner person before, right? This is the first time there's a summoner person. So to say that, oh, that seems strange, it's the first time. It should kill him even if the person died. If you killed the Blightfall, possibly that could be a cause too. I'm sure it's going to be torture, like someone was torturing his family, and thus the only way to get them to not do that was to do that. So maybe they were ripping his fingernails off. Like in every horror movie that's ever wanted to make me feel uncomfortable, they involve fingernails. It's finally... Oh, which reminds me, I usually have... Not usually. That's such a lie. I don't usually. I started getting acrylic nails last year, and then I finally said, you know what? I need a break. December, I work retail. My nails keep cracking, and these aren't cheap to get done, so I just don't want to waste money just to watch like really pretty nails for like a week and then watch them crack. But if you've ever had acrylic nails, after you take them off, your nails are super, super, super soft, and so they just keep cracking. And I had someone literally be like, oh, you chew your nails? And I'm like, no, they're just fragile. Now I hate my nails again, which I need to work on them again. This finally clears up why Blightfall are only showing up in Samurai
武家町
Town.
に住む子供たちが召喚者だったからなのだな。
Because the children living in Samurai Town were the ones summoning them. Yes, the summoners, plural, were children. Based on the many Blightfall appearances so far, the Onuwaban suspected other children may have acted as summoners too. A check of the other children who attended the temple school revealed that 9 of them had gone missing. Though their worried families were trying everything to find them, none had conducted a large-scale search concerned it might aggravate the situation. I've got very long nails. Are they natural? Because mine are naturally very, very, very crackly. They love to splinter and die. So that's why I had acrylics for so long. And then so much stuff coming in at my job. Just I cracked them twice. And I was like, it's done. It's time. Natural. I'm jealous. I can't. I could never. Even when my nails are extra fragile right now, so they're cracking the moment they get too long. But even naturally, like they usually just get... I would say this one, which is already cracking, is like the longest they get. Normally, like that's like maybe a centimeter out from the nail bed. It's not long at all. It's like 2 centimeters actually. I think I failed to notice anything was out of the ordinary, even though I've been to school before since the absent children were taken one by one.
その可能性は高い。行方不明となった子供たちの安否が気がかりだ。
It's very likely. I'm concerned for the missing children's safety. Let's go talk to Chi. She had something to tell us about kids, I'm sure of it.
今後、その子供たちが鉄砲玉として使われる可能性は高いしな。
The strongest possibility is that they see children as expandable too. I could tell this took Tojo's breath away. Tojo. I knew this temple school kids too. I understood some of the pain he was going through.
国高、お前に今一度いくつか確認することがある。
I've officially finished my coffee. It's only been 5 hours. Kunitaka, there's a few things I'd like to confirm.
はい。
Yes, sir. Kyoshido slowly produced a long, thin object wrapped in a handkerchief. Is that... Inside the handkerchief was the cursed object, an oyster catcher.
この都鳥に見覚えは？
Do you recognize this toy?
あります。
I do.
これはお前が寺子屋で子供たちに材料を与え作らせたものだと聞いている。
I've been told you provided the children with the supplies to make these at school. Is that true? Yes.
この都鳥が良いか召喚の呪物に使われたことについてお前から何か意見はあるか？
Any comments on the oyster catcher being used as a cursed object for summoning Blightfall?
それ
Why? He hesitated, then went silent, like he was at a loss for words. Are you okay? I couldn't help but ask, concerned about him.
ああ、大丈夫だ。
Yeah, I'm fine.
すまん。
Sorry. Tojo slowly exhaled, I assume to calm himself down.
確かにこの都鳥は俺が子供たちに作らせたものです。
I did in fact have the kids make oyster catchers.
ですが、まさか良いかを召喚する呪物にされるなんて思いもしませんでした。
I never imagined they would become cursed objects with summon Blightfall. I'm not sure how this happened.
作った時は間違いなくただのおもちゃだったんです。
They were just toys when they were made by them. Nothing more. I really don't. I can explain too. I was also there. There really wasn't anything unusual about the oyster catchers when they were made. I don't know what I just hit, but it scared the crap out of me. Oh, okay. I have what's the right word? Oh goodness. Slippers. I have slippers under my desk and I was trying to move it, but there was something sitting on top of the slipper and I didn't realize it. Oh goodness. The oyster catchers used during this incident was one of the ones we made then. I know this for a fact because this is the one with a huge chicken-like chest on it. Crest on it. See, I said chest after all. It sounds like Tojo gave them oyster catchers he made himself before. Those wouldn't have anything to do with the case. Even though I was defending him, I felt a sense of unease wash over me. But once all the students have vanished, they might use the ones Tojo made himself next. I won't be able to defend him then, since I wouldn't see him make those. He was calm on the outside, but he had a terrified look in his eye. He was always so confident. I never seen that look in his eyes before. He's not nearly as shaken up as he was when we took the boy in, but I can clearly tell how rattled he is without even seeing the color of his threads. If I could tell, then the others Oniwabans must have picked up on his unusual behaviors as well.
そういえば、国高。かつてのお前の持ち主も寺子屋をやっていたのだったな。
Speaking of which, did your previous owner also run a temple school, Kunitaka? Kyoshido said this out of the blue, filled with emotions. Why is he bringing that up now? A bad feeling came over me after I gave it some thought. Wait, but vessels don't remember their owners, do they? I couldn't tell what Kyoshido's motives were bringing up this topic. It made me uneasy.
お前の持ち主の時も持ち主の不始末で子供たちが死んでしまったそうだな。なんとも不憫なことだ。
What? Children also died as a result of your owner's negligence. It was terrible what happened.
今回も似たような事態になってしまうとは、歴史は繰り返すものだな。
To find yourself in a similar situation, history really does repeat itself.
やめてください。
Please stop. Tojo began to speak like he couldn't take it any
あの人
longer.
の時はただの不幸な事故でした。今回とは全く状況が違う。
Did I say the wrong thing? Did you say too much? What happened to him was an unfortunate accident, completely different circumstances. What's happening now?
あの時の火事は誰のせいでも。
The fire was no one's. He began to say something, only to clam up like he had come to a sudden realization. Color quickly drained from his face. Kyoshiro, on the other hand, wore a rather grim expression. Wait, what does that mean? The meaning behind their conversation didn't sink in right away. My thoughts briefly screeched to a halt. What happened to him? A fire back then? What? Based on the way he said that just now, it sounds like Tojo remembered being an object. The gears slowly started turning in my very slow brain as I began to comprehend the truth. It doesn't just sound like it. His memories actually have come back to him. Kyoshiro had probably already suspected as much. He had said something provocative to goad Tojo into blurting it out. Everyone else in the room was staring at Tojo grimly, not saying a
道
single
具だった頃
word.
の記憶が戻ってしまっているのではないか、国高。
Your memories of being an object have returned, haven't they, Kunitaka? Tojo feebly looked down at the ground, both to nod in agreement and also to look away from Kyoshiro.
いつ記憶が戻ったのだ。
When did your memories return?
先ほどの火事を見た時からです。
They've been back since I saw the fire a little while ago.
ほう、先ほどか。
A little while ago, you say. The tone of his voice suggests that he wasn't entirely convinced. I looked around at everyone else in the room and saw them all giving Tojo dubious stares. What should I do? They don't believe him. As a bystander, it was hard not to suspect Tojo. Tojo had provided the oyster catcher that had become the cursed object and had also opened the temple school where he had gathered the children of samurai families. There were too many things connecting him to this Blightfall case, and as luck would have it, his memory had returned.
今更言うことでもないだろうが、キコが心と記憶を封じられている理由はわかるな。
I'm sure I don't need to spell it out at this point, but you do understand why vessels have their hearts and memories sealed away, don't
俺
you?
たちは良いかと戦うため、良いかに心を侵食されないようにするためです。
We're created to fight Blightfall. It keeps Blightfall from encroaching on our minds. Right, Blightfall could eat away at your mind, driving you mad. As being created to counteract them, vessels didn't have hearts, a person-only weakness against Blightfalls. Their memories were also sealed away to keep them from persuading vessels into reclaiming their hearts. A vessel whose memory had returned wasn't much different from a human. They were susceptible to Blightfall. It was entirely possible the Blightfall was already controlling him.
京四郎、はっきり言ってやったらどうだ。東条はすでに良いかになってしまっているんじゃないかってな。
Interesting. Could they be? So is Otaro a Blightfall? And can you love a Blightfall? Kyoshiro, can you cut to the chase? Tojo might already be a Blightfall for all we
都
know.
取りが呪物として機能している理由も、東条が下手人なら説明がつく。子供たちにだって、こいつなら警戒されずに近づけるだろう。
Tojo being behind all this explains why these oyster catchers function as cursed objects. Even children will approach them without suspecting anything.
違う、俺はやってません。
I didn't do it.
記憶を取り戻したキコの言うことなど信用できるか。
How are we supposed to believe a vessel who has his memories back? Wait, there's no need to talk to him like that.
自分は本当のことを言ったまでだ。今の状況で東条は怪しすぎる。危険を排除しようとして何が悪い？
I've said nothing but the truth as it stands. Tojo is far too untrustworthy. What's wrong with trying to rule out risk? Everyone else seemed to agree with Yabuda's harsh opinion. No one attempted to cover for Tojo.
状況から考えて、今回の事件は国高が首謀者である可能性は高い。
Dude, this is a bit much, guys. This is really hell right now. Based on the circumstances, it's highly likely that the Tojo is the mastermind behind this case.
信じたくはないけど。
I don't want to believe it. But I have no opinions of my own.
そんな。俺は。
I would never.
記憶が戻り、良いかに取り入れられた疑いのある貴子は、道具帰りの儀式をしなければならない。
Vessels whose memories have returned and are suspected of being under the influence of Blightfall must undergo the re-implementation ritual. A ceremony that turns vessels back into their original object form, performed when they regained their hearts or when there is a high chance they'll turn into Blightfall. Re-implementation vessels can never reawaken as vessels or form folk. Re-implementation? I was perplexed by the unfamiliar word. Still, I could figure out what they were going to do based on the literal meaning of the word. We don't mean turning him back into an implement.
そうだよ。肉体と魂を完全に分離させることで、貴子としての役割を終わらせるんだ。
Correct. By completely separating his soul from his physical form, he'll be relieved of his duty as a vessel.
儀式の手配を進めなければな。
We must prepare for the ritual.
なるべく早い方がいい。
The sooner the better. The nightmarish discussion was moving along quickly, as if they'd already settled of disposing him, that is killing him. Panicked, I looked at his longtime companion Tomonari for help. What do we do? At this rate, Tojo will be...
京志郎さんたちが出した決定は正しいよ。こうなった以上、仕方ない。
They made the right call. At this point, there's nothing much more we can do. I could feel my vision blackening out over his stating something so devastating in such a matter-of-fact way. The shocking situation was making my head spin. I held strong, since I knew this was no time to complain. I'm the only one who can stick up for him right now. I inhaled. But you don't have any proof. Then I gave them a piece of my mind. Everyone turned their eyes on me. I nearly choked up from nerves. I never had so many people paying attention to me before. After convincing myself to stay calm, I looked Kyoshiro square in the eye. You assume Tojo is behind all this, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Oi.
Now listen, Leah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You back off, Tojo. I'm talking now. Tojo humbly tried to stop me. He was probably concerned that I'd put myself in an even worse situation if I disobeyed them. I pretended like I didn't hear him. Even if he was the culprit, should we really be dealing with him right now? We still don't know where the children are or any other details about the case. There's plenty of time to decide how to punish him once the case has been solved. I did a pretty good job negotiating, if I do say so myself. Kyoshiro simply stared at me, pity in his eyes, with no intention of saying anything back.
そうか。教えてなかったから、君は知らないんだよね。
Oh no, I guess you wouldn't know since we never told you. Huh?
貴子を処分する際には、元となった道具からその貴子が蓄積した記憶を確認できる呪術があるのだ。
In the event that a vessel must be disposed of, there are incantations that allow us to check their reverted object for the memories they've accumulated. Right, so if he
だから東條君が下手人だったら、処分すればおのずと証拠は出てくるんだよ。
But you have to dispose of him to get that information. And I don't think that's right. If he is behind all this, we'll eventually have that evidence once we dispose of him.
そうなれば、子供たちの失踪事件も、呪物に関する一連の事件も、すべて解決できるはずだ。
I hate you. I hate you, Miyagi. Your name looks like Miyavi almost, but you're not Miyavi, because Miyavi would never do this. He would never. In a million years. In which case, we'll be able to solve what happened to the missing children in addition to the string of incidents involving cursed objects. I actually take that back. He has 3 kids. He might feel obligated to do this.
仮に無関係だったとしても、今後良いかに乗っ取られる危険のある機構を処分できただけでも十分な成果がある。
Supposing he doesn't have anything to do with it, we'll still be absolving ourselves of a vessel at risk of being influenced by Blightfall. You can.
キコっていうのはそういう存在なんだよ。分かって。
Please understand, this is just part of being a vessel.
国高、それをこちらによこせ。
Hand it over, Kunitaka. Kyoshiro's gaze had landed on Tojo's tobacco pouch. I intuitively understood that Tojo must be a vessel of that pouch. Didn't he mention earlier that he loved that pouch? It really did mean a lot to him. His original implement must have been essential to performing both the re-implementation ritual as well as there's so many big words. I just need a moment. His original implement must have been essential to performing both the re-implementation ritual as well as the incantation for checking his memories.
それを渡せ、国高。
Give it to me, Kunitaka. Girl, grab it and run! Run! The rest of the Oniwaban watched silently as Kyoshiro made his request a second time. It really seems like no one objected to Tojo being disposed of, except for me. It wasn't me, seriously. Every single pair of eyes on Tojo, someone they'd fought alongside with as comrades, was cold as ice. They regarded him with almost pure apathy, like he had nothing to do with them. I felt a chill go down my spine the moment I saw this. I didn't know anything about Oniwaban's organization. I thought they were good people who protected Edo from Blightfall. But this is their true form. The thought suddenly made me terrified of the people I'd spent my time with. Even humans like Miyagi and Yabuta viewed vessels as mere objects. Even so, I'd hate to just let things end like this. At that moment, I found myself remembering Tojo's gentle smile. He told me that his favorite moments were the ones he spent with me and the kids at the temple school. He was always thinking of what was best for the kids. I couldn't imagine someone as kind as Tojo using them. Scolding myself for flattering, I raised my voice to object once more. I never once saw any black threads at the temple school. I stated clearly, filled with determination. Tojo looked at me, shocked. He probably never imagined I would refuse to back down from the Oniwaban's decision this long. I watched him hand out the oyster catcher supplies at school and didn't see anything suspicious. The children all brought their oyster catchers up to Tojo, and I, once they were done, to show us what they made. I didn't see any black threads then either. Okay, for real, I'm fighting everyone. Meaning they must have become cursed objects after we left school that day. Someone must have tampered with the oyster catchers and turned them into cursed objects when we weren't looking. Right now, I think we should prioritize finding whoever actually is behind this instead of punishing Tojo. I managed to assert myself, despite feeling so nervous my voice was almost shaking. I mean, I feel like the people, not the vessels, right? Not the vessels. The people should understand how she's feeling, because to her, he's just a person. And so, like, I hate the guy with the glasses. He's annoying. In fact, part of me believes he might be evil. Am I saying this just because I don't like him? Absolutely. But like, from her perspective, you're literally sitting here going like, we're gonna kill this guy. It's time to kill this guy. Like, what the hell? Like, no one's trying to say anything to calm her or help her in this situation, or even hear her out, really. After giving a bit of thought, Kyoshiro groaned in agreement.
確かに、彼女の言うことにも一理あるね。
Leah does have a point.
唯一の能力者の意見は無視できないな。
We can't disregard the opinion of the only gifted one here. That's right! I'm gifted! I'm not like other girls! I see things! The tides had shifted even though I was still nervous. I could see that the rest of the Oniwaban were in agreement with in agreement for most part.
ってことは、本当に寺子屋を出た後に誰かが何かしたってことか。
You mean you think someone actually did something after they left the school? Look at my beautiful. These are my final two. These are the two I want to play the stories last. I mean, I'm sure Otaro is evil, like 100%. Like I'm almost positive he's evil. He just gives the I'm evil vibe. I don't know. Cute but evil. That's fine. Those are fine pairings. Those are two in a diagram that I'm fine with. You think someone actually did something after they left the school?
それも含めて、これから調べる必要がありますね。
There's still more investigating to be done, including what she just mentioned. I waited patiently for Kyoshiro's verdict while listening to the opinions of the other vessels.
わかった。お前がそうまで言うのなら、今一度機会を与えよう。
Dead ass. I'm disappointed with everyone. I hate that she's the only one defending him. Again, I don't know. Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out as someone who doesn't just listen, she listens. She listens. When you say things like they don't have any love in their hearts or whatever, I don't care. We already know that the emotion of love isn't actually from your heart. Saying they don't have hearts it's wrong. It's the second Otomi game in a row we've played where they've mentioned hearts and they're not accurate, but whatever. So you're telling me that these people have no emotions, and yet they all have their own characters, and they all have their own thoughts, and they all have their own things, and they have feelings. So you're already wrong. Like, you're already wrong. They have those things. What you could have easily done to make this make more sense is that their emotions are hindered. Like, maybe they're not as strong. They don't feel things as strongly. And then you could have me buy that we're doing like a Sailor Moon gets Tuxedo Mask back after being brainwashed because he's supposed to be impenetrable in this glass tower as he's beating the crap out of Sailor Moon. I want to remember that? Just me? Okay. But she cries and refuses to hit him back, and so he breaks. So something like that. Totally. But don't tell me they don't have emotions or feelings and then put me in situations like this. It's stupid. I'm mad. I'm mad at this game. But yeah, they have feelings. They have emotions. They're showing them. They're small. And if you told me they were smaller, then I'd believe you. But telling me that they don't have them at all doesn't make sense. In which case, they should have never turned. To be clear, they should have never agreed with her at the end of this. Because they shouldn't have cared either way. Because they are like, I was made for this. This is my life. This is it. I don't know. I'm a bit annoyed only on this one aspect because I'm hearing it too much. We're like, they don't have feelings? Then why did he care for a bird? They don't have feelings? Then why is he giving me candy and telling me I'm doing a good job? Like, the only one who I believe is it Yoshi? Oh gosh, hang on. It's one of your husbands. It's the redhead. He's the only one. The one's like, I'm just saying what I think you want to hear, so you'll leave me alone. I believe him. I believe he doesn't have any emotions whatsoever. Anyways, if Leah is this insistent, let's give him another chance for now. Really? Yoshio gave me a nod, then turned to face Tojo once again.
いいか、国高。今日から一月以内に呪物を作った下手人を特定することができれば、お前の無実を認めよう。
Alright, Kunitaka, I'll deem you as innocent if you can find out whoever made the cursed objects within a month.
ただし、それが叶わなかった場合は、問答無用で処分する。
I have a month to get him to fall in love with me. Challenge accepted. If you aren't able to, we'll dispose of you with no opportunity for recourse.
はい。
Yes, sir. Tojo pursed his lips and nodded vigorously. Actually, wait, what's his? Oh, hang on. I can see it. It's the little marbles, right? Like the marbles are attached to the thing. What's his? It looks like a pouch. Oh, you couldn't. Could you see it? Oh, you could. Okay. I got scared that my camera was covering it. The conditions Kyoshiro set forth were strict, but considering Tojo had been moments away from being disposed of, he'd been granted a fairly long stay. Other love interest. She's got a point. Y'all telling me that y'all didn't realize about the black threads, or it's because cursed objects after school? Yeah, sucks. Right? That's another thing too. She already said it didn't have black threads on it when they left the school. Also, they found one. Right? They found one of those. And then a piece of stick, which I kind of thought maybe was something from that. But to be like, this is how they got him. Got him. Like, that's not true. That's not how that works. Alright, anyways. I'm just like, alright. That seems like loose to say the least. Like, I don't know. The conditions, da-da-da-da-da. Fairly long stay.
おい京志郎、一月なんてそんな悠長なことを言っている場合じゃないだろう。自分は反対だ。
Hey Kyoshiro, now's not the time to be giving out lenient time frames like a whole month. I'm against this, cause you're evil. Look at you. You're literally coded as evil. You're wearing purple and black. Do you know who wears purple and black? Maleficent in the original. Before they gave her a redemption arc. You're evil. You're evil. And you have green accents, actually. You are Maleficent.
でもこれで本当の下手人が見つかるとすれば悪くないと思わないか
Oh, wait. Didn't we establish that is the voice of Rengoku? Didn't I Google that last time we played this? Because I just realized I recognized his voice again. He's also looks like Rengoku. Oh my god. I almost forgot. It's Rengoku right there. Miyagi. You monster. I don't think it's all that bad if it allows us to find out who's really behind this.
逆に、その間に被害がさらに広がるかもしれんだろうが。
On the contrary, he might cause even more damage in the meantime.
お前たちの意見もわかるが、この場はひとまず俺に預けてほしい。
I understand where you're coming from, but leave this decision to
無論
me.
国高は疑いが晴れたわけではないため、お庭番の一員としては行動を共にできない。
Kunitaka hasn't been cleared of his charges, so he clearly won't be permitted to work alongside you as a member of the Oniwa Bond.
一応お庭番としての権限は与えたままにしておくが、お庭番が新たに得た情報に関しては共有できない。
It's almost like giving him a death penalty, but alright, I'm gonna give you a go, Kyoshiro, because you're one of the few people who doesn't actually change that much. You're one of the few people that I would believe when you're like, he's a vessel and he has no emotions. I'd believe it if you showed him specifically. He'll continue to have the same authority vested in him as a member of the Oniwa Bond, but But you are not to share any new information with him. Yabuda, you better say sorry to Tojo in the good ending. It's very obvious it's someone else. Y'all suck. Please use brain cells. Right? Like, they go with like, aha, this must be the answer. I don't know if you've ever watched the show, oh gosh, Claim to Fame. Me and my sister became like obsessed with it and watched both seasons really fast, but like, there's so many times where they pick like one thing and they run with it and it's wrong. It's so wrong. And I'm like, wrong. And that's what this feels like. They're like, he works at the school that made those. He's bad. He did it. It's not enough. It's not enough.
寺子屋もお庭番が調査をするため一切の立ち入りを禁止する。
I also forbid you from entering the temple school while the Oniwa Ben investigates. Does that work for you? I hate that so much when they run with the wrong idea. Like, there was so many times on Claim to Fame where they're like, but there's a flower right there. And flower could be dahlia or something like that's never happened. But like, I'm just like, that's very vague. They're like, look, there's a moon on that thing. Does someone have like that in their thing? And I was like, oh man, you're too hyper focusing.
はい。構いません。
I enjoy that he's like, does that work for you? And he's like, no. And he's like, all right, then you're going to be decommissioned. Not a problem. I'll work with Tojo.
マジで?
What, for real?
自ら苦難の道を選びますか。けなげというか、物好きというか。
I just hear seaweed head every single time Kenji speaks, and I miss him so much. Which reminds me, I plan on playing the DLC, or whatever you call the fan disc, for the Color X Malice at some point in my life. You realize you're choosing the hard way here, don't you? I can't tell you if you're being noble or just have strange predilections. Oh man. I just realized it's been 5 hours. I thought it was 4 hours. That's because you're so entertained and easily distracted like me with side stories that we're creating for this. It's okay, we're almost at 2 o'clock my time. And if we finish this chapter, then I'll take a break. Well, I'm glad to hear you feel that way. Just drop it. Tomonari, how dare you? Don't put yourself through hell. They were probably saying this out of concern for me, but I already made up my mind. Thanks, Tomonari, but I've already made up my mind, she said out loud. Oh my god.
でも、こっちで残留思念とか確認してもらいたくなった時、あんたがいてくれないと困るんだけど。
Tomo and Tojo, shut up. Oh my gosh. What happens when we need you around to check emotional imprints? It'll be rough without you. I'll be there if you ever need me. Ask for me anytime.
決意は固いということか。
She's hell-bent on this. I am. I know Tojo is innocent.
熱い信頼関係か。いいものだな。
You trust him that much, that's nice. Look how angry this man is.
信頼はいいとして、東条に着くとなると、お前も拠点への出入りはできなくなるんだぞ。いいのか？
I just got here. You kicked me out of the base, then you can't call on me anymore. I would be a different person. There's a clear reason why I am not the actual protagonist in this game. It's great that she trusts him, but if Lee's siding with Tojo, we can't have her at the base either. You okay with that? There's no getting around it. I'm fully aware.
やっぱりお前は俺と共に来ない方がいい。
Does that mean we're staying at his house or are we staying at Mimi's house? You really shouldn't come with me. You'll just be putting yourself through hell. I'm used to it. Tojo furrowed his eyebrows, looking rather troubled when I said this with a smile. He was worried about me. In spite of his own precarious situation, he really was a kind person. Tojo, once again, shut up. Yeah, I'm gonna do what I want, Tojo. You can't tell me what to do. I knew vessels weren't human, but I shouldn't harbor any romantic feelings for one. I won't make the same mistake twice. And yet I wanted to choose to be on his side because I like him. And I do harbor feelings for him. And I'm actually Sakura from Naruto. And I'm like, I'm over Sasuke, but I'm actually not over Sasuke the entire time. I don't mind if I go through hell for it. I'd rather do what I believe in. Tojo looked conflicted when he saw how firmly I'd made up my mind. Yeah, look at me. Look at me.
荷物はこれで全部か。
Is this all your luggage? Yes, thank you for carrying it.
思ったより少ないんだな。
There's less than I expected. I've never wanted much, so I only packed what I needed.
そうか。
Really? Okay. Tojo was unusually inarticulate. He must still be a bit shaken up even though he was granted an extension. After that discussion we had earlier, I was asked to move out of the Oniwaban base where I had been staying and into Tojo's private home. This was because Tojo was no longer permitted to use the Oniwaban base, and after choosing to side with him, neither was I. I feel like that's a decision the Shogun should have had a choice in, not some angry guy with a ponytail. Just saying. Just because you have long hair does not mean I like you. It means I might like you, but it doesn't mean I'm going to. I brought Komame along with me. She was playing happily in the yard, excited by the unusual scenery. Her cuteness was my one source of comfort at that moment. But what happens now if we can't find whoever actually behind all this in a month? It makes me so sad seeing our comrades suspect Tojo like this, even though he didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't fight or flight kicking in, but all of the sudden I felt really worried despite holding firm until a few moments ago. I actually found it a little bizarre how emboldened I had been during this discussion. Tojo had been silent almost the whole way here. Maybe his feelings hadn't quite caught up with him after the sudden turn of events. It looks like he's pulled himself together, though. He was finally back to his usual self.
屋敷内は自由に使ってくれて構わない。他に何か必要なものがあれば言ってくれ。
Feel free to make yourself at home. Let me know if there's anything else you need. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Once a bit of awkward silence had passed, Tojo began to speak again.
その巻き込んじまって悪いな。
Every time I hear Komame's name, I roll my eyes. She's really the only Otomi pet that I don't like. I just don't. Again, it goes hand in hand with I don't just listen, I listen kind of thing. Where like she can't understand the words food and people's names and all these other things, and then tell me that she doesn't like him because he was the one who helped her get better and because he had to put like salve on her wound so she wouldn't die. And so because of that, she hates him now. I just think that's too much. I'm like, you can't tell me that she's this understanding, but then also not understand the rest of it. Like, nah, those two things aren't correlating really well with me. I like her. I think she's funny, but not at all. I did it because I wanted to.
おいおい、どうしてお前が落ち込むんだ？
Why are you so blue? Why? Because Tojo was in dire straits. Of course I was feeling down in the dumps. I kept silent and Tojo scratched his head uncomfortably.
ああ、参ったな。いつも明るいお前に落ち込まれると、こっちまで調子が狂ってくる。
I get all out of whack when you're feeling blue because you're always so cheerful.
お前がそんな調子じゃ、こまめも心配するぞ。ああ、むしろ俺がお前を悲しませたんだと思って、俺を攻撃してくるかもな。
You'll make Komami worry too if you keep this up. In fact, she might think I'm the one who made you sad and attack me.
まあ、俺が原因というのは間違っちゃいないがな。
I guess it's not really wrong to say that I caused it though. In spite of his efforts to brighten up the room, it broke my heart even more because I could tell he was forcing it. I felt more and more unsure of what to say. I'm sorry.
いや、お前は悪くないんだ。だから、
You didn't do anything wrong, so don't. We both fell silent, an awkward atmosphere between us. I took the opportunity to sneak a glance at Tojo. I hadn't been able to tell until just recently, but upon closer inspection, I could see something faint around his neck that resembled threads. Oh! Although I still can't clearly make out the color of his emotions, I know I wasn't able to see those before. Unlocking his memory seemed to be causing the seal of Tojo's hearts to come undone as well. Vessels with hearts were defenseless against Blythe and at risk of being susceptible to them. If I set my emotions aside and made a purely rational decision, I'd probably say that Onuaban's decision to dispose of him was the right thing to do. As much as I don't want to think about it, I braced myself, then broached the topic. So your memories are back.
まあ、事故みたいなものだったけどな。
Yeah, although it was sort of an accident. Tojo said a bit sardonically before sitting down, looking exhausted. I followed his lead and sat a little ways away from him.
まさかこんなことになるなんてな。思い出すときはあっけないもんだ。
I never thought it would come to this. I was floored when it all came back to me. What kind of things do you remember? I realized that I just said after the words had already left my mouth. Tojo recalled witnessing a fire, meaning his memories likely revolved around that. I can't believe I asked him so insensitively when his past might be painful. Tojo didn't seem to mind, however, he slowly began to speak.
さっき京志郎さんに指摘された通り、俺は今愛用しているタバコ入れのキコだ。
As Kyoshiro pointed out earlier, I'm a vessel made from the tobacco pouch I use all the
タ
time.
バコ入れだった頃の俺は、高本家という武家の次男坊に使ってもらってい
I
た。
just pictured in all the bad endings, does she just get their thing? Is that what's happened? She gets the pill bottle, she ends up with the tobacco pouch, she ends up with the dog charm. I don't know everybody else's. The hairpin. I actually don't know. Hang on, let me stare at this guy for a second. What's yours? What's your thing? I don't know what his is. But I'm sure I'll figure it out. Back when I was just tobacco pouch, I was used by the second son in line to the Takamoto samurai
家
family.
督はもちろん長男である兄が継ぐことが決まっていた。次男である俺の持ち主はずっと家にいるわけにもいかない。
Naturally, the eldest son was sent to be the family successor. My owner, the second son, couldn't stay at home forever.
そこであの人は寺子屋を開くことにした。もともと誰かに物を教えるのは得意だったんだ。
He decided to open a temple school. He always had a knack for teaching people things.
彼は子供たちに勉学や武術を教えることで自分が人々から必要とされていると実感して幸せを感じるような。
Teaching the children schoolwork and martial arts and realizing he was needed by others brought him happiness. That's the kind of guy he was.
だがあの人は心の奥底に常に満たされない虚しさを抱えていた。
But deep down, he felt a constant emptiness he was never able to feel. Emptiness.
兄への劣等感さ。
An inferiority complex about his brother, wink, 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 like you have about the other guy. I see what you did, game. I see it. Tojo said this in an almost self-deprecating way.
あの人の兄はよくできた人だった。勉学も武術も優秀で、それでいておごることなく。
It'd be funny if the item the other guy used actually is his brother's item.
まさに人格者でな。
His older brother was an upstanding man, excelling in his studies and martial art training, yet he was humble, never haughty, and a kind all-around good
受
guy.
けの跡取りとしての才覚は申し分なかった。両親を含め、誰もが兄に期待した。
No one had any doubts that his brother had the resourcefulness to be their rightful heir. Everyone had high hopes for him, including their parents.
あの人も、そんな兄を誇りに思っていた。だがその一方で、何をしても兄にはかなわないという現実を、幼い頃から刷り込まれ続けてきた。
He was proud of his brother too. On the other hand, the fact that he had never stacked up to his older brother had been instilled in him from childhood.
優秀な兄と凡庸な弟。誰よりもあの人のそばにいた俺には、比べられるその辛さがよくわかる。
A brilliant older brother and a mediocre younger one, having been by his side longer than anyone else, I was well aware of how painful being compared to him was. He spoke as if he were talking about himself. Tojo had mentioned feeling self-conscious about Kyuga before. That must have been influenced by his original owner's inferiority complex towards his brother. I can only imagine what it must have been like, but I'm sure it was terribly hard for him. When you're constantly being compared to someone better, it's hard to give yourself any credit.
そうだな。だがあの人はあの人なりに兄への劣等感を克服しようとしていたんだ。
He did the best he personally could to overcome his inferiority complex.
寺子屋で子供たちに必要とされるうちに自分の存在意義を見つけつつあった。少しずつ救われようとしていた。
And found purpose in life, being needed by the children at the temple school. He was trying to get help slowly but surely.
だが、それも長くは続かなかった。
But not long afterwards, he had to quit
彼
working
は
at the
寺子
temple
屋を
school.
辞めなければならなくなった。
Did something happen?
家督を継ぐはずだった兄が、遊女と駆け落ちをして、行方知れずになっちまったんだ。本当に予想外だった。
I mean, sometimes you fall in love with a woman and you make your whole life about her, and then she's brutally murdered by another person, and you have to try your best to bring her back to life with technology. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? Anyways, sometimes you fall in love. That just happens. The older brother, who was supposed to be the heir of the family, went missing after running off with a courtesan. Absolutely no one saw it coming.
跡継ぎがいなければお家断絶の危機だ。両親は大慌てで次男を呼び戻すことにした。
Oh my gosh, that reminds me. My sister at one point was in love. Was it Courtesan? My sister was in love with this historical movie. And I think it was Courtesan. She called me one of those. And I knew what it meant. And she didn't for some reason, despite watching this movie. A concubine. She called me a concubine. And she got in trouble. Because I was like, why would you call me that? I was about to say murder. And then I realized where you were going with that. I'm saying that there's a lot of similarities, right? Anyway. Without an heir. See, he still disappeared either way, right? Because without an heir, the family line was in danger of ending. His parents called their second son back home in a huge panic.
あの人は急遽家督を継がなければいけなくなった。だがな、あの人には悲しいことに当主や武士としての才覚がまるでなかった。
All of a sudden, he had to succeed his father as heir. To their chagrin, however, he just wasn't cut out for being head of the family of
ここでも兄と比べられたよ。寺子屋でようやく自分を認められてきたのに、あの人はまた自信を失った。
Even then, they compared him to his older brother. He lost all confidence in himself once again after finally having accepted himself as at the temple school.
それからはどんどん家が衰退していった。あの人は自分の能力のなさを責めたよ。
The family gradually declined afterwards. He blamed himself for being incompetent. That's so sad. No one was at fault. Not the oldest son, who had chosen to be with the woman he loved, or the family for summoning their younger son for the sake of the family. That person, actually, yes. Yes, they are at fault. What are you talking about? They put so much pressure on this guy and didn't let him be who he was. They didn't help support him to become who he was. He wasn't born and treated the same as his brother, and it caused him to have anxiety. Yes, there is someone you can blame, my dear. Or the younger son who did the best he could to help, but was never able to live up to everyone's expectations quite like his older brother had.
悪いことは続くものでな。
Don't compare people. That's the motto of the story, okay? Don't do it.
寺子屋が火事になっちまったんだ。
When it rains, it pours. To rub salt into the wounds, the temple school he ran a long time ago caught fire. What?
当時は寺子屋を別の人に譲って子供たちは引き続き通っていた。あの人の教え子たちだ。
He handed it off to someone else to run, but the same kids continued going there. One of his students started the fire. What happened?
火事の知らせを受けて、あの人は慌てて駆けつけた。だが火の勢いが強すぎて助けに入ることはできなかった。
When he was notified about the fire, he ran over to the school in a panic. The fire was so ferocious, however, he couldn't run in to help.
結果、子供たちは全員死んだ。
All the children died? Excuse
あの
me?
人は絶望した。自分を必要としてくれていた子供たちすら守れなかったんだからな。
He was distraught. He wasn't able to protect the children who had once needed him.
それからは生きる希望を失い、心と体を病んで、そのまま弱っていって死んじまった。
He lost all hope in life after that. Both his mind and body deteriorated, and he gradually withered away until he died.
高本家はいよいよ跡継ぎを失った。よそから養子を取るという話も出たようだが、あの人の両親はそれをしなかった。
The Takamoto family had finally lost both heirs. There was talk about the family adopting from outside, but his parents wouldn't do it.
下の息子の死に少なからず責任を感じていたのかもな。お家断絶の運命を受け入れた。
They must have felt terribly responsible in the wake of their youngest son's death. They accepted that it was the family's fate to die out, just like it was the fate for the Mathis. I forgot his last name suddenly. Oh no. family to also die out because they had no heirs either, because technically Mathis wasn't an heir at all. Once he had finished talking, Tojo exhaled.
これが俺が思い出した記憶だ。長話を聞かせちまったな。
Those are the memories I can recall. Sorry I talked for so long. This is like that movie Soul, when he's like, here's my life, and it's just me being sad all the time. And you're like, oh man, what a life. Like, here's my memories. Sadness. More sadness. Death. More death. The end. Not at all. Thank you for telling me.
まさか急に記憶が戻るとはな。多分火事を間近で見ちまったせいなんだろうが。
I never thought my memories would come rushing back to me. It probably was from seeing the fire up close. You're a bit similar. You and your previous owner, I mean. Of course, you both ran temple schools, but that's not the only thing. I hesitated, realizing that might have been rude of me to say.
剣十郎を意識して劣等感を抱いてるからか。
You mean feeling inferior to Genjiro, and also not dating, it sounds like. You also didn't date in that previous life. Just spit that out there. Not being interested in me. Hearing you talk just now reminded me of what you said before about feeling self-conscious around Genjiro. It sounds like the relationship between the brothers you were just talking about. It might have been your owner, but you're still your own person, aren't you, Tojo? Just with some similarities.
そうだな。あるかもな。
It's almost like emotions.
おそらく道具だった頃の記憶が封
It's
印
almost
さ
like
れていた
emotions
せ
are
いで、
strong,
俺
right?
自身の人格形成に影響したんだろ
And they transfer to people pretty easily. I guess I must have influenced how my personality developed since they sealed away my memories on being an object.
う。もしも最初から記憶があったら、俺がただの形人として生まれていたなら、
If I'd had these memories from the very beginning, if I had just been born as a form folk,
自分は自分、あの人はあの人って割り切れた生き方ができたかもしれない。
maybe I could have carved out my own
今となって
place in
は
life,
ただの想像でしかないが、
where I was me and he was his own person too. All I can do is use my imagination now. But maybe you're right. Tojo sat up straight like he's just decided something.
あの人は大切なものを守れなかった。だから、あの人のためにも、俺まで同じことを繰り返したくはない。
It sounds really gallant. It really do. But like when you say things like this, it usually means that the bad ending is going to be the opposite. When you say things like, he wasn't able to protect what was important to him, I don't want to repeat the same mistakes for his sake, you are going to repeat those mistakes in the bad
俺は
ending.
子供たちを絶対に助け出さなくては。
If I can't help children in trouble, then the spirit, that's the spirit. I'm sure the children are waiting for you too,
お
Tojo.
前には助けられてばかりだな。
You're always helping me out, Leah.
まさかお前が京志郎さんたちを相手に、あそこまで反論するとは思わなかった。意外と度胸があるな。
Yeah, but I wasn't in like danger. I was just talking. Hear me out. I didn't say much. I never thought you'd go against Kyoshiro like that. You've got more guts than I gave you credit for. You're only just now noticing. You can't survive in the mountains on your own without guts.
お前にはかなわないな。
I'm no match for you. I was relieved to see Tojo's expression soften into a
あ
smile.
の場でお前が意見を言ってくれなければ、俺はあのまま処分されていただろう。短い間でも猶予をもらえたのはありがたい。
They probably would have disposed of me right then and there if you hadn't given your opinion. I'm grateful it got postponed, even if it's only for a short while.
これもお前のおかげだ。本当に感謝している。ありがとう。
It's all thanks to you. I'm truly grateful for what you did. Thank you. You're welcome. Tojo said, then turned to me and bowed his head deeply. I was bewildered. All I did was tell the truth. I knew you weren't involved, so it was only right for me to side with you. More importantly, I'll do anything I can to help you out. Let's find the children together.
いや、それはいい。
Nah, it's fine. To my surprise, he flatly refused. But if I can be slightest bit helpful.
あの時味方になってくれたことは感謝している。だがやはりこれは俺の問題だ。これ以上お前を巻き込むべきじゃない。
I'm grateful that you struck up. Whoa, what did I added an R, bro? I'm just adding letters. I'm grateful that you stuck up for me earlier. This is my problem to deal with, though. I shouldn't drag you any further into this, even though you're quite literally staying in my house with me right now because they kicked you out of the mansion because you said you're going to help me, and now I'm refusing your help.
荷物まで持ってきたのにあれだが、お前は今からでもお庭番に戻れ。あいつらもお前なら受け入れてくれるだろう。
I know I only just brought your luggage here, but go back to the Oniwaban now. They'll take you back in.
俺のことなら大丈夫だ。あとは自分で何とかする。
I'll be fine. I'll figure out the rest on my own. Tojo smiled after saying that, but I could tell he was forcing it. The second I saw him smile, I was overcome with sadness and frustration. Why was he making himself smile at a time like this? Does he really have so little faith in me? Does he not need my help? The idea that he had turned me down because he didn't need me around made me extremely sad. I bit my lip to keep myself from tearing up. I wanted so badly to be stronger. I wanted to be someone he could rely on. Even if we'd never be in a relationship, even if he said it was pointless, I liked him and wanted to support him. I'm begging you. I won't be any trouble. Please let me stay here with you. I don't want to lose a precious friend like you, Toji. Toji? Whoa, who's Toji?
このままではお前はお庭番に戻れなくなるかもしれないんだぞ。
I'm glad you feel that way, but at this rate, you might not be able to go back to the Oniwaban. I hate to lose you more than I'd hate to lose my place in the Oniwaban. My opinion hasn't changed.
いい子だから聞き分けろ。
Stop calling me
お前
a
はお庭番に
kid!
帰れ。
You're a good kid, so be reasonable. Go back to them. No. After we went back and forth for a while, telling me to go back and me saying no, Tojo eventually caved.
意外と頑固だな。
You're surprisingly stubborn. Yes, I am, so give up.
まったく仕方ないな。そんなに言うなら好きにしろ。
Jeez, guess I have no choice. Have it your way then. Okay, I will then. I did it. I'm glad I stood my ground. I didn't dare show a hint of the exhilarated shouting going on inside my head. Right, I don't care if we'll never be in a relationship. I don't care, said Sakura. I'd at least like to stand by Tojo's side, as his friend, said Sakura. I said farewell to the love still smoldering away inside my heart and decided to support Tojo instead. I feel like I'm about to have so many emotions today. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Did you just recently finish watching Naruto? I apologize. Are you getting the flashbacks? I promptly set out for Samurai Town to gather information. I do need to change the font on this thing. I was playing with it. Oh, samesies, actually. Samesies. It's why I was fine with quitting to play a different game a few hours later, because I was like, you know what? I need a break. I need a break. It's also why I turned my video off the other day, because I was like, I need to take medicine. I totally forgot to take medicine before I started streaming because of pain. Because of the pain. We promptly set out for Samurai Town to gather information. You feel pain? Ow, wow, 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 wow. Yes, I'm so sorry. I understand said pain, as said pain is also bestowed upon me by the grace that is, I don't know what God we pray to in this situation. We promptly set out for Samurai Town to gather information. What now?
まずは行方不明になった子供たちの家族に話を聞きに行こう。
Let's go talk to Chi.
どんな状況で子供がいなくなったのかを知る必要がある。
She had something she wanted to tell me. Let's go talk to the families of the missing children. We need to find out what's going on when they disappeared.
お前は残留思念などがないかを注意して見ていてくれ。
Keep a lookout for emotional imprints. I'm on it. We decided to pay a visit to my tea party pal Chi first. Wait, did her child go missing? What is that? My camera might shake, but it's only because I'm struggling to put my leg on top of this thing. We stopped by the Tanban resident, however, the servant who came to us, told us that she wasn't home. We asked about the rest of the family and were told they had gone out and couldn't see us. In the end, we couldn't get any information for the Tonbon family. We headed to another house afterwards only to have the same results. The servants must have been busy because they treated us rather coldly. After this happened to us a few times in a row, we realized something was amiss. Do you think they're avoiding us?
正確には俺が避けられているんだろうな。考えてもみれば当然か。
They're probably avoiding me, to be precise. Makes sense when you think about it. The children who went to Tojo's temple school had all gone missing one by one after all. Much like the Oniwaban, it made sense that the children's family suspected him as well. In that case, let's ask someone who doesn't live in one of the mansions. One of them might know something. We greeted town folks who happened to be walking down the street. They stopped when we called out to them, but their behavior suddenly shifted when they realized Tojo was standing beside me. Then they leave. It only happened once or twice, but our mood sank even further. I guess the bad rumors about you must have made it around town.
ああ、困ったな。
Yeah, not sure what to do about that. I thought I understood the situation we were in, but it was much worse than I'd imagined. What do? We won't get our hands on any information this way. Tojo peered at me consolingly as I stood there dejected.
まだ諦めるには早いだろう。子供たちの親や町人に話を聞けないなら、他のやつから情報を得るまでだ。
I'm so glad I fixed me something to eat 30 minutes ago. Right now, I'm not getting up. Well, never mind. My mom literally called after I said that. It's the moment you're like, I am not moving, that something ruins it. Yeah. Don't give up just yet. If we can't talk to the children's parents or any of the town folk, we'll just have to get the information out of someone else. You're right, but who would be a good person to ask?
さっきから考えていたんだが、一人だけ心当たりがある。お前も知っている人物だ。
Me? I've been thinking I might know exactly one person. You know them too. Oh, who is it?
お庭番も扱いに困っているあいつだ。あいつ。
Someone who's been a real pain in the ass for the Oniwaban. You know, him. Him. Oh, the guy that is in love with me? Him? The next day, Tojo brought me to one of the parole cells. A solitary confinement cell for detained high-risk prisoners at the jail. I see if you met Tenichibo, I bet he actually does know something.
少なくとも、あてもなく聞き込みをするよりは、有益な情報が手に入りそうだろ。
At the very least, we'll probably get more useful information out of him than asking around at random. We found Tenchibo lying around in his cell when we came to visit. He clearly had a lot of free time on his hands.
よう、お前たちか。そろそろ来る頃だと思ってたぜ。
Well, look who it is. I figured you'd be coming here soon. Wait, you knew we'd be coming, but how would you?
知りたいか？なら、こっちに来い。そんで俺の肩を揉め。
You want to know, do ya? Then come here and give me a shoulder rub. Sure.
まともに取り合わなくていい。天一坊は適当なことを言っているだけだ。
Don't take him seriously, Leah. Tenchibo's just messing with you. Huh, he is?
なんだ、バレちまったか。つまんねえの。
Damn, busted. Lame.
牢屋敷で反省しているかと思えば、そんなくだらない嘘をついて。
Just when I thought you were reflecting on your actions in jail, here you are telling dumb lies.
いや、なんかいかにもできる黒幕って感じで、かっこいいかと思ってよ。
Nah, I just thought it'd be cool to act like the mastermind behind it all. You gotta be pulling my leg at a time like this?
ほんの軽い冗談だろうが、ずっと牢屋敷暮らしで退屈してたんだって。
I was just joshing with you. I've been bored out of my mind living here in jail all this time.
そんな冷たい目で見んなよ。お前にそんな目をされたらさすがに傷つくぜ。
Don't look at me like that. You're gonna hurt my feelings giving me the cold stare. Like, quit making jokes like that.
だがそれだけふざけていられるなら健康状態に問題はないようだな。
You must be healthy as a horse if you're joking around like that.
まあな、俺って一応重要参考人扱いだから待遇いいし。
I still burning him. You know, you burn for him. You spelt it wrong. Look at I've got it pretty good since they're treating me like a key witness. Normally, only people of above average social standings were held in parlor cells like this one. He definitely did have a pretty good. I'm sorry. I forgot. You're sensitive. You're sensitive this time. You're in a lot of pain. Your body. I'm sorry. I apologize.
はーい、腹減った。飯。
Hey, I'm starving. Where's the grub? He shouted. Apparently, that was his way of requesting meals from the guards keeping watch. He seemed to be thoroughly enjoying his stay. They might be monitoring him, but it seems like his life here is more comfortable than I thought. After taking his food from the guard, Tenchibo dug in, looking rather content.
うめえ。やっぱタダで食える飯は最高だぜ。
Nothing beats a free meal.
食事しながらで構わないから聞いてくれ。今日はお前に聞きたいことがあって来たんだ。
I don't care if you're eating, so listen up. We came here because we wanted to ask you something.
へへはいほほ。
お前が持っていたあのマ玉は誰から手に入れた？
Who'd you get your magatama from? This again?
またその。
Tenchibo began to pout without any shame.
何度聞かれても答えは同じだっての。どんなやつからあれを買ったのかなんて全然覚えてねえよ。
Can't remember nothing about the guy I bought it
買
from.
った店の場所もこの間案内しただろ。何もなかったじゃねえか。俺にわかることは洗いざらい吐いたぞ。
I showed you the shop where I brought it earlier, didn't I? And there was nothing there. I came clean with everything I know.
たく、ご丁寧に拷問やら催眠術やらされたけど、何も答えられなかったんだからな。
They even tortured and hypnotized me, and I still couldn't come up with nothing. Torture?
そこまでされていたのか。
So they resorted to that, huh?
見ろよ、この傷。
Check out these scars! Tenchibo showed off his back. Underneath his kimono, multiple angry red welts ran down his back like he had been struck with a whip. How horrible. Tojo seemed to feel the same way I did because he meekly lowered his head in apology to Tenchibo.
天一坊、すまなかった。俺たちがもっと早く下手人を見つけられていれば、お前が必要以上に痛めつけられることもなかった。
I'm sorry about that, Tenchibo. If we had found the culprit sooner, you wouldn't have been hurt any more than necessary. Sorry, Tenchibo. My bad. I lowered my head as well.
まあ、別にお前らのせいじゃねえよ。俺も悪さしたことは確かなんだから、痛い目見るのも当然だ。
I mean, it's not your fault. I definitely did something bad, so it only makes sense that I get roughed up.
ん？そういや今日はあいつはどうしたんだ？友成は。
Wait, where's that other guy today? Tomonari, I mean?
それについても、詳しいことはこれから話す。
I'll explain that in more detail. Tojo explained the situation, omitting all the information about vessels. For some reason, Tenchibo flashed us a wide grin once Tojo was done.
I see. なってことはだ。俺が役に立てば、国高の恩人になれるってわけか。
So you're saying if I'm helpful, Kunitaka would be forever indebted to
で、
me?
その国高が見事に下手人を見つけりゃ、俺を痛めつけた幕府が赤っ恥をかくことになると。
And if Kunitaki finds whoever did this all on his own, it'll still be a huge disgrace to the shogunate that tortured me?
その話、乗ったお前らに協力してやるよ。
Alright, I'll buy it. I'll help you guys out.
お前、俺の無実を信じてくれるのか？
You believe I'm innocent?
あ？だってやってないんだろ、お前。
I mean, you didn't do it, right?
ああ、もちろんだが。
Of course not.
本人がやってねえっつってんなら、それでいいじゃねえか。
You say you didn't. That's good enough for me. Thank you. Thank you for being reasonable, I guess. Tojo's face lit up with relief after finally finding someone else who would take his side. After going through the anxiety of having no one else on our side, I was really grateful to have another ally. Look at this. Back together. You, me, and this one guy.
にしても困ったな。俺が知ってることっていや、これまでに話したことだけだぞ。
Unfortunately for you guys, I've already told you everything I know. It's reassuring to have your help either way. Is it though? That's not help. He's just some guy at this point. I decided to ask him questions from a different angle than before. Why did you buy the Magatama Tenchibo? Did you buy something that just happened to be a cursed object? Was it presented as a cursed object when you bought it? After giving it some thought, Tenchibo began to speak like he was remembering the circumstances at the time.
確かあの日は山での修行を終えてたまたま下山してたんだ。山で取ってきた薬草でも売ろうかと思って歩いてたら
I was on my way down the mountain that day after I'd finished training. I was walking, thinking about selling some medicinal herbs.
そう急にあの勾玉が目に入ったんだ。誰かが持ってたけど誰が持ってるかなんて全然気にならなかった。
Right, then all of a sudden I saw a Magatama. I didn't care that it belonged to someone else.
だって勾玉を見た瞬間すげえいいな絶対欲しいって思ってもう他のものなんか目に入らなくなっちまったんだ。
The second I saw it, I absolutely needed it. I had eyes for the Magnetama and nothing else. And then
それで
そいつに声かけてみたらこれは特殊な力がある勾玉だ。そんなに欲しいなら売ってやろうって言われて。そんな流れだった気がする。
When I was talking to them, they told me that the Magnetama had unique powers and they'd sell it to me if I wanted it so badly. Pretty sure that's how it went anyways.
それでよ、そいつが言うんだ。この勾玉の力で親父じゃなくて公方様に訴えてみたらどうかってな。
Then he said to bring the Magnetama's powers to my old man, the shogun.
本当はもっと修行して立派になってから直訴しようと思ってたのに、なんか急に気が大きくなっちまって。あれ
I was honestly hoping to send a petition straight to him after doing some training, but then I kind of lost perspective and something wrong?
いや、俺あいつに親父のことなんか話したっけなって思って。まあ記憶自体が曖昧だから話したのかもな。
I think I might have talked to him about my dad. The memories themselves are fuzzy, so I'm not sure, but I probably did. I exchanged glances at Tojo. Whoever sold him the Magnetama was definitely suspicious.
きっとその人物は商人ですらなく、最初からお前に勾玉を渡すつもりでその場に立っていたんだろうな。
First theory, I think this cute boy Otaro is bad, and I think maybe his item is imbued by something that belonged to the shogun's actual child, and that's why he has the motivations to be evil. Or I could be wrong. Go that way. He definitely wasn't a merchant. I bet he was standing there with the intention of handing you that Magnetama from the very start.
渡すって。でも金は払ったぞ。
Handing it to me, but I paid for it.
お前が買う気満々だったなら断る理由もないだろう。そいつが得をしただけじゃないか。
They had no need to turn you down when you were willing to pay. They just made profit on you.
いえ、有り金全部はたいて買ったのに最初からタダでくれるつもりだったのかよ。くそー、金返せ。
Okay, his facial expressions didn't match, but that's fine. You mean I spent every last bit of money I had when he was planning to give it to me for free? Give me my money back. That's unfortunate. You have my sympathies.
それにしても今の話は気になるな。いくら魅力的な品と出会ったからといって他の記憶がなくなるほど魅了されるものか。
Either way, don't get hung up on that part. No matter how fascinating it might have been, were you really mesmerizing? Was it really mesmerizing enough to make you forget everything else?
確かにな。あの時は勾玉のことしか考えられなくて。つまり俺は化かされてたってわけか?
True, I couldn't think about anything other than the Magatama. You think I was bewitched?
時間帯もちょうど酔いの口だったし、あいつも妖怪の類だったのかも。
It happened right before around nightfall. Maybe he was some kind of yokai.
今の話から考えれば、勾玉を売った人物は本当に人間ではなかったのかもしれないな。
Based on what you're talked about, maybe the person who sold you the Magnetama wasn't a person at all.
おっかねえな。山ん中でも妖怪なんておっかないもん見たことねえってのに。
I've never seen scary stuff like yokai out in the mountains. Tenchibo resumed eating what was left of his meal after replying in an easygoing manner. Tojo and I gave him a sidelong glance and continued talking. Tojo, when you say whoever sold him the Magnetama might not have been human...
今までは天一坊の時のように人間が良いかを利用して事件を起こしているのかと思っていた。
I thought a human was using the Blightfall to cause these incidents like what happened with Tenchibo.
だがそうではなく、良いかそのものが人間を惑わそうとしていたのかもしれない。
But maybe that's not what happened at all. But maybe a Blightfall itself is deceiving humans. I see. If a Blightfall infecting things with malice and turning them malice like a certain color and turning them into a cursed object, it explains how mere toys became cursed objects. I'd seen Blightfall born from people infected with malice back in my village. If these cursed objects were made using the same process...
とはいえ、自然発生する良いかにそこまでの知能はないはずだ。
Naturally occurring Blightfalls aren't intelligent enough for that, though.
そうなると、下手人は人間が良いか化した存在という可能性も考えられる。
Meaning there's a chance the culprit behind this is a human turned Blightfall. I've heard it explained before, but what does that actually entail?
俺も数回しか見たことないが、人間の知能をそのまま持っていて言葉も話せる。だからこそ余計にたちが悪い存在だ。
I've only seen it a few times myself. They retain their human intelligence and can speak, which makes them extremely wicked beings. I had no idea Blightfall like that existed.
だが、ここに来て一つはっきりしたことがある。
There's one thing we've cleared up by coming here. Tenchibo's plan to claim he was the son of the shogun being bumped up, the children and residents of prominent daimyo families being targeted, the hypnotized children cursing the shogunate, the incident all demonstrated a single fact.
下手人は間違いなく江戸そのものに危害を加えようとしている。
There's no doubt about it. Whoever's behind this is trying to cause harm to Edo itself. Given that they were deliberately targeting prominent daimyo, they seem to be trying to destroy the shogunate by going after its central pillar. That must have been why the temple school had also been targeted. The children at samurai families gathered there. Does that mean their eventual target is Chiyoda Castle and Lord Yoshimon himself?
俺もそれを危惧している。今、良いか側には鉄砲玉として使える子供が9人もいる。
I fear that might be the case. The Blightfall have 9 children at their disposal.
どこを攻撃しようと、中枢が無事のままなら、江戸は何度でも立て直せる。
Edo will bounce back after an attack as long as its central pillars is safe.
だが吉宗様の身に何かあれば、江戸は大混乱に陥ってしまう。
If anything were to happen to Lord Yoshimon, however, Edo would be thrown into a state of chaos. If they really plan on targeting Lord Yoshimon, the children might already be on standby somewhere near the castle.
ああ、放っておくわけにはいかない。
True, we can't afford to put that aside.
なあなあ。
Hey, hey! Tenchibo, who had finished eating at some point, said rather
お前らの
languidly,
話はよくわかんねえけど、要は 妖怪が子供をさらって江戸をぶっ壊そうとしてるってことだよな。
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but the gist of it is that there's a yokai kidnapping some children and trying to destroy Edo, right?
なんかその妖怪隠し神みてえだな。
That yokai kind of sounds like a kidnapping god. A type of yokai that kidnaps children out playing until dusk. A kidnapping god? You mean those yokais that abduct children?
隠し神か。いつまでも呼び名がないのは不便だし、暫定的にその良いかを隠し神と呼ぼう。
Well, yeah, well, it's awfully convenient not having a name for this blightfall. Let's call it the kidnapping god temporarily. Sounds good.
お、なんか俺の意見が採用された?
Ah, you used my idea! Thanks to Tenchibo's help, we closed in on the enemy's true form ever so slightly. Although we were still grasping at straws, Tojo and I had detected a small sliver of hope. The following day, we figured the enemy would strike Chiyoda Castle next. With the hypothesis in mind, Tojo and I headed over to the Chiyoda Castle. Will they let us in the castle even though we're under suspicion?
前日のうちにお庭番から許可を取っておいたから問題ない。
No worry, I received permission from the Oniwa-ban the day before. Glad you got
お
permission.
庭番の方も俺たちが調べることで少しでも手がかりが欲しいということだろう。
The Oniwa-ban are also hoping that we turn up some clues by looking
本当に
around.
隠し神がここを狙っているのなら、どこからか侵入しようとするはずだ。その場所を特定したい。
If the kidnapping god actually has its sights set on the castle, I'll try to break in somewhere. I'd like to figure out where exactly. Doing that might help us protect not just the castle, but all of Edo. We've got to do our best. We got to do the best we can. We decided to walk around the perimeter of Chiyoda Castle first. Looking at this reminds me just how tight security is around Chiyoda Castle.
江戸の中枢だからな。
It's the center of Edo, after all. The moat winding around the castle was so wide, anyone attempting to cross would be discovered before they made it into the other side. It was also considerably deep. Tall walls loomed on the other side of the moat, as well. Oh goodness. It was absolutely impossible to infiltrate the castle from there. There's also a lot of guards. We could attempt to sneak in, but you'd be discovered immediately.
ああ、隠し神は本当にどうやってここを突破するつもりなんだか。
True, is the kidnapping god really planning to break in?
そもそも本当に隠し神は城を狙うのか。俺の仮説自体が的外れだとしたら。
Is it even really targeting the castle in the first place? Maybe my hypothesis was off the mark. Definitely not. Don't be discouraged.
そうだな。すまん。俺としたことが焦っているようだ。
You're right. Sorry about that. Guess I was getting impatient.
早く手がかりを見つけて子供たちを助けなければ取り返しがつかないことになると思うとつい。
I was just thinking that if we don't find any leads to help the children soon, it might be too
それ
late.
だけでなくこのままじゃ江戸まで危険に。
It's not just that. At this rate, all of Edo will be endangered too. Tojo. I could tell he really was feeling impatient, which I found bewildering. There's no L in that. What's going on? Something about the way Tojo's acting seems different than I've ever seen him act before. As I wondered to myself what might have caused him to behave strangely, I gasped when my eyes landed on his neck. I can see his threads clearly now, and they were unmistakably unconsiderable colors of impatience.
どうした？
What's up? Tojo, around your neck. Tojo seemed to have guessed what I was trying to say, even though I didn't finish my sentence. He reached towards his own neck, even though he couldn't touch them.
いつから見えていた？
How long have you been able to see them? How do I answer him while still sparing his feelings as much as I can? The only way to answer his question is to be honest. I've been able to faintly detect your threads ever since you regained your memories. This is the first time they've been clear enough for me to make out the color though.
Is
that right? Seeing him all shaken up reminded me of when I lived in the village. Telling the villagers I could see their threads really spooked them. A long time ago, I was feared as a mind-reading demon who could peer into the people's thoughts and went through life having people talk about me behind my back. Normal people were scared of having their minds read. They found it eerie. I hope I haven't made Tojo feel the same way. That must have made you uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
いや、そうじゃない。お前に感情を見られるのが嫌だったわけじゃないんだ。
No, it's alright. I don't mind you being able to see my emotions.
ただ、記憶だけじゃなく、心まで戻っているのかと思うと、なんていうか、驚いただけだ。
I was just surprised to hear that my heart was coming back to me and not just my memories, I guess.
まあ、思っていることがお前には筒抜けだと思うと、少し恥ずかしいかもな。
I'm not in your thoughts. I can just see your It's like a aura. It's not. I can't read your mind, my guy. It's a bit embarrassing knowing you're in my thoughts. He smiled shyly. It looked like I hadn't hurt his feelings after all. Huh? Suddenly Tojo looked behind him. I looked in the same spot but didn't see anyone there, just trees. He continued staring at the trees.
Tomonari ka?
Tomonari? He called out Tomonari's name. To my surprise, Tomonari silently emerged from the shade of the trees. Tomonari?
Konnichiwa.
Hello, Leah. Tomonari had completely concealed himself, and yet Tojo was still able to detect his presence. Frankly, I was impressed. But why is he here? And why was he hiding? Excuse me, Tomonari, but why are you... Oh, it occurred to me the second I asked why he was here. You wouldn't happen to have been watching us this entire time, have you?
ずっとね。
Yeah, I was. I knew it. It surprised me that he admitted it so readily. I was also bewildered because I'd never been monitored before. Thinking about it logistically, there was no way the Oniwa band would let Tojo, their prime suspect, roam freely under the current circumstances.
ごめんね。でもこれも任務だから。
Sorry, this is all part of my mission. Yeah, it's okay. It definitely makes sense for someone to be telling us. I glanced over at Tojo and saw him looking rather torn. The threads around his neck showed a touch of frustration. It amazed me that he was able to detect Tomonari, but perhaps it took him longer than usual to notice. He'd been under a lot of stress the last few days, so it was no surprise that he didn't notice someone was keeping a close watch on him. Tojo's smile was seemingly collected.
友成、すごいじゃないか。隠密の腕を上げたな。俺でも今まで気配に気づけなかったぞ。
That was pretty awesome, Tomonari. You really upped your undercover game. I didn't even notice you until just now. Tomonari didn't say a single thing in response to his praise.
ああ、俺とは口も聞かないか。参ったな。
Not on speaking terms with me. Damn. Tomonari properly regarded Tojo as an enemy. That makes me so sad. It's almost like their entire past working together as comrades never even happened. Hey, Tomonari, we're in the middle of doing our own independent investigation on the Blightfall in this case. I explained how it was very likely that they'd eventually target Chiyoda Castle, then Lord Yoshimun, based on the information we'd gathered.
確かにそうかもしれない。でもこの城は厳重な警備で固められている。賊が侵入するなんてありえないよ。
That certainly may be the case. The castle is securely guarded, though. It's absolutely impossible for an enemy to sneak in. Why are you so convinced it's impossible? Whoever's behind this string of Blightfall cases has been outwitting us left and right.
今回は僕が監視してるから。
Because this time I'll be watching. I didn't understand what he meant for a second. When it hit me a moment later, I felt sad. Quit saying that, like you've already decided it's all Tojo's doing. This is so dumb. I'm very disappointed in Tomo. Oh my god, we're enemies now.
その可能性は高いと思ってるよ。
I believe he's very likely to be. It sounded like it would be an uphill battle to convince him otherwise. Still, I began to implore him. Tojo, I won't make much progress. We won't make... Oh my gosh. Tojo and I won't make much progress on our own if you could just help us out.
それは命令違反だからできない。
I can't because it would go against orders. I expected as much, but his answer made me even sadder. But this is the same teammate who guarded Samurai Town with you. You and Tojo mean a lot to me, Tomonari. You came to the village to get me, and you showed me how vast the world truly is. The thought of you two being at each other's throats like this makes me so sad.
ね、君を悲しませるのは本意じゃないけど。
I don't mean to sadden you, but I
いいん
can't.
だ。
That's enough. Tojo placed his hand on my shoulder and smiled sorrowfully. Tomo, it's better if you're not here with us. He can't not be here. He's on an undercover mission.
友成にもお庭番としての立場がある。俺たちに手を貸すわけにはいかない。
Tomonari also has his position in the Oniwa band to consider. He can't help us. But Tojo...
いくら頼もうと、キコは情に流されない。だからこそ、対ヨイカの任務に適しているんだ。
He can stand... Well, technically that's Tojo's fault. Tojo called him forward. He can stand far, far away. Ask him all you want, but vessels aren't swayed by emotions. That's exactly what makes us suited for fighting Blightfall. When I heard Tojo say that, I couldn't think of anything to say in response. Then a hawk flew from out of nowhere and landed on a nearby tree. It's Kyoshio's pet hawk. Just like before, there was a letter tied to its leg. Tomonari untied it, then scanned the letter. I saw slight wrinkles forming on his brow while he read it. Did something happen? Tomonari muttered a single sentence in response to my question.
城の中に良いかが出現したみたい。
What? A Blightfall appeared inside the castle. Crazy. It's not like I came here saying, hey, I think a Blightfall might appear in front of the castle. Inside of the castle. I'm gonna force him to stand far. Well, he's going to now. He's going inside the castle. What a haunting painting in this room. Jesus. The three of us hurried inside to where it had spawned. Tomonari said nothing about Tojo and I tagging along. He probably determined that having little more manpower wouldn't hurt given the emergency situation. When we arrived on the scene, the battle against the Blightfall had already begun. Standing there fighting the Blightfall were... It's Miyagi and Yabuta. They were working together to confront the Blightfall. Blightfall is ridiculously strong. I have to keep it at bay. I know. The Oniwaban were outnumbered going up against such a powerful Blightfall. Tomonari immediately unsheathed his sword and joined the battle. I'll back you up. Stand back, Lee. Okay, be careful. Tojo appeared shortly after Tomonari, causing a look of surprise to briefly flash across Miyagi and Yabuta's face. They turned towards the Blightfall in front of them for now, saying nothing. Shouldn't we be following the strands to find where it's coming from? I don't want to open my drink because I'm hoping this ends soon, but I'm going to grab my drink because my throat's sore. Hang on. There. Now I won't die. Hi-ya! I can do Legend of Zelda voices. Now that Tojo and Tomonari had joined the fray, the Oniwaban outnumbered the Blightfall. We had the upper hand, did we though? I watched the battle unfold from far away, like I was told. Then I noticed that there was an oyster catcher stuck to the Blightfall's mask. This must be another Blightfall summoned by a child. Thinking of the children being manipulated by somebody filled me with worry and rage. But since the oyster catcher was Blightfall's weak point, was attached to the spot that was easy to see. Defeating this one was bound to be a cinch. Oh man. I'm so sleepy. I hope this chapter is not too long, like a certain route that was 12 hours. Yeah, that day I wanted to die. I wanted to die that day. I had to break that video up into 2 posts because it wouldn't let me make because it was more than 12 hours, the stream was. But the good news is, even if this chapter is 12 hours long, I'm still going to be stopping about 3:30 at the latest. Yay! Also, that's bold of you to say it's going to be easy. It's over! Tojo swung his sword, slicing the oyster catcher with one sharp blow, or so it seemed. For some strange reason, the Blightfall continued its rampage without being purified. What? Tojo seemed to find it surprising as well, because the threads around his neck turned the color of astonishment. Why didn't that work? Did his attack not land hard enough? I'll attack it. Kunitaka, keep it in check. Got it. The Blightfall was so focused on them it didn't even notice me. Although I was interested in seeing how the battle was unfolding, I decided to use this opportunity to find out where the Blightfall summoner was located. The black threads led behind the Blightfall. Not good. I can't follow the threads without walking in front of it. I quickly scanned my surroundings. If I take a roundabout path through the room, I should be able to pass behind the Blightfall all right then. I started moving quietly to keep from drawing the Blightfall's attention. But a piece of a wooden crate landed nearby. I froze up for a moment, but managed to keep my eyes on the black threads. I'm not sure I'll find the summoner by following these threads. Oh, I am sure. Just kidding. At that moment, I heard the Blightfall's death throes echoing throughout the inside of the castle. When I looked back in surprise, I caught Tomonari dealing the finishing blow to the Blightfall.
Sosogi. Kanryo.
Snow sacrament complete. The black threads, my only lead, vanished into thin air before my very eyes, meaning I wouldn't be able to determine where the summoner was. I didn't make it in time. I headed over to Tojo and the rest of the Oniwaban now that the battle was over. Great job, everyone. You're not hurt, are you? No, I'm fine. I was actually trying to follow the black threads, but I didn't make it in time. Not much can be done, really. Sorry, I finished it off too quickly. Our policy is to keep the Blightfall alive long enough for us to find the summoner, but given the location. It's alright, I completely understand. Great job on the Snow Sacrament. Miyagi and Yubuta approached while I was talking to Tomonari.
火星に来てくれて本当に助かったよ。俺たちだけじゃ危ないところだった。ねえ、清彦。
Thank you so much for coming to help. We would have been in real pinch on our own, right, Hiko?
まあ、な。
I guess. Doesn't it look like he has a tattoo on his arm? What's going on there? Some weird shading going on. Oh, whoops, I didn't read that. Ha 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 ha. They were both acting a bit awkward, probably because of Tojo. Still, defeating the Blightfall had diffused some of the tension. I figured this would be my only chance to talk to them. I was wondering. Everyone turned their attention towards me. Thankfully, we managed to end the battle with just some structural damage. That may not be the case next time. If this continues, Lord Yoshimon himself might eventually be in danger. Couldn't we work together to keep this from happening? Tomonari didn't react to my idea at all. Miyagi averted his gaze, troubled, while Yabuta frowned grumpily. It didn't look good. I tried to sweeten the deal. If we work with us, we'll provide the Oniwa band with all the information we gathered. The more information you have, the better.
いや、でも、そうは言ってもね。
That said, still, Miyagi was a kind, chummy guy. Maybe he still had some reservations about Tojo's sentence. I don't want to work with him. I know, right? We had a whole thing about how we're not going to work together. Couldn't you consider it, pretty please?
だけど、それは難しいというか、なんというか、
That would be difficult, I suppose you could say.
だ、煮え切らないやつだな、お前は。もうはっきり言ってやれ。
Just so damn indecisive. Just cut to the chase. Yubata impatiently glared at Tojo and me.
東条の疑いが晴れない以上、情報共有なんてできるわけがないだろうが。
As long as he hasn't been cleared of any his charges, we can't share any information with him.
そもそも、高村がお前たちを監視しているんだ。お前たちが何か有力な情報をつかめば、報告に上がってくるから問題ない。
Takamura's been monitoring you from the very start. Any useful information you gathered would have been included in his report. Ah, he was right. I never had room to bargain from the start.
宮地、行くぞ。
Let's get going, Miyagi.
ああ、それじゃあ、俺たちはこれで。
Sure, we'll be taking our leave now. Yubuta left in a huff and Miyagi promptly followed after him. It was no use. I already knew it. In the end, we couldn't go back to being friends unless I proved Tojo was innocent. In other words, finding the kidnapping god was our only option.
そう気を落とすな。光重さんたちも立場的にああするしかないんだ。
Don't let it get you down. It's all they can do from their point of view. Maybe so.
俺のために悪いな。
Sorry you're doing all this for me, Leah. Sorry, I thought that'd be longer of a sentence. Tojo was smiling in an attempt to comfort me, but the threads around his neck were the color of sadness. Even Tojo was feeling sad, especially so now that he has his heart back. The thoughts made life as a vessel seem overwhelmingly sad. Not allowed to have hearts disposed of if there's hearts returned. What a horribly unreasonable life.
まだ諦めていないの。これ以上やっても君が辛い思いをするだけかもよ。
You still haven't given up. It'll probably only lead to suffering on your part, you know. Even so, even if it does, I won't give up until the bitter end. So it really drove home the situation I found myself in. We have a tough road ahead of us. I sighed internally. Tomo, shut up. The next day, Tojo and I investigated inside the castle again with the Onimyoban's permission.
どこかに残留思念は見えるか?
See any emotional imprints anywhere? Not at the moment. Even though we were doing what we normally did, I felt uneasy. It made me restless to think Tomonari might be watching us right at this very moment. I can't tell if I can feel his eyes on me or not. Probably because I have it in my head that I'm being watched.
あまり気にするな。
Don't let it bother you too much. I wasn't about to ask what he meant. Either way, Tojo seemed to know I had something on my mind.
客観的に見て、俺が疑わしいのは確かだ。好きなだけ見張ってもらおうじゃないか。
Objectively speaking, I can understand why they don't trust me. Let them watch all they want. You have a point there. I shot a furtive glance at his neck while nodding cheerfully. His threads were the color of impatience, the polar opposite of the smile on his face. Makes sense that he's feeling impatient when we haven't found any leads. Ooh, let me say that one more time. Makes sense that he feels impatient when we haven't found any leads. I couldn't bring up his threads though. There was no need to mention them. Even if I did, I knew all it would do was upset him. Besides, Chiyoda Castle is huge. There's a bunch of rooms, and so the summoners are spoiled for choice when it comes to hiding places. When and how did the summoner even make it inside in the first place. The castle's so closely guarded.
それは俺も気になっていた。普通に考えれば誰にも見とがめられず城内に侵入できるはずはないんだがな。
That's been bugging me too. Common sense would say that nobody could sneak their way into the castle.
侵入方法だけじゃなく子供の隠し場所も謎だ。あれだけ多くの子供たちを誘拐した
It's
ら
a mystery to me where they're
隠し
hiding
場
the
所にも
children.
困るだろうに。
Not just how they got in. You'd think it'd be hard to find somewhere to hide that many children.
それに良いかを召喚させるなら召喚させたい場所の近くに子供を連れて行く必要もある。どうしたって目立つと思うんだがな。
If they're making them summon Blightfall, they also need to take the children near where they want the Blightfall summoned. You'd think that would stick out. Seems like the city commissioner's finally starting their search too.
ああ、子供たちの家族もあまり大っぴらにはしたくなかったようだが、そうも言っていられなくなってきたんだな。
The children's families didn't want it to go public, although they can't say that now. If they still can't find them, does that mean they've been taken somewhere
いや、
else?
それだけの大人数がまとまって江戸を離れたという情報はない。もっとも少人数に分けて連れて行ったのなら話は別だが。
To be clear, if you were going to export children from a huge city, you would not do it in a group. So your intel does not prove you right. There hasn't been any intel stating that a group that large left Edo. Different stories altogether if they split them into small groups before taking them elsewhere.
だけど、
Yeah.
江戸を攻撃することが目的なら、わざわざ江戸から離れたりはしないだろう。下手人も子供たちも江戸の中にいるはずだ。
But if their goal was to attack Edo, then they wouldn't go out of their way to leave. The suspect and the children must still be here in Edo.
子供たちをまとめて隠すことは難しく、江戸を離れたわけでもない。となると、
It'd be difficult for them to hide all the children at once, but they haven't necessarily left Edo either. Meaning, you think they split up the kids so that they wouldn't stick out when then hid them?
その可能性があるな。
It's entirely possible. But he gave me a light pat on the back and praise. He probably didn't even realize he was doing it. What if they're just still home? What if they're all at home pretending to be kidnapped? Treating me like a kid again. What a jerk. Being treated like a little kid didn't bother me nearly as much as it used to when his heart was still sealed
召
away.
喚者は遠隔で良いかを操れるとはいえ、これまでの例から言えば、ある程度は近くにいる必要があるらしい。
The summoner might be able to control Blightfall from a distance, but they still need to be close enough based on the examples we've seen thus far.
昨日ここに良いかが出現したことを考えると、
Wow.
少なくとも一人は城の中にいたはずだ。
Think about the Blightfall that appeared here yesterday. At least one of the kids must have been in that castle, inside the
召喚
castle.
者が潜んでいた場所を特定できたら、侵入経路もわかるかもしれない。
Oh. I have so many notifications and none of them are really for me, so it's throwing me off. Alright. If we can identify where the summoner might have been lurking, we might be able to figure out their infiltration route too. And if we do, we might be able to tell where the other children are, right? I keep coughing, sorry. And if we do, da-da-da-da.
そういうわけだ。だから、
Exactly, because... Tojo looked up at the ceiling like he just noticed something, then down at his feet.
そうか。召喚者は子供なんだ。大人と同じような場所に隠れるとは限らない。
The summoner is a kid. That wouldn't necessarily... wouldn't necessarily hide in the same place adults would.
もしかしたら蔵屋敷の時みたいに、大人が普段入らないところに潜んでいるかもしれないな。
Maybe they're hiding somewhere an adult wouldn't normally enter, like the city warehouse. You mean like above the ceiling or under the floorboards?
調べてみる価値はあるだろう。
You think it's worth looking? Afterwards, we explained the situation to the government official in charge. After negotiating, we got permission to look above the ceiling and under the floor. Checking this ourselves revealed the space under the floor to be so cramped even a child wouldn't be able to move around. We saw no tracks either. We also checked above the ceiling and saw no signs that anyone had been there. All we found was a thin layer of dust.
床下も天井裏も
That's rough base. It happens. Despite feeling a tad bit discouraged, we continued looking around inside the castle. As we made our way further inside, Tojo began to speak in a rather sentimental tone.
こうして俺が城の中を調べさせてもらえるのは多分お前がいるからだろうな。
You know, you're probably the only reason I'm allowed to investigate inside the castle. What do you mean?
そもそも俺たちが調べるまでもなく城の中はお庭番が調べ尽くしているはずだ。それなのに俺たちにも調べる許可が下りた。
We're not supposed to be looking around here in the first place. We were granted permission to look around, but the Onyoban have the inside of the castle covered.
お庭番はお前なら何か新しい手がかりを見つけるんじゃないかって期待してるんだ。俺だけだったらきっと許可は下りなかった。
The Onyoban must be expecting you to find some new leads. I bet you they wouldn't have given me permission if I were by myself. Am I being useful to you?
これ以上ないくらいにな。ありがとう。
Couldn't be more helpful if you tried. Thanks. I was touched by the sincere gratitude in his voice. I was glad I was stuck with him. I knew I hadn't been wrong when I decided to take his side. You're welcome. I smiled radiantly, happiness bubbling up inside me. No! They missed a golden moment for him to have like a little bit of pink around his neck. Just a tiny slither that she didn't even see. Come on, guys. I can do this. Finally, we reached the innermost part of the castle where Lord Yoshimun stayed. It probably goes without saying that we can't go inside even though they said we had permission to be here, doesn't it?
立ち入り禁止の場所は特に指定されていないが、さすがにこれ以上はな。
They didn't designate any place as off limits, but best not to push it.
とはいえ、吉宗様がおられるところが一番狙われる可能性があるわけだから、確認してみたいという気持ちもあるが。
Actually, I'd like to check out where his lordship dwells, since that would be the most likely target. Tojo and I stared at the sliding doors in front of us, reluctant to leave. Want to open it?
開けてみるか。
Shall we? They're not going to cut us down the second we open the door, right? Or shoot arrows at us, right?
大丈夫だろう。多分。
We'll be fine. Probably. We quietly opened the door a bit hesitantly. On the other side of the sliding door was a hallway similar to the one we had walked down earlier. For some reason, I couldn't quite place it felt familiar. Is this the hallway I walked down the first time I came to Chiyoda Castle?
そうだ。よくわかったな。吉宗様に謁見するときにお前を案内した。もうあれがずいぶん昔のことみたいだ。
It is. Good guess. We showed you around when we had an audience with the Shogun. Man, that feels like ages ago already. It was 5 weeks. No, it's 5 days. It really does. Thinking back on it moved me deeply. I had been so confused at the time. I barely knew up from down. I didn't have the faintest idea what I was supposed to be doing. But now, I was determined to save Edo and the children no matter what it took. And Tojo too.
それはならん。
Absolutely not. Just then, we heard an angry voice coming from down the hall.
今の声は吉宗様か。
Was that Lord Yoshimun? I wonder what they're squabbling about.
わからない。だがもしものことが起きているなら放っておくわけにはいかない。
Who knows? We can't just let it go. The worst case scenario could be happening as we speak. We decided to quietly make our way down the hall. We opened the sliding screen door a bit, peeked in. A few retainers had been granted an audience. Whatever they were discussing had Lord Yoshimun looking rather cross. Behind him stood Kyoshiro, his guard. They must be talking about Blightfall countermeasures. The retainers were insisting that Lord Yoshimun leave Edo at once for his own safety, but he seemed to be refusing to.
敵の目的は俺だと分かりきっているというに、 逃げてどうするか。
What good would it be to run away knowing full well that I'm the enemy's target?
俺が江戸から消えたと知れれば、敵は見せしめにさらった子供を害したり、江戸の町で破壊の限りを尽くすやもしれぬ。
If they knew I left Edo, they would harm the children they kidnapped to make an example of them, and their destruction of Edo would know no
むしろ
bounds.
俺がおとりとなっている今こそ、敵の居場所を特定しやすいはずだ。
In fact, it's much easier to determine where the enemy is located while I serve as a decoy.
余計なことを申している暇があれば、いち早く敵の居場所をつかむべきであろう。そばには鬼アバンもいるのだから、俺の心配は無用。
If you have time to come up with useless ideas, you have time to locate the enemy post haste. You have no need to fear for my safety with the Oniwaban at my side. I can't believe Lord Yoshimon's raising his voice when he's normally so mild-mannered. You've met him one time. This must have been his strong sense of justice at work. Lord Yoshimon's stubbornness had the retainers at a complete loss. In the end, they concluded their visit with the shogun having failed to convince him. Only Lord Yoshimon and Kyoshiro were left in the room when Tojo and I separated from them by the sliding door. I spoke to Tojo, my voice barely above a whisper. Guess we'll have to stay here a little longer.
そうだな。
Seems so. Tojo interrupted me, then looked past the sliding
気
doors.
づかれていたか。
Have they noticed us? I followed his gaze only to lock eyes with Koshiro in the gap of the sliding door. I froze. He seemed to know we'd both been watching from the very start.
まあ、それくらいじゃないと、吉宗様の護衛は務まらないか。
I guess he wouldn't be fit to guard Lord Yoshimon if he let this slip past him. Kyoshiro whispered something into Lord Yoshimon's ear, probably informing him of our presence.
なるほどな。許す。こちらへ来るがよい。
I see. I'll allow it. You may come in. Lord Yoshimon beckoned us in, amused. If the shogun of the entire country asked, who am I to say no? Tojo and I looked at each other, then timidly set foot inside the room and into his presence.
盗み聞きのような真似をしてしまい、ご無礼をお許しください。
Please accept our apologies for being so impolite as to eavesdrop. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
そのようにかしこまることはない。俺もちょうどそなたらと話がしたかった。
No need to humble yourselves. I also wanted to speak with you.
しばしの間、席を外せ。
Kyoshiro, could you step outside for a brief moment?
は、しかし国高は。
Kunitaka? Tojo still hadn't been cleared of his charges. It only made sense that Kyoshiro to be suspicious of him.
席を外せと言っている。お主の危惧も承知しておるが、案ずるな。
I said to step outside. I understand your misgivings, but have no fear. Kyoshiro still tried to object, but finally relented after being on the receiving end of Lord Yoshimon's strong-willed gaze.
わかりました。ですが、せめて謁見の間の外で待機させていただきます。それだけは譲れません。
Understood. At least allow me to stand guard outside the room. That I cannot concede.
Come on.
I mind not.
では、そのように。
Then if you'll excuse me. As Kyoshiro walked past Tojo on his way out, he had one thing to say.
妙な真似はするなよ。
No funny business. With that, he stepped outside the room.
さて。友成もいるのだろう。隠れていてもわかるぞ。
That must mean you're here too, aren't you, Tomonari? I can tell even though you're hiding. Kyo, shut up. First off, Kyo is my husband that we're not allowed to marry. Okay, so Mimi has to marry him in our stead. We will not insult Kyo. Kyo is doing his job. Kyo is the only one I accept because he is the only one who hasn't faltered in his behaviors this entire time. He's very cut and dry. That's just how he is. And that's okay. When you're calm, I guess. I guess I'm okay because he's calmer about it. He's like, no, but he's chill. I just don't like screaming. Oh, man. I just don't like when people scream. Lee? What? Asia? When Lord Yoshimon spoke past us towards the back of the room, Tomonari immediately appeared. Come to think of it, Tomonari must have been here telling us. You bullied me earlier. I bullied you earlier. I don't think I've ever bullied you once, ever. I don't recall. I have no recollection of a bullying. I will be mean to Kyo as revenge. Kyo is just a boy with low emotional status. Telling him to shut up when he's doing his job? I mean, I don't want to say it sounds kind of Karen-ish, but I mean it kind of just a little on the verge. Come to think of it, he must have been telling
隠れてい
us.
て申し訳ありません。国高の監視の任務中でした。
My apologies for hiding. I was tasked with monitoring Kunitaka. Asia.
分かっておる。
Oh, the font matches his shirt
今だ
almost.
け監視の任を解く。しばらく離れておれ。
I'm aware, but you've been dismissed from your post for the time being. Please leave for a while.
かしこまりました。
Understood. Tomonari left without a fight, probably because he had just watched Kyoshiro leave the room not long ago. This left only Lord Yoshimun, Tojo, and myself in the room, which was really surprising when Lord Yoshimun pulled out a knife and stabbed himself in the chest and said, "Now you're going to get blamed for this." Anyways, I wonder what he wanted to talk about. It must have been important for him to clear the room like that. Lord Yoshimun carefully observed us while I sat there flustered.
二人ともそう固くならずともよい。さて。
No need to be so formal, you two. Now then, Leah. Yes.
そなたはなぜ国高の味方をしているのだ？
Why are you on Kunitaka's side? It seemed as though Lord Yoshimun knew that Tojo was under suspicion for what had happened recently. I said as much to the rest of the Oniwaban, but I can see emotional imprints in the form of black threads, and because of that, I know Tojo's is innocent. I couldn't stand idly by while my innocent friend was suspected of a crime, so I decided to work with him to clear his name.
なるほどな。しかし本当にそれだけか。
I see, is that really all? I don't know, womanizer, what do you think?
例えば呪物で召喚されるよいかは残留思念を残さぬそうだが、国高もそれと似た存在である可能性だってあるのではないか。
If Blightfall summoned via cursed objects don't leave behind emotional imprints, then is it not possible that Kunitaka might not either?
それもあるからこそ、京四郎をはじめとして鬼屋版の者たちも国高を信じられないのであろう。
That is precisely why Kyoshiro and the other Oniwabans cannot trust him.
それなのに、何故そなたはそこまでこの機構を信じられる？
Why do you insist so strongly in believing in this vessel? Because after giving it some thought, I replied, oh god, he's a precious friend of mine. Oh, nope, apparently that didn't work. Alright, I assumed it was the emotional attachment part they wanted, but it appears I was the wrong. See, I don't make these choices based on the choice I actually would make anymore. You wouldn't do something like that? Perfect. Suspecting Tojo probably is the correct thing to do under these circumstances, as you said, my lord. But having been in close contact with him, I know for a fact that he would never do such a thing. I saw for myself how genuine and sincere he is when interacting with the kids at school, and how devastated he'd looked when he found out the children were the summoners. I saw it, which is why I don't believe he's the mastermind behind all this. I put more faith in what I can see with my own eyes than what other people say. Leah. I could tell he was relieved based on the color of his threads. I felt a bit proud knowing it was because I was giving him my support. Lord Yoshimun nodded with satisfaction at what I had said before turning towards Tojo.
時に国高よ。お主、注ぎは使えるか？
By the way, Kunitaka, are you able to use Snow Sacrament? I was puzzled. Tojo was a vessel. Of course he could use snow sacrament. It wasn't even worth checking. Silly me. However, he said nothing in response to Lord Yoshimon's question. His face stiffened.
注ぎ
Well, the threads around his neck were the color of impatience and dismay. Tojo, you don't mean...
そなたは知らぬやもしれぬが、記憶と心の両方を取り戻したキコは注ぎの力を失い、キコとして存在できなくなってしまう。
You may not know this, Leah, but a vessel who has regained their heart and memories can neither perform the snow sacrament any longer nor exist as a vessel. Huh?
国高が記憶を取り戻したとは京志郎からも聞いていた。
I heard from Kyoshiro that Kunitaka has regained his
だが
memory.
そなたが国高の首元を気にしているようだったので、もしや心もかと疑ってみれば、やはりな。
You've also seemed to be paying quite a bit of attention to Kunitaka's neck, which confirms my suspicion about his heart. Tojo, is it true you can't perform the snow sacrament?
ああ。吉宗様のおっしゃる通りだ。
It is as his lordship says. No! Thinking back, Tojo attacks hadn't been very effective while fighting the Blightfall inside the castle. In the end, Tomonari had performed the snow sacrament. Oh no! Remember how I said I had a speech impediment as a kid? The word I couldn't say was snow. I used to say no. Did I just do that? Oh my god. Oh goodness. He was already incapable of using it then.
吉宗様、お聞きしてもよろしいでしょうか。
My lord, may I ask you a question? You may.
記憶と心を取り戻したら、キコとして存在できなくなるとは、どういうことなんでしょうか。
What did you mean when you said that I could no longer exist as a vessel once I regained my heart and memory? Same? I wasn't able to say snow too? That's almost eerie. Oh my goodness. Yeah, my mom said she loved it because I used to say no instead of snow. She's like, and then one day you said snow right. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. That was hilarious though. I went back in time just now.
記憶と心を取り戻せば、やがて人の形を保てなくなり、消滅してしまう。
Then this is the worst Atomi game ever. I can't marry these people. I kept saying no too. Oh no! Were we the same person in another life? What happened? How did this happen? Yeah, I also the guitar one. I can't even say it wrong anymore because I've shamed it out of myself. But it was like guitar instead of guitar, like guitar. That's how I used to pronounce that. But snow was there was no S. I remember my speech teacher repeating snow to me, and I kept saying no. Oh no. Yeah, that's it. No instead of snow. No, there's no S in snow. Oh man, I'm so sorry to bring up this painful memory for you, but I did just say no instead of snow, and I was like, oh no, I did it. How did I do that? It must be the pain of the story. I meant what I said. When a vessel regains their heart and memory, they are unable to maintain their human form and eventually cease to exist.
つまり人間でいう死だ。
Oh my god. Thank you, Yoshimon. Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't need that. I understood. As a human might call it, they die. Die? I ruined this man's life. Tojo's eyes widened with surprise. This was apparently news to him.
形人と同じく、キコの死は肉体が完全に消滅してしまう。元となった道具は残るが、キコや形人として蘇ることは。
I think I was so upset that I couldn't say snow. I don't have very much memory of it. I just remember some of the things I couldn't say, and I just remember my mom loving it because she's like, it was so cute when you'd say snow because you just go like, look, it's snowing. And she loved it. It was her favorite thing. She was just like, oh, it's so cute. Like form folk, death for a vessel means their body disappears. Their original object remains, but they can never again be resurrected as a form folk or
記
vessel.
憶か心、どちらかを取り戻すだけなら消滅するまでは至らない。注ぎも使える。だが、両方となると。
Just sitting here going like, I ruined this guy's life. Regaining either their heart or memory won't guarantee a vessel will cease to exist. They may even be able to use so sacrament, but regaining both. My mind went blank as I listened to his explanation. No way. Tojo is going to die. He was fated to be disposed of by the Onuwaban anyways if we didn't find whoever was behind this in the month. Even if he did manage to escape execution, what difference did it make if he was just going to disappear anyways? Tojo was silent, completely stunned. His threads were quickly turning the color of despair.
悲観するのはまだ早い。
Don't despair just yet. Tojo and I looked up when we heard his trustworthy
こ
voice.
の難局、そなたら二人になら乗り越えられるやもしれん。
The two of you may be able to overcome the difficult circumstances set before you. What do you mean by...
国高のそばにいてやれ。そなたに白石の一族としての力が備わっているのならば、それが鍵となるだろう。
I want to trust you because you look cool, like you look real cool, but like I don't know if I agree with that. Stay by Kunitaka's side, Leah. You possess the powers of the Hakuseki clan, which may hold the key. Is it something other than my ability to see threads or use the snow sacrament? Oh no, I've said it too many times. I've ruined it. I'll never speak again. Oh god.
Ah.
Correct. Am I really capable of something like that? Please tell me how I can save Tojo. I leaned forward as I asked this. All Lord Yoshimun did was smile suggestively.
それは俺が教えるべきことではない。時が来れば、そなたにもわかるだろう。
Is this frozen? Do I need to like true love's kiss and or I don't know, stop a blade from coming down to him in an act of true love? It's not something I ought to teach you. You'll understand when the time comes. Yoshimun, if you can teach me, that would make perfect sense because you're a womanizer. Then he turned his gaze to Tojo.
お主も彼女の気持ちに応えるべく努めるがよい。
He called him out. He just called him out. You must strive to return Leah's feelings.
こいつの気持ち。
Leah's feelings?
言っておくが、何も恋仲になれと助言しているわけではない。
So be clear, I'm not at all suggesting that you enter a
心
relationship.
を持つ者同士、分かり合えることもあれば衝突することもあろう。だがそれを恐れず、己の心から決して目をそらすなと言っているのだ。
Since you both have hearts, every time you understand each other, you will also quarrel. I ask that you fear not and never look away from your own
言
heart.
っておくがこれはそなたも同じだぞ。
For the record, Leah, that applies to you as well. Yes, my lord, I understand. Neither Tojo nor I could think of an appropriate way to respond to Lord Yoshimun's reminder. What does he mean? Don't look away from my own heart? Is that the key to saving Tojo? The second the thought crossed my mind. A blightfall suddenly appeared. It didn't seem to come from anywhere in particular, appearing in an instant almost out of thin air. At that exact moment, black threads stretched out and clamped the sliding doors to the room shut, keeping us from escaping. Tojo sprung into action before anyone else. He didn't say my name. Lord Yoshimun, Leah! He stepped in front of the shogun and I right away to shield us. The blightfall nimbly slipped past Tojo and headed for the shogun. A dreadful roar finally brought me back to my senses. I was standing closest to Lord Yoshimun unless I protected him. Lord Yoshimun?
来るな。あれの狙いは俺だ。
Oh man, look at this man. Where is Kyo? He's outside the room, and the thing just closed the doors. You can't open the doors now. Don't come any closer. I'm its target. Lord Yoshimun shoved me away to keep me from getting caught in the attack. The moment seemed to play out in slow motion. Whoa! The Blightfall attacking Lord Yoshimun, black threads reaching from its body to the ceiling. There. When I noticed them, the slow-moving scenery simultaneously returned to its normal speed. My lord! I rushed over to Lord Yoshimun. He'd been gravely wounded by the Blightfall, leaving me shaken and unsure what to do. Tojo began attacking to drive the Blightfall away, only for it to dissipate just before his attack landed. It probably withdrew so quickly because it had achieved its purpose, causing harm to Lord Yoshimun. Once he had made sure the Blightfall was completely gone, Kojo hurried over to us. Tojo, his lordship is badly hurt.
Yoshimune-sama! Yoshimune-sama!
Lord Yoshimun! Tojo cradled Lord Yoshimun in his arms. I'm just picturing the scene where he's cradling our character in his arms now. Oh, God. Dude, if he dies right now, I'll be so mad. You can't kill this guy. He looks like a lion. Oh, ooh, that looks like death, kinda. Lord Yoshimun coughed violently, spitting up blood. I had such a hard time believing that I was seeing with my legs. I had such a hard time believing what I was seeing that my legs felt like they were glued to the floor. The black threads holding the siding doors shut had also vanished at some point.
Yoshimune-sama, 今の音は一体?
Lord Yoshimun, what in the devil was that sound just now?
Kunitaka, それは?
Kunitaka, is he? The two of them had heard the commotion and had been struggling with the sliding doors, held shut by black threads the entire time. They finally entered the room and were left speechless by the horrors before them. Lord Yoshimun collapsed and bleeding, Tojo, his sword drawn, and the blood Lord Yoshimun had coughed up all over Tojo's kimono and arms.
Yoshimune-samaが良いかに襲われた! 早く手当てを!
I don't know if they're gonna believe that. I mean, it's storytelling 101, you know, have everyone leave the room to have a conversation so that something bad can happen. His lordship was attacked by a Blightfall. We have to get him treatment and quickly. Then all the color drained from Tojo's face, perhaps realizing how he looked just now. It wasn't me. They're gonna get the wrong idea. I need to explain what just happened. Lord Yoshimun couldn't testify because he's completely lost consciousness. How do I fix this situation? The lights of her eyes are gone again. Also, his eyes, like the coloring kind of looks snakish. Like, I don't know how to describe it. The worst possible outcome had happened. Is this the bad ending? Did I get a bad ending? Oh no, we're at the end of the chapter. All right, it's officially 3:30 anyways. We did it. We timed it perfectly. How did we manage? And it ended on a cliffhanger. I was so pissed. Why? It's exactly what we knew would maybe happen because you always... You're so done. You can't be done. We're only on chapter 7. There's 2 more chapters. We got 2 more chapters to go. It's going to be so exciting. All right, so this is our first route that we're progressing through. I'm not sure. I'm also mad at the lordship too. I don't know if I'm mad at him. He knows he's the first off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's why he's a gentleman at heart. He's protecting the girl. He's a nice guy. He doesn't want her to get hurt. She's not a trained fighter. Imagine if he hadn't stopped her. What was she gonna do? She's got little arms. She would have never been able to protect him from a Blightfall. She ain't got no power. He did what he thought was right, and I don't disagree with his methods. I just don't know why he had to clear it out. Nice guy, my ass. He is a nice guy. He cares. He didn't want to leave and go into hiding because he didn't want anything bad to happen to people. Like, he's got a good reason behind him. What a nice guy. And a hot guy. I might be extremely biased. I might just think he's cute. They do this to me. They introduce hot guys that you can't date. It's problematic, honestly, when you think about it. All right, so we're at the end of this one. I don't know yet. I haven't really had too many theories pop up except for Ohataro. I think he's a bad guy. I think maybe the snake-eyed looking guy might be bad, or I could just be judging him literally based on the cover of his character, which is annoyed all the time. Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for visiting today and having fun with me and keeping me entertained throughout this entire ordeal that we are still struggling through. Will we find out if Tojo and his pet bird can finally be friends in the real life? That's what I'm really curious about. And maybe finding the missing kids. But thank you so much for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream live on Twitch, so you can check me out on there if you want to see my newer stuff. And if you're here on Twitch and you would like to see my older stuff, I upload all the VODs onto YouTube. Thank you so much. You're just so pissed for Tojo. I'm so sorry. Someday he'll have a real life again. Maybe. Maybe. We're gonna find out. We got 2 more chapters in his world. We'll find out on our next stream. Thank you again so much. Bye! Have a lovely time!